Good afternoon, UniVersus players around the globe. I'm Bear Bryant, joined by the wonderful Sam Tate for this incredible weekend here in Dallas for the Round 3 Regional. I'm so excited to be back, first of all, and much like our players this weekend who are warming up today on Friday, we get to stream some of that fun action this weekend, so we also have to warm up a little bit, wouldn't you say, Sam?
Yeah, the weather here has been surprisingly nice for Dallas. Normally, I'm sweated out and the extra humidity gets to me, but it's actually been really nice. The venue has AC, so we're doing much better than previous years in Dallas. I'm really excited for that. But we're feeling good. The players are going to be feeling good. I think what we need to do is we need to jump straight into the action because we've got our standard side event, best of one, already fired, already going, and then later we're going to bring you some teams action. So we've got a very fun matchup. Izuku Midoriya Deku.
The new one.
Now just going by Deku, and now Pony Tsunatori, which is maybe the most known threat in the format. The most untouched deck, I would say, overall.
Yeah, I mean, got errated, quite a few months ago at this point. People kind of stopped playing it. But, of course, if we look back at Vegas, our last regional, getting second place with George Rangel. But we are going to immediately be jumping in here. We've got, hey, it's good to see Snuggie on the other side, still representing the Pony Tsunatori here on the Earth symbol. But we do have that Deku deck on the Air symbol. And it looks like they did go first.
Yeah, definitely a bit of action here. It looks like we've got some blocks from Pony though, and 3 momentum, not great blocks unfortunately for our 7-hander. So they are going to be a little bit under the gun. It looks like the staging area does not look great. However, Deku, I believe, only has 2 cards in hand, and if there's anything Pony is good at, it is wearing out the resources in your hand. So luckily Midoriya, it looks like he's got Fearsome Transformation online. That's a card draw. His own ability, when he blocks, he gets to build a foundation and draw another card. So 4 potential blocks that we can see. Maybe a couple other tricks, a couple other ways to draw some cards might get built here. But Pony can absolutely, on 4 foundations, play their entire hand here.
Yeah, and a lot of it comes down to how many more cards can we draw. And so leading off with this Battle Aura release is going to be one of the best things. I would say the biggest thing, I think, going against Snuggie for this turn on the offense is that we only have how many attacks in our hand are going to draw us cards? Obviously using Pony to generate as many counters as we can, but we only have 1 meaningful foundation offensively.
Yeah, however, we did just discard Wish Heart and Feral Shriek, which means the good old Pony discard 2, draw 3, very reminiscent of some incredibly powerful cards across many different card games, is going to ratchet up those counters to 3 as well. So Pony is a very unique mechanic. Normally you discard 2 cards and you only draw 1 card back, but you get these 2 Pony counters, which then allow you to use multiple really strong effects, and you have to balance those counters. In the past, really the only mode that was used was clearing the card pool.
Yep.
But since the errata, that is only once per turn. So the Pony decks have had to find other ways not only to spend the counters, but to keep that card pool clear going. And luckily, Aratune symbol, Queen of the Monsters, everything going for it as far as card pool clear goes.
Unblocked Battle Aura release coming in there, although it was only 4/5, so we're going to be going down to 25 here for Deku. But you're right. I actually think that +2 speed, -2 speed that you're allowed to use for 1 horn counter is going to go a long way here, because the repeatable, tenacious ability of Deku giving that -, speed is going to be why it's easier for Dayton here to block all these attacks that are going to be coming through. And yes. Once per turn we can clear 1 attack or clear 1 card out of our card pool with Pony. But we can only use it once per turn, so we don't feel bad anymore about using our horn counters on other abilities, even maybe a couple of zone mix-ups.
Yeah, and now we are seeing, a little bit of the balancing act of this Earth Pony is these opening moves are not super strong, but we discarded another Feral Shriek for our Electric Mod, so we're going to discard 1, draw 3. Now Pony discarding a Wish Heart, we're going to discard 2, draw 2. We've probably gone clear. I think we've gone halfway through the deck. I think that we've gone through 30 cards already. If you look at the discard pile, you look at the remove from game pile, and now we've got the 3 counters. So that way Snuggie's going to be able to clear the card pool, only have that 1 progressive going, and this is, and get to draw another card, right? We've got the pushing the advantage there. So yeah, here comes the once per turn. We're going to spend those 3 counters. This is the most common way to spend the were they horn counters?
Horn counters,
yeah. I always call them pony counters.
I mean,
but
a lot of people do, yeah.
But horn counter is funny. I was Godzilla was the one set where I thought if there was another character who would get horn counters, it would be in Godzilla, but we didn't get that. So
for everybody at home, I am obviously a big Pony Tsunotori fan. I always have been since this character's been out. I actually think the best new dynamic to this character since the errata, because it's now once per turn, is, of course, the fact that once you have accumulated enough horn counters after using the once per turn ability, you can just stop discarding cards from your hand.
Right.
And now the Pony decks actually feel like they are better at blocking because of that. Once you establish the amount of horn counters that you need left on offensively and defensively for zone changes and speed, you get to basically reserve all of those resources, whereas before, it was always send your entire gas tank at your opponent.
Well, so before the errata, Pony had the truly awful dichotomy of you could always go for it.
Yes, 100%. Yes.
It was always possible, and you would see Pony players, basically take the risk over and over and over again. The problem was that it was generally correct to, and now, I don't know if you've ever seen it before, if there's any that stick out in your mind, but there is a rare occasion. Typically, when a character gets nerfed, when it gets errated and becomes weaker, everyone drops in, they don't touch it.
Yep.
However, there are a few occasions where either a card gets banned from a deck or the character gets errated and it's theoretically weaker, but that makes you shore up its weaknesses.
Yes.
That makes you play a more well-rounded, more, I don't want to say legitimate, but just like a more balanced version of UniVersus. And I think the Pony decks have definitely benefited from that because I have seen a lot more zone changing. I've seen a lot more speed pumping. And just to kind of talk the history of Earth Pony specifically, while I was an air pony stan, it's doing air things by clearing so much. Marvin Emery, leader of the Pony Cabal, has pretty much always been on Earth, and he used to play Falling Skies, which was a card that specifically wanted those cards to stay in the card pool because he also recognized after a certain point you don't want to discard anymore. You actually want to play that legitimate string out. You want to give the speed to everything, and then Falling Skies was just the best attack for that at the time. So a little bit of bad luck on the check for the Queen of the Monsters for Snuggie, but you can see how well the deck has recovered from that just by building that one extra resource. Now we still can play an attack, and if it's a 4-diff, we're not actually going to end our turn even if we check poorly.
That was actually exactly, I think, reiterating that point that you brought up. You are now seeing the Pony decks rely on things like Queen of the Monsters, which we just saw there being executed, and we attacked and we blocked on the side for Dayton, but that's exactly what the deck is doing now, is you can't clear as much with your character. You need other ways to do so. And what is a good thing to do? Well, Queen of the Monsters, of course, builds it down, so it's extra resources for you to pass more checks.
Plus.
And clears, of course, like we said. So and not even that, if you're allowed to lead with it, technically, because you can get stuff in. So we're going to see how much more offensive we can get through here. Of course, that block did come through here on the side of Dayton, who also checked a 3, but allows to build down our foundation as well. We were able to perfect block it because of the ability on the actual vestige itself. Yep. And then now we have a second block here on this electric moth. So like you said, you've got to know when to give up the goat. And so now it's just building a couple more foundations for Snuggie.
Yep. And despite the poor luck there, the bad check, that was the correct decision. However, this is one thing that gets a little murky. There is a lot of cards in Pony's hand. Typically, we want to see a much bigger build out.
Yeah.
However, generating those counters on defense, how do I put this? It makes each card you're holding that much better.
Yes.
When you can change the zone and reduce the speed both, each card now counts as a better card because, if you have a partial block and you have to tap out to do it, that's not very effective. But so Pony players end up holding more cards than most decks. So while this would typically register as a mistake to me, or it would register as something that you would have to do, you have to hold all these cards because they're attacks, I think we're actually just holding like strong pieces to discard and potentially draw more, like Feral Streaks. And we're going to rely on the fact that we have a speed reset with Substitute Member. We can take away keywords like Echo and Powerful and things like that. And Aaron's Sidestep will also help refill our hand after we discard to draw up for counters and stuff like that. So Pony, very difficult to catch sleeping because of that zone change ability.
Yeah, that was exactly it. It's like the pony enhance for discarding 2 here doesn't just say get 2 horn counters, right? But it means that no matter what, this Aaron sidestep will always draw you that extra card for the complete block. So, now we've gone up to 3 horn counters, however many of these we need to use, because, of course, now with on Dayton's turn, Deku going to be able to offensively give speed now. It's something that you have to kind of, this back and forth battle that we're seeing for both of these characters for giving speed, giving minus speed, and then, Pony having the kind of luxury of doing the zone change is going to help them out quite a bit. But our own Electric Moth on the side of Dayton, and we'll have to see, how many more resources is Snuggie allowed to do. Of course, only being at 13 life means we have to be a little more scared. Check the 3, of course, on this with our own, a lot of similar attacks I'm seeing across both of these decks. Air, Earth cards seem to be eating pretty good right now.
Air, Earth, and Good is they've had a lot of really nice synergy over the last couple of years, going back to Air, Earth for Pony things, Air, Earth with Mothra cards. Now we're seeing Air, Good, Invisible Infiltration. It's like a symbol triangle, where there's just 2 different pairs, because Earth, Good is also incredibly strong cards that have those symbols as well. So Invisible Infiltration, one of my favorites. I actually made a short sometime last year warning people, like, you want to play this card because it will rotate, and as soon as it does, I don't want to hear a single person talking about how, oh man, this card would have been really good with Invisible Infiltration. Like, you had years, you had 5 years to play this card at this point.
I feel like this is actually the epitome of a card that has seen a drastic amount of play at the beginning of its lifetime and at the end of its lifetime. So I'm glad to see it back. I also feel like we've, for a very long time, talked about, like maybe the under appreciation of low attacks, and this one to me is just one of those good ones because it scales with the late game based off of stage size.
I was just about to say the Salvador Servin Pasadena win was so eye-opening for me because it's the same zone, same speed, and scales relatively similarly to 1.3 million, which was an all-star of that format, and won mini events, topped mini events, all over Top Cut. So yeah, huge eye-opener for me when you play a defensive enough character that all of a sudden Invisible Infiltration becomes 3 low for 9.
I'll never be upset about low attacks being good. Ooh,
Are you a Snake Man player? Where's this going?
No, absolutely not. I
just dropped the idea.
No, I think I feel like at most times in my life, people are talking about how low attacks are either just like not seeing a lot of play or they're broken. Like there's no in between.
I think there was an old school mentality back when it was the fighting game card game, where lows are supposed to be advantageous because in every fighting game that is like the typical mix. If you play Tekken, a lot of low moves are super slow. But it's because in Tekken, you can't crouch block mids. So actually deciding to block low is a legitimate choice, unlike Street Fighter, where you just kind of crouch block everything all the time. And so I think there was this mentality where like lows should be like sacred in the sense that they're like, harder to block, and they printed less low blocks. Back in the day, there was less low blocks than any other block zone. And I think that's just not as true anymore now that we actually get more than one product printed every 2 years.
Yeah, that is also true. We did see a review come in here for Snuggie as we ready up and go into it, getting rid of that Filled with Doubt. So the question to me becomes, and this is kind of the question every single time that you go into a offensive turn for Pony, is can we actually do it? Can we break through this entirely readied stage on the side here for Dayton? I think
the question for most ponies is, did I draw one orange card so I can start going to the casino?
Yeah, you really only ever need one, of course, because you are always allowed to filter with that repeatable discard 2, draw 1, get the 2 horn counter. So, plus, how many of the attacks did you draw? Once again, how many of those attacks also draw more cards?
It is funny too because we've had decks called like Casino Bakugo, and we had the Death Casino mill effects and with combined firepower and stuff like that. But the Pony deck really is very similar in the sense that you can really start with one thing and through risk taking build it up. And we do see one of the best openers, or in my opinion really the big reason to play Pony right now. Hunter's Ally into Genghis Frog, everything gets +3 damage. You feel like a 7-hand size Godzilla at this point, and that's a pretty good feeling.
the biggest reason why I was always playing the air version of the deck was before this card and Genghis Frog existed, is that you needed actual threats in your deck that could end games. Things like Walk the Dogs, I was even thinking of the 8% full cowling thing where it gained extra stats 1/1 for every card that you cleared out of your card pool. You needed cards like that because just playing things like Electric Moth over and over again do not get the job done in this game. They're easy to block. They don't do a lot of damage. But now cards like Electric Moth, because this Genghis Frog is now in our stage, everything is a meaningful threat.
And unlike turn 2, we've got the battle order release now is fully powered, right? We've got the 4 face downs in the stage. And so before, where our battle order release was like a 4 high 5 draw card, that's pretty nice. Now it's going to be 4 high 8. Now it's going to be something that you can't really ignore. Swinging for a fourth of your life total, and I have 4 of them in my deck. The math doesn't add up if you never block a battle order release. So we are seeing a lot of heavy speed reduction. The Midoriya deck is basically doing its Rodan impression at this point. It looks like Snuggy's actually going to fight back on the speed, which I'm not a huge fan of. I think if I'm going to be spending counters against the Midoriya deck, I think I'm going to try for the zone mix. But we've already seen how I believe it's 4th wielder can just make anything into the correct block zone, right?
Yes.
So having the tools to fight the zone mix and having the tools to fight over the speed is going to mean that the equation for Pony is, can I play more attacks? Then you have blocks. However, Midoriya also gets to draw when he blocks pretty often.
Well, and even speaking of other wielders, you talk about the 4th wielder, we actually just ended up blocking with that 6th wielder Smokescreen, which is, again, even more speed hate.
That card's been getting so much play recently, and it's blowing my mind.
I mean, the fact that, I think in the past when we would look at a card like this that is get rid of 1 extra resource, add a card from your hand back into your card pool to give -4 speed, which is actually only really -3 speed because of progressive difficulty. Cards like this would be so much harder to use, but with a deck like this Deku one, you have so many of these cards to block with, as well as getting that extra one later, that you feel pretty good about blocking. And again, we haven't even used the Midoriya response commit ability on the blocking in the foundation. We had other cards in our stage that do the similar effect. So that was what we used up first. So using the minus speed, I understand where Snuggy's coming from. You talk about using the horn counter. Why are we fighting back on the speed so much? He was already at -5. You have to get some amount of resources out of here, but if there's one thing that this Deku deck is so good at, it's replenishing those resources and staying in the game.
Yeah, like what's the likelihood that Deku is going to commit a foundation to block a 2-speed move versus a 0-speed move? It's just
Probably
not
0.
likely to happen, right?
Yeah.
So I don't like the choice. However, keeping Midoriya a little honest, he does have to check a 5 when he blocks with a +3 there. I will say one thing that's made Smokescreen a lot easier to fit into my decks is Divine Defender. Divine Defender has been one of my favorite cards recently, and it makes it a lot easier when I can put the card down for -4 speed and then just pick it right back up.
Yeah, the spiritual successor of Struggling with Studies, right?
Well, technically Street Hero.
We also
but
have Street
who's
Hero.
counting?
Yes, exactly. But one of those just needs cards in a card pool. The other one is number of blocks, right?
I guess it is closer to Struggling than Street Hero. Street Hero is just the most recent.
Yeah, correct. No Divine Defender, right? Because of Godzilla.
Well, no, but I mean like before that. If we're trying to reference, there's also Frantic Plea, which no one ever played, and I thought that card was kind of gas.
Yeah,
not Frantic Plea.
Desperate Plea, yeah.
No, Desperate Plea is the one that builds. I'm talking about. There's one where it's after your rival plays their 3rd attack, you get to clear a card and draw a card.
Oh, yes, you're right.
So you still get to lose a card from the card pool. You still get +1 card advantage, but now it's a random card, and most people want to recycle the same card.
Fun note here on this Queen of the Monsters that got played, we did end up shoving in a foundation, and we ended up picking Final Wars. So we were talking about how this, Hunter's Ally plus Genghis Frog synergies for getting extra damage on your moves. Well, how about a Final Wars to even push it a little bit further to the edge? And, of course, the draw ability on it helps, of course, in our Pony deck. So now with this Queen of the Monsters, of course, we have the -4 speed on it. We have +4 damage to all of our moves just by playing them.
Yeah, pretty scary stuff. However, Midoriya has a lot of cards in hand, so we are going to get this once per turn clear. This is bread and butter Pony Tsunotori. It's very rare that you're not going to see the clear being used on the 2nd attack to clear the 1st attack. I do wonder what options we had, because again, I'm not a huge fan of the spend momentum to get the final wars in this situation.
Yeah.
I think building down the Hunter's Ally most of the time and saving the clear later feels better, but I don't think Snuggie has a ton of options here, and I think they can feel the game sort of slipping away from the Pony wheelhouse, because unless we're mistaken, Midoriya is still at 30 and Pony is at less than half.
Yeah, I definitely thought there was a point during the game that we ate 5 damage from that Battle Aura release, but I think I just missed the block and it came down anyway. But here we have that 4th wheeler Danger Sense coming in. You talked about it already. Of course, you can make it whatever zone you need it to when you block with it, and then, of course, Midoriya will build it down, and we draw a new card from it. And so we are going to keep up the offensive pressure, though. I'm terrible with these names. This is the alt. Perfect. Yep, comes in with the 4 and then also the bonus 2.
+6.
Yeah. Pony Enhance, discard 2. No extra effects there, so just going to be drawing the 1 bonus card.
What a neat pony counter, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite literally an extra copy of the pony character, just the bottom half of it.
Yeah.
And then uses the dial turn on it for it. All right, next one's going to get even more minus speed. Do we have the correct block for this one, of course?
Speaking of casinos and gambling, what do you think the odds are that Pony deals a point of damage?
Right now, pretty low, as we have another perfect get it low, because another low block coming in here. No damage dealt. So when I look at a deck like this, I'll be honest, I didn't know how many people were favoring a deck like Deku. Because when I look at what is going on here on Dayton's side of the table and how it's combating against these aggro decks, of course, I guess we ended up taking half, as it was a mid. Maybe that's what we're using our horn counters for now.
That does seem like the way to go, in my opinion, is I would just be trying to overload the same zone, basically, over and over.
Or, I'm sorry, this is the growing grass. I'm sorry, it's the alt of it. It's a throw. That's why we take damage from it. So, throws being the long... Yeah, the alts really do kill me, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure this is a low. I thought we full-blocked it. But, yeah, growing grass alternate art. So, it did get the extra damage. That's why the blitz for the +2. But with the throw, we did deal some damage finally. So I don't know what the updated life total, at least on the Deku side. But you're right. I think if that's the only way we're going to be dealing damage to Midoriya is because we have attacks that will deal at least half even when you block them. It's going to take so many of those to get through this. And Snuggie has to play perfect defense because we're in single-digit health.
And it's best of 1.
Yes.
So I was going to mention post-sideboard, things like Protector of Life, and I'm sure Midoriya has the best symbols for throw hate in the game right now, pretty much. All 4 of them have the best throw hate option, basically in order. So I would not have been surprised to see things like Protector of Life. I believe this is main symbol air.
Yes.
I don't know if I've been able to determine it's air or good, but yeah, it looks like air. I don't believe the 5th wielder has good, right?
Yeah, but you can play all those regardless of symbols. So.
Right, of course. Of course, I would never know by looking at a vestige like a fool. A fool I am.
But it's funny because that is what we're seeing all in the entire stage here for Dane. So then my question, as you said, we are allowed to play all these throw hates, but how many cards in your deck building process when you build Deku have to be committed to these vestige cards that you're allowed to play that throw hate?
Right. That's a good point. Yeah, the deck building for Midoriya is a little restrictive. You do really want to get to that 6 vestige number because, in a world of inches, +3, -3 is just that much better than +2, -2. It really adds up over a turn. One thing I think that is actually not talked about enough, I was talking to someone the other day, actually just last night in the lobby. I do think it's pretty impressive that over 4 or 5 years, while things have definitely gotten power creeped and more powerful and bigger numbers, the difference of having repeatable +1 matters.
Yes.
The difference of 1 speed or 1 damage does seem to still matter, which if you had asked me in 2023, will +1 speed on everything be a relevant stat number, I would have thought no way. Because it wasn't that relevant in 2020, you know, and I thought we were creeping back up to that. Like I remember people would play reduction, and that's like
Yes.
super annoying. But like that's 2/2 on everything, and then you'd have cards that just give 1 speed to everything and nothing else, and they're like unplayable. I thought we'd be in that world, but we're still in a place where I feel like Final Wars is being played, right? Like
Yeah.
just 1 on everything.
I think about the other side of it, though. I mean, surviving the final, I think, saw play if it's entire legality. Does zero diff? with
Right, and I
magnetic
figured by
space,
the time
know.
it was gone, I feel like we would have gone past +1s and -1s.
Yeah, we know
Like-
incubating is one of the best cards in the format, right?
Right.
You know?
Like for example, incubating gets played, but quick arrival doesn't.
correct.
So
Yeah.
it's stuff like that where I thought like the quick arrivals of the world would just fall to the wayside, and
Yeah.
they kind of have. But yet, if you can get like a more free version of that, that's still very relevant.
I mean, you're right. I mean, I feel like even the last time I won an event, things like feeling cute were playable.
And gas was under $4.
And gas was under $4. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, I needed that one. Speaking of gas, we now have we had a high zone invisible infiltration, which got blocked by the armor-clad Faith. But here we have our own Queen of the Monsters on the side here for Dayton.
Are you ready for this one all weekend, pal?
Yeah, of course.
How many times can you say Queen of the Monsters this weekend?
Queen of the format, maybe, right?
Queen of the format, yeah. And it looks like there's the handshake. We don't have the counters and or the he's showing them the echoes. Yeah, okay. We're gonna.
I was
we're gonna
wondering
be
when all the
wrapping this
momentum
up.
was going to come into play because we not only have the 3 already banked, but we of course have the other wheeler that says as soon as you commit it as cost, which
You
we
get
are
it.
giving 3 speed to every move already. We send it to our momentum, and so I was wondering when they were finally going to come into play, but there it is, game 1 and match to Dayton Seeger on Deku. A deck I didn't think was going to see a ton of representation this weekend, and maybe it won't, but when you look at a deck like this, the point I was trying to make earlier is hyper defensive, block everything, take almost no damage as much as you can, while also still being able to offensively create pressure because of giving speed, draw marked cards defensively, build down these foundations. I was thinking things like Mothra were going to take over that kind of that seat at the table.
Well, as someone who played Mothra at Vegas, I can tell you that deck felt really, really good until everyone realized Rodan can do the same thing but better. As good as Mothra. So Mothra was really good at the gimmicky defense.
Yeah.
And I think Mothra specifically was great against TOT. It was deceptively good at TOT gets a free attack, you get a free block. Everything like parity is, they still get the abilities and the text, but like you get a free attack, I get a free block. And then playing it in Vegas, really the meta call that I had was only Andrew Porat is going to play Void Rodan. And that's my only bad matchup. And then I played 3 Void Rodans.
Yeah.
Half my matchups in Swiss were Void Rodan, which I don't think it's not like unwinnable. I think I did take a game out of the 3 matches, but like it is super, super uphill because Rodan is just so much more versatile.
Yeah.
And that's the key for Midoriya is Midoriya is incredibly versatile.
Yes.
Because he gives speed on both sides, because the Vestige foundations are generally pretty versatile. They like Smokescreen is only defense and Third Wielder is like only offense, but Third Wielder gives you a neutral resource in that momentum. And I think Third Wielder Fajin, the 2/4 that we just talked about, committing and going to momentum, is one of the most underrated foundations in general in a format where people are playing Hunter's Ally to build ally cards, and then people are bemoaning the lack of quality of ally foundations.
There's a ton of them.
One that gives you 3 damage and a momentum, which let's be real, that's pretty much always going to give you more damage. Like think about it on Walk the Dog. You give it 3 speed, you respond to give it 3 damage, then you get a momentum. What is that momentum? It's 3 more damage.
Yeah,
and if you told me E destroy for 6 damage, like just E remove for 6 damage was like not playable when Hunter's Ally is building it for free, like what are we doing?
It's funny you say that because foundations, that would be a 3 difficulty. Typically, that would give +3, +6, and usually would require a momentum as well. Saw a little bit of fringe play back in the old days, but now would see almost 0 play.
Hey,
but here's a 2/4 that does it.
Prototype is a world championship combo. Okay.
Okay, all right.
Whether was it in fighting games, they have the tournament winning combo, and usually it's like it's usually a way to make fun of like a bad combo, right?
Yeah.
But like the tournament winning combo for my first world championship ever was reversal prototype.
Yeah.
Prototype on your turn for +3 speed, +6 damage, and that one will live in my mind forever because prototype was one of the starter deck cards. That was like the win condition of like your first ever Proto Man, tin deck. That was like the starter product. So I lived and died by whether or not my prototype could resolve for like months starting the game. And so I would love to see something like that come back. But every time they've had a prototype-esque card, it's almost like the designers have nightmare flashbacks to watching a guy lose to it on his own turn. So
well, it's not like we have reversals in the game anymore, right, Sam? So
and
anyway,
certainly not on the air symbol.
but of course, we're talking a ton about stuff that won't be here this weekend, and instead we want to focus on things that will be here this weekend. I believe we might be cutting away for a break, and then we're going to come back and talk to you all about a little bit more what we have in store, maybe some things to be looking forward to this weekend. So we're going to cut away for a little bit, and we'll be right back after this.
Welcome back, everybody. You just saw me, but now I'm joined by Tito, and we're going to have a very, very cool breakdown for you in this standard side event pod. You know, you guys just got to see the brand new Deku deck, and you got to see the well-known Pony deck, but we're going to have a character breakdown featuring some of the other characters that are going to be in this best of one side event.
Yeah, no, I got a chance to actually walk around and while you guys were commentating that first round and see what all the players are playing in this side event for the standard. And I think the list for the most part is what we expect here. I think the one thing that surprised me is walking around, and we'll see it when the graphic comes out, there's a number of Angirises being played here.
Okay.
Actually, I think in this pod, it's the most represented deck here. which caused me a little bit off guard. Obviously, Calvin Tahan at the last event in Vegas was able to top 4 with it. And so I think these side events are always interesting because for me, it's one of those things where, like, are these players just playing something that they think is fun but not necessarily competitive for the main event? Or are they still trying to figure out what they're going to play for the main event and testing some stuff out? When you go and you play in these side events, what's your approach to it? Are you testing what's going to be in the main, or are you just coming here playing something off meta for fun?
I'm a specific case. I'm a very unique case because I personally am not going to play in that many side events throughout the year. In fact, the only side events I can remember playing in is Retro in Denver last year, Retro in Vegas, and Sunset Standard, which is basically what Retro would have been a couple of years ago. Like back when Sunset meant that we were getting rid of standard format, not like the way that we use Sunset nowadays for double tickets. So I've really only played in like 3 side events ever. So really what I'm personally looking for is I'm looking for a really big nostalgia fix. If I was going to be playing in standard side events and maybe even like Hero 2 side events, I'm looking for low brain power. I'm looking for good vibes. I'm looking for decks where I don't have to count my discard pile every turn. I don't have to count my rival's discard pile every turn. I don't have to keep track of counters. You know, I'm looking for very much like the Anguirus experience where, you know, I have a high health total. I can use that. I don't have to like mid-max all my blocks and things like that. And I do think Anguirus is a great pick right now just because he's basically the last bastion of power tokens.
Yeah.
And power tokens, I think, are an incredibly powerful asset to have. It's just not something worth going out of your way to get. And Anguirus is just like, well, every attack that deals damage, we're going to be generating some power tokens.
Yeah. And as you see, we have the list up here. I was talking about, I think some of the decks that you expect to see in the main event are well represented here. We've got the ponies that you saw on stream. We've got the King Ghidorah 3-headed monster. And then, of course, I mentioned the Anguirus. There are some, as you said, just, you know, fun decks in this mix as well. I was surprised to see one of those being the Fire Rodan, and then obviously not obviously, but also the Sasha Blouse. The one that's interesting to me is this Shigaraki All for One's successor, one of the new decks out of the new Challenger series that just released. The new pool of cards that we actually have for this event. I'm shocked to see that in this standard event and not see any Armored All Mights. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, the Armored All Might definitely fits that sort of, you know, vibe-based, my deck's going to kind of cruise control, my stats are just good on everything, you know, type of archetype, that aggro archetype. If I had to guess, they're probably just all in a different pod. If I had to guess, I think we've got 2 going, so it's either that or maybe people are saving the sauce, because that's the other thing is, when it comes to side events, I do think a lot of people play their main deck. They do want to do well and maybe even get like last minute practice with their main event deck in. But I personally love to play a variety. One of the things I used to really love about old, you know, UFS majors was we had teams as its own full event on one day, and I could play a different deck for teams and I would play a different deck for singles, and I would get like basically 2 majors out of the weekend. So I think that definitely mixing it up and playing a variety feels pretty good, but I wouldn't be surprised if more than half these players are going to be playing these decks in the main event as well.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Again, we talked about it already. I think King Ghidorah is going to be well represented in the main event. I think Rodan, Giant Monster of the Sky, is going to be well represented. And I do think, I mean, Pony and Anguirus also will be well represented in this. Again, I do think that there's some. I will be shocked to see if we get a lot of Fire Rodans in the main event, if we get a lot of Tendies in the main event. But it is cool to be able to see these and at these side events and these players playing, bringing their sauce.
Yeah, I'm interested. We have an Izuku Midoriya on the move, which I felt like a lot of people really dropped that character. But Reiner Braun, was it Marley's Shield, the one that got the token nerf? I think that deck was really strong into on the move, and I think they hated fighting that. I think King of the Monsters disappearing is going to help Midoriya on the move. I mean, that character, I don't think he's ever been bad. He's just the popularity, and Barrett was talking about it in the last round. You know, he wasn't sure if the new Midoriya, Deku, was going to be popular or not, but the new Midoriya doesn't have the commit cost. He doesn't have to deal with transforming. You know, you can immediately just start running your offense. And so he's a much more well-rounded, much easier to approach sort of character. The character I probably want to see the most here, though, is Sasha Blau's Food Fanatic. That deck plays fairly differently from most decks in the format, and you get a lot of really interesting resources. You know, Sasha Food Fanatic gets to ramp momentum, draw a bunch of cards, and then can also give speed and or damage. And so she gets to play like a ton of these aggressive resources. She gets to play like a ton on her own turn, but I do think that like defensively there's a lot to be desired there.
No. 100% agree. I again, a lot of this is the ones I'm interested in is I really want to see what this Tomohiro Shigaraki deck is doing. I get excited for new cards, right? Whether it be new characters or new kits, new combos. And so seeing what that deck is doing here in the side deck is something that I'm excited for. As you mentioned, I do think that the new Deku is just good. I think he is just good.
He's just solid all around, right?
Anything that gives, stats on face is going to be well represented in this meta. I will say I am a little bit surprised that there is only one Mothra Divine Moth. I guess this isn't the largest sample size, but I am excited to see what that deck does, because I still think that deck is going to be fairly represented in the main event. I think we're currently in a meta where there's so many different decks that people can be playing. We moved away from Titan of Terror being hyper aggro, and now we have a nice mix of control and aggro and defensive decks. And so seeing the Mothra, I think might have an opportunity to actually show out in this event. It will be interesting.
Yeah, and here we've got a deck that we talk about decks leaving and coming back or taking a break and everything. We've now got Zeke Yeager. You remember Zeke Yeager from last year?
I mean, vaguely.
We had the one summer of backup decks, and Zeke Yeager dominating everything. Had like I think it was three backups in top four, three backup decks in top four. Two of them were the same Zeke. One of them was the other Zeke. And so now we've got the Zeke Yeager, who's going to be looking to get a lot of backups in their stage and discard pile, and then transform and get some really nice bonuses to play ranged and Titan cards for that. So this should be very, very exciting. And then you'll see down at the bottom, for those who might be just joining us, these are 30-minute best of ones. So this is a quick rapid fire standard side event, but right now I would not be surprised to see Zeke. Yeah, so we're gonna form, commit, we're gonna draw 3 cards. I believe Zeke has to draw 4 to be able to transform on his turn. And so we're not gonna transform and become a 6-hander just yet, but this is a Zeke that really wants to get as many backups in play as possible. Foundations have not seemed to be very relevant for this version of Zeke. In fact, we're going to see more foundations in the stage of this Zeke than I think I've ever seen before.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, this is the Zeke that Wub won his first regional with as well.
This is the other one.
The other one. Oh, okay.
This is the oddball Zeke. Yeah, so this is the 5-hander Zeke. That Zeke that you're thinking
the
of.
War Chief?
Yeah, that's I believe a 629 or a 630. This is the 534. So the way this one transforms is he's going to draw cards equal to the amount of backups in his stage, and if he drew 4 more cards, then he'll transform.
Yeah.
But when he transforms, he'll be committed. So the main thing this Zeke does is on this side, if I'm not mistaken, you're going to discard ranged attacks to get backups in hand, and then once he transforms, he can discard backups to get ranged attacks in hand, which is incredibly, incredibly powerful. The main issue is this Zeke is very, very, very weak on the front side. You do get to start the game with a non-unique backup, so you're kind of like a 6-hander on turn 1. But after you draw your cards and play out your hand, you don't actually have a defensive ability, because the discard 1 attack, add 1 backup from your discard pile to your hand is not playable while committed. So on this side of Zeke, they are generally defenseless. There's no defensive ability. And so Burning Godzilla is going to look to take advantage of that really quick, because we've already gotten to a +3 bonus on Burning Godzilla, who gets to mill 4 as an enhance, mill 4 for cost, and then his attack will get a damage bonus equal to, I believe it's every 5 cards in the discard pile. So we're up to 15 already. We've got a Roman cancel from our opener Dust attack. And if this Dust attack deals 5 or more damage, it's not going to count towards progressive difficulty. So Zeke is going to come in with that damage reduction. He's going to reduce that damage all the way down to 0. And it looks like this dust attack is going to do absolutely nothing except get us a Roman cancel token.
All right, looks like the Burning Godzilla player, Henry, is going to be playing a Queen of the Monster on a 6. Checks a 3. So, last regional, it was talked about a lot in Top Cuts where every single deck that could play Team Hero was running 4 ofs. I do believe that Queen of the Monster is just going to be the attack that we talk about all weekend long in every deck that can possibly run it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm being prepared to say Queen a whole lot this weekend.
And then, of course, the Fill Without coming out and sealing it, so there will be no stuffing of the card pool to tutor in a foundation or to clear that dust attack that did no damage.
Yeah, Fill Without going to be a huge play here. That's another card that was relatively popular. You know, it was all about the meta about 1 year ago. Luckily for Queen decks, a lot of Queen decks, they get to play Wide Awake, which absolutely makes Filled Without feel awful. So we lost a lot of action cancels, but we gained a better Filled Without answer specifically. But Burning Godzilla not on the Wide Awake symbol, so these Filled Without should feel pretty good throughout the, well, I say the matchup. It's only going to be one game.
Yeah. All right. That Queen of Monster is currently a 4 high, 4/11. That incubating to reduce the speed, so we're looking at 3. Another one, 2 high, 11. Checks is going to be a full block, no damage from the Queen of the Monsters.
So we saw the first attack get DR'd. Second attack got blocked. I believe there's 1, maybe 2 cards in Zeke's hand, but he's got a pretty healthy stage. You know, typically all of the Zekes are pretty bad at passing normal control checks unless they're getting a bonus from somewhere. So this is a pretty good setup here.
Yep.
We're gonna draw a ton of cards on this turn.
Also, no, because neither of those attacks did any damage, that Roman Cancel token is just going to be sitting there for this turn because defensive ability requires an additional momentum. And the Zeke also had no committed foundations, so there was no purpose to even try to freeze one of them.
Yeah, maybe we'll have an ability that spends momentum on defense, but I can't think of one off the top of my head that I would put in a Burning Godzilla list.
Or one that would have an effect from hand, right? Because I don't see any on the stage right now.
Right.
And then we did get the transformation on the Zeke.
Yep, he's transformed, but he is committed at the moment. So the really powerful ability to turn all backups into attacks, not quite there. However, we do have the static ability. Ranged attacks are going to get +2/+2. So we drew a bunch of cards. We have 2/2 to everything. That should be good enough.
Especially with only 4 ready foundations on the side of Burning Godzilla. And it's going to have one more blank one with the effect of Destructive Heat Ray.
Yeah, Heat Ray, very nice because it gives you 2 power tokens. But in addition to that, you then get to target flip rival foundations based on how many power tokens you have. And the more power tokens we get, the better cards we get to target. And now, this is one of my favorite cards in Stand right now, Onya Capone. Not only is it just fun to say, and I don't even know if I'm saying it correct, but first enhance commit, you get to choose 1 card in your card pool and it won't count towards progressive difficulty. So very cool stuff.
One of my current favorite bits when it comes to people talking about what backup, obviously they couldn't pick it, but what backup, wishing they could pick that backup just so they wouldn't have to pronounce that name anymore.
That's not a bad one. That is not a bad idea. Now it looks like that Burning Godzilla is up to +5 when it comes back to his turn. Keeping track of the mill here, but end the cycle. More defense hitting the stage for Zeke. Next turn, though, when Zeke is ready, any backups that he draws, he can discard to turn into attacks. So expect the game to get very, very aggressive next turn. Except, you know, the only real catch, though, is the first couple turns of the game, Zeke has been able to draw 4 and like 5 cards and be a huge like 10-hander. Next turn, he's only going to get to draw up to 6. So while you do get to turn all the backups into attacks, he's not going to have the massive hand to kind of pull from. So if he doesn't draw any backups or any attacks, we might be in trouble.
All right, we saw that our Burning Godzilla player does have an Earthbreaker in hand. I couldn't quite make out what the other attacks were.
Earthbreaker is really interesting because you can aim that at a backup. And then you get the... is Earthbreaker when it deals damage or when it's not blocked? It might be a not blocked trigger, which does not work.
I think it is deals damage.
Deals damage. Okay, yeah.
You
So
get to destroy one rival foundation committed during that attack.
yeah, so you get to destroy one of the things you stun if you send it at backup, which is cool. Well, I guess also granted, provided that Zeke doesn't use Hitch to bring it to 0 damage. Because right now, Hitch is -5. Titans Under Orders is -3. And then I believe that is Dramatic Exit should be like another -6. But we got Burning Fury coming in here. A card tailor-made for Burning Godzilla in pretty much every way. It's just going to want you to mill a ton of cards. And then we're going to get a speed bonus that's pretty big. And now we're going to mill some more cards and get an even bigger damage bonus.
Yeah, so this is currently an 8 mid for, what is that, 14?
Yeah, 8 mid for double the damage. Not the biggest threat because of the speed and zone, but not an attack you can just ignore.
No, coincidentally enough, the character during the reveal season that I revealed actually was Burning Godzilla, and I believe I also revealed this attack.
Nice. Yeah, his attack is, I mean, Burning Godzilla goes well with his own attack for some very obvious reasons,
Yeah.
but
as we hope.
yeah. But now we're gonna see. Oh, Dramatic X is my speed. I apologize. So we're gonna get a huge speed penalty
So now
for the backups.
Now we're looking at a 1 mid. I mean, with 1, 2. Full blocks it. Got a heat tackle on a 6, checks a 3, has commit 3.
Heat Tackle, one of my favorites. I love a card with a good cancel on it. This one is a fun cancel to use when you block with it as well. But now we're going to get that Roman cancel once again. Potentially, if we can get another fast momentum, we can even utilize it.
Well, this time at least there are some committed foundations on the side. So worst case scenario, he can freeze one of the foundations.
That's true. We can get some value out of it. Except a Radiant Visage. We're going to flip a Radiant Visage, and it's going to ask our rival to immediately spend it.
Yep. As soon as it came, it went, fleeting as it may be.
Yeah, we solved one Radiant Visage, but not the other.
Yes. This is currently at 3 high for 14. I mean, Burning Godzilla at this point in the game really does say you need to block everything. Or
Yeah.
else it will hurt.
This is what we call a chump check. This is one of those where we're just checking to see if you're a chump who didn't hold the right block zone. And I believe, yeah, the
Blocked with the airship and then had Desperate Plea to build it down.
and then we're gonna get the Desperate Plea for the maximum value. Incredible stuff. And now Henry's out of attacks. Burning Godzilla's out of attacks. He's gonna cool down a bit, and that is not what this deck wants to do. It wants to keep slinging orange. So now we're gonna get the ready phase, draw back up to 6 for Zeke, And we're going to see if Skylar can put together a string here, because we haven't seen any real string offense from either deck. But this Zeke deck should be incredibly good at it.
Henry did have the Earthbreaker that I mentioned earlier in hand, but playing that on 2 progressive with only 2 ready foundations, the smarter move is just to build out at that point.
Yeah, not a risk that's worth taking while your rival's at full health. Looks like we're surveying our hand a little bit here. Yep. Beast Titan's Rock Barrage is a great opener. Gonna go get ourselves a non-unique backup. And then because of all the backups that we have, where our rival's basically gonna be left with 1 foundation. And I have to imagine it's not gonna be a very useful one.
No. Beast Titans Rock Barrage, of course, saying Blitz, build 1 non-unique backup from your discard pile. Also, if you have 2 or more backups in your stage, your rival commits 2 foundations. Then if you have 4 or more, which we are well beyond that point, commit 1 rival foundation target commit. So our Burning Godzilla in a precarious situation with only that Titanic combat up in itself. And this Rock Barrage is currently a 5 mid for 7.
5 mid for 7, pretty respectable. Not quite Godzilla numbers, not quite 14, but this one did annihilate our rival stage, and looks like we did not use the Onyakapone, which gives me the impression that we're gonna be using airship to pick up this Rock Barrage.
Henry now down 20 health. I mean, we're looking at 3 more attacks to close this out.
Just about, yeah, with the +2 on everything. You have to imagine the median or the average we're going to swing for is about 7.
7, yeah.
I doubt we're going to swing anything lower than 5, and Burning Godzilla is basically just on, normal check plus commit the character, so that 2 speed should handle just about everything. I too need to read this one.
This one is just white out.
This should be Political Strife if I had to guess, because it's a 4 diff in a Zeke Yeager deck. So that's my guess, is that this one's Political Strife. And if we're gonna count, there's +9 damage, so 4, 5, 6, 7 backups, +2 from the Zeke Yeager. The math on it being Political Strife works out there. And we got the 2 speed, so 6 low for 12. Very solid numbers.
Yeah, I would take those in any deck.
And now it looks like, is this Dramatic Exit is going to add 9 speed? Then we also have 2 power tokens that we can dump in. So at any point, we can add another 4 damage to anything. Hitch adds another 5.
I mean, that would be,
I think this is
20
lethal.
right there. Yes.
Yeah.
If he pumps everything into it.
Yeah, we're trying to figure it out. There's also still, of course, the military airship to use. So if for some reason this Political Strife doesn't kill him, you can just do it again.
Correct.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna see this game come to a pretty brief close here.
And
Yep,
there it is.
there it
Gets the
is.
handshake, gets the fist bump.
The power of backup decks. Everyone has forgotten to bring their backup hate, which is not true. I'm playing Violent Animus Shot in every deck till I die, or they take it from my cold dead hands. So, but yeah, maybe it's the meta call is that people are not ready for the backup decks. And I don't know, did you get to see Hyperion's Web's reveal? I think it was earlier today.
No, I did not get to
man,
take
maybe I'll get Tam to show up on the graphic. I don't know if we're allowed to, but if you haven't gotten the chance, go to Hyperion's Web on YouTube. Check out their reveal from today. There is a very, very strong backup card being printed into Tekken. So Tekken is coming out with backup support on the live symbol, but I don't want to spoil their reveal. So if you guys haven't gotten a chance, Hyperion's Web on YouTube, shout out to them for doing a very, very cool reveal and revealing a very cool backup support card. So if you're a backup lover, you're definitely going to want to look at the Tekken reveals.
a much different match this round too, as compared to the first round, where that round we went into time, or as close to time as possible. This went over quick. Just two Titans slapping each other, hitting each other as hard as they can, as
Yeah.
fast as they can.
I mean, we got our money's worth, right? That was about 20 minutes, 2/3 of the round. Everyone got to turn 3, turn 4. So there was some back and forth, but really it was as soon as the Zeke deck found that political strife, just the numbers added up. The stage was too big, the resources too strong, the moves too quick, the synergies too good. If you want to look at it that way, because the damage from strife was basically, replicated with dramatic exit speed.
Yep.
And anytime in UniVersus you can take your damage pump and turn it into a speed pump or vice versa, it's always going to be an incredibly, incredibly powerful combo.
Yeah. I mean, also, it's one of those things where, like, I'm always super impressed when we see backup decks like that aren't playing backup decks or asset decks that aren't playing a ton of foundations, not building out super wide stage. I mean, he got to a decently wide stage there, but still being able to block consistently, damage reduction consistently, and not just be a hyper aggro deck, but also be able to play the long game.
Yeah, so this is what we got for our 12 p.m. standard. Once again, this is the character breakdown for you all. That we just saw the Brain Godzilla and we saw the Zeke. We've also seen the Pony and the Deku. So shout it out in the chat. Let us know which deck of these that we haven't seen yet that you guys want to see. Do you have a personal favorite?
I mean, I really want to see that Chicky deck. Again, as I said earlier, okay. I'm a big fan of seeing, new cards, things we haven't been seen before. And at this event, those 4 characters from the Challenger decks are going to be the newest things that we see. What about you?
Devon Attendee, for sure. This is the most rogue character on here. This is a deck I've tried to work on in the past. Devana has an incredibly potent shaped ability, but the synergy for it is very awkward. And that is when you gain health, you can get +1 to your next check. But because it's a response, you can activate multiple triggers for it, but then you have to be losing health as well. So similar to Ymir, where you got this big stacking damage bonus. The biggest difference is Devana is it doesn't stack and last through the turn. So the ephemeral nature of health gain and the fact that your rival can just choose not to attack you until they're ready does make the deck very difficult to play. So I would love to see what this deck is doing, especially in a post-dual needle lunge world. So that's the deck I want to see the most. I think we're going to take a quick break and we're going to bring you guys another round of the Friday standard best of one. I forget what we're calling it. It's not Sunset Standard, but it's the standard side event.
Yeah. All right. See you guys in a little bit.
Welcome back, UniVersus players around the globe. I'm Barrett Bryan, joined by the wonderful Tito for this weekend, for the first time this weekend on our casual Texas Friday here. But the casual games are over, as our scheduled standard best of one that we just got the pleasure of doing 2 rounds of, we are going to say goodbye to that. I want to say hello to the team's format. I wanted to get your opinion. I've been playing this game for a very long time.
Yes.
So much so that I don't like to talk about how long I've been playing this game. Teams is a tried and true format that is officially coming back with some real support, playing for these belts like of old days. What are your thoughts, Tito, on the teams format and maybe the strategies that you look for when you're trying to establish and build a team going in?
Oh, yeah. I'm glad you asked that because I love the teams format. It's one of those things where, like, one of the beauties of playing these trading card games and things I love about the most is being able to sit across from some of my closest friends.
Yeah.
And now you're telling me I get to sit across from some and have them on my left and right? Like, I love that. Obviously, with the teams format, the current deck building rules are that each player has to have a different symbol, different character. And then there used to be that you can only have so many copies in a playset in your deck. That rule no longer exists.
Yep.
So it is just the restriction of the different symbols. When it comes to putting a team together and picking the characters that we play, for me, it's always, I just want everybody on my team to play what they know best, what they feel more comfortable with. I think when you come into a teams event like this, especially any side event, really, where while these are more competitive, there is something on the line now with the belts, and I think in Vegas they were doing the cash prizing for some of the side events.
Yeah.
I do think that it's still not the same as the main event, right?
Correct.
There is still not that immense pressure on it, and as much and as dope as these belts are, right? You can come in and bring a little sauce, right? And it's an event where rogue outlier decks can perform well because you get to set up matchups, right? So the thing I love about teams is being able to, most of the time when I play a deck that I know really well. That is not going to be my main event deck, actually, and give me something else to do this weekend. And that's the beauty, in my opinion, of teams, actually, is being able to play something that you know well, that is outside of the meta, and being able to game matchups so that you can actually perform well. And
I always see it as like that proving ground kind of section where, hey, yes, you can bring something you're maybe not bringing to the main event. You can have a little bit more fun with and just kind of test and maybe get a feel of the field.
Yeah.
But also on the same point, I don't think there will be a non-zero amount of teams out there that are like, we think these are the 3 best decks in the game right now, and we're going to register them. And they're probably going to be pilots from people that are maybe registering those same characters tomorrow here in the main event. But speaking of the format, before we dive into this, we have a couple of updates. Speaking of our ban and errata update that came out at the earlier this month, we have some changes to what's going on in the room this weekend. Of course, Reiner Braun, Marley Shield onto this front side. Now this condition to transform onto the back, which is the key piece of this character and getting to the aggressive potential of what it can do in the board controlness. Tokens no longer count. And now it says 4 or more non-token card types, which I think is drastically going to change the opinion of this character for a lot of people in this room.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you saw Reiner at the last 2 events, obviously winning the Chicago event, and then just missing top cuts in Vegas. It was a situation where Reiner was able to transform as early as turn 2 in some scenarios. It was just significantly more consistent, significantly more aggressive due to the fact that it looked at tokens and the introduction of the tokens from the Godzilla Reign of Kaiju set. And I do wonder if now that for it to consistently transform, it's going to be probably a turn and a half later across the average, on turn 3, on turn 4, if we're being, if we're being pessimistic about it. I do wonder what the representation is going to be in the main event. I still think that it's a very strong character. I think it's always been a really strong character. It's just not as aggressive and not as fast as it was prior to this errata.
That's, I think, the biggest question to I think a lot of people in the room. And there might be some people, again, this ban and errata list only came out, 2 weeks ago, or a week and a half ago?
A week and a half ago, yes.
Basically.
Yep.
So, maybe there's some people that are like, I'll adapt to the changes and still play this character and still run it back because they were already prepping this. But you're right. I mean, the speed of the deck has dropped slower. And I do think there's a real question here of people that were mainboarding, let's say, like a couple of asset hate or backup hate to slow down this transformation, or momentum hate, right? They were already trying to do these things to slow down the Reiner decks that they were expecting to see. Those players might have cut those cards from their list coming into the weekend, expecting less Reiners. So the Reiner players out there could eat pretty good. But we have another card we have to talk about. Team Hero 15 has an errata on its bottom enhance, which it now says enhance remove build one foundation of difficulty 4 or less from your discard pile committed.
Yeah, I think that is a huge change. We talked about this a lot, and when I say we, I mean me and my play group at home. We talked about this a lot, is what can be done to Team Hero to kind of slow it down. Because in Las Vegas, you were seeing that in Top Cuts, every single deck that was playing on one of the symbols represented on Team Hero was playing Team Hero and was playing a full playset, 4 copies. The card is just too strong, too good, and just helps you, again, we talk about consistency and speed, just gets you to where you need to be much faster. Now, with the card coming in committed, I still think we are going to see a decent amount of Team Heroes. It's still a very good card. It's still, even in, I think what's going to happen as well is I think you won't see it actually popped as quickly. I think there will be some decks that take advantage of its first enhance. Your attack gets +1 damage for each foundation that's left your stage this turn. And then still seeing, being able to tutor in, cards that you want for your next turn, even if they do come in committed. I don't think we'll see every single symbol playing 4-ofs.
Yeah.
I think that more likely we'll see, decks running 2 copies of the card, if I had to guess. I do also think that this is I think both these erratas are good erratas. I think the one on Reiner is significantly more devastating to the card, to that character, than the one on Team Hero. However, I do think that Team Hero needs to be brought down a little bit. This doesn't make it unviable, right? This is still a viable card.
It still does the, I would like to build foundation
Absolutely.
synergies, which is the whole point of, what the card was meant to do, especially even in the Challenger deck that it came out with.
Yes.
So, of course, those synergies still exist. We still get the damage pump. It actually, to me, feels like it's even better if you keep it around longer, and it's now more beneficial to use defensively, building in a key piece that you want on your next turn that will be ready when you go in on the turn, or vice versa, maybe some more tenacious options being picked here of cards that you want to go and find out. But speaking of the format and things and having this high representation of both of these cards, we're going to look at the past regionals. This is, of course, our Chicago Top 16 bracket. And the reason why we want to bring this up is because with changes to the format, specifically as we can see the dominance of Reiner of what appeared into this regional, I'm expecting something different this weekend. But we want to maybe talk about all the things that were around it as well. Of course, this was back in the Titan of Terra pre-errata era, so we'll have a kind of a closer semblance when we look at the next regionals for Top Cut bracket. But looking at things like Mothra having good representation here, I think it would not be a surprise for me to see more people playing Mothra this weekend. Although people were picking it as sort of a counter to Titan of Terror, and how many more people are actually willing to play that character at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I think Mothra is just good.
Yeah.
Right? I do think that Mothra is not the easiest character to play, and I think you saw high-level players playing Mothra as, you mentioned, a counter to Reiner. We're not going to see 1, 2, 3, 4 Reiners, I think, represented. I would be surprised. Never say never. I would be surprised to see 4 Reiners represented in Top Cuts at this event. But I do think we'll still see Mothra show a presence and have a presence here. And
I think it's also the players too. Of course, very strong players. Of course, Wub, who ended up winning that entire thing, representing the deck. But Calvin Tahan, who played Titan of Terror for that. I'm excited to see what he's playing this weekend, because obviously the format has now since changed. But then, of course, also players like Tim Keefe played it, Gavin Kale. These are very prolific players that also were sporting that character. And so if they happen to be here this weekend, I wonder what they have pivoted to in this sort of change. But let's look at the Las Vegas one, because the Las Vegas Top Cut bracket is a little bit more different.
Yeah, obviously when we go over to the Las Vegas bracket, we will see that Titan of Terror basically fell off, right?
Yes.
The errata to Titan Terror was significant enough, and to a point where it was less representation and it performed much worse. I do wonder if we're going to see a similar situation with Reiner, where representation will be significantly less. Again, I thought Titan of Terror was still viable if it wasn't one of the best decks in the room. I still think Reiner is viable, but I do anticipate us seeing something similar to this, where we will get more representation. I mean, in Vegas, what you saw the Pony Cabal.
The rise of the Pony Cabal.
The rise of the Pony Cabal. So, and they were represented well across the event, and of course in top eights. You mentioned Calvin Tahan earlier. He played Anguirus at this event and still made Top Cuts and performed well. We saw during the standard side event that was running earlier that Anguirus was the most represented deck in that event. Obviously, that side event's different than the main event, but it is going to be interesting to see. As I was mentioned earlier, it's just one of those decks where currently it produces power tokens better than any other deck.
Correct.
Right? And it is a deck that I don't want to say is easier, but has less of a mental load when it comes to its actual effects.
And Destructive Heat Ray is just a good
Correct.
card regardless.
Correct.
And so I was even talking to you earlier today. It's like, I wonder what will be the best deck in the room that plays Destructive Heat Ray, because I think that is a card that everyone constantly has their eyes on, because we already can easily talk about things like Queen of the Monsters, which is why Pony is seeing this resurgence, of course.
Yes.
It is a way to supplement the card pool clearing that now the once per turn errata onto the Pony clear effect has really created as its dynamic. But I do think Destructive Heat Ray is in that same conversation. Now, we were kind of talking a little bit more. Maybe this is where we'll see, more characters like the new All Might, Armor Might, as people are kind of calling him, because he does play the Earth symbol quite well. And there, in general, his symbols just have an incredible spread. But the big focus I want to shift to is, we talked about Mothra, and as we see in this top cut and what happened in Las Vegas, Mothra didn't make a conversion, but players like Andrew Porat, who were playing Mothra, converted back to Rodan. And I think we are going to see maybe a similar story this weekend, and the resurgence of Rodan coming back into as I'm a generically good character, and as long as a character like Reiner isn't running the field, I have a lot more success here.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at all if Rodan is actually the most represented character in this event, if I'm being completely honest. If it's not the number one, it will be number two. We are now on our third regional of the year, again with still the same base card pool of the Reign of Kaiju event. However, we had an errata from the first one to the second one to Las Vegas, and you see how the top cut, how much different top cut looks from there, right? We now have what I consider a pretty strong errata between this event and the Vegas event. So I do anticipate this list looking significantly different. You mentioned earlier, which card play is Destructive Heat Ray the best, and of course you mentioned, immediately came to my mind was Armored All Might. I do think that Armored All Might plays that card really, really well, and that's another thing. Besides the erratas, we are also coming into an event where we do have some new cards added to the card pool in the form of these challenger decks.
But something that I think is also new, but also a flashback as well. We have to talk about, obviously, the winner, Justin Martin. He is here in the room, and I would not be surprised if he was running back this Mitchell Cimino deck, which he did take down the entire tournament with that deck. Of course, he has a lot of reps. He's been playing it since the release of the character when Heroes of Exandria came out. So he got second place at that regional, of course, making it all the way to the finals, having to go against George Rangel, who is our current reigning world champion. So Justin really showing his, expertise and proficiency on this character and the toolboxness that it can kind of create. And yes, the errata to Team Hero has probably affected this deck in some semblance, but I guarantee with the amount of, again, proficiency that Justin has in this deck, I don't think it's affected it enough probably to change his decision to bring something like this. And my question to you then, Tito, is, do you think more people have picked up this deck? Because this is a hard deck to master and win with.
I literally was going to say that. I do think more people were looking at this deck coming out of the Las Vegas Regional, especially when you sat there and you actually watched what that deck was doing.
Yeah.
Again, we had the errata to Team Hero, so I think that this is one of the decks that if Justin said, or whoever's playing Mitchell said, even with the errata, I'm still going to run 4 copies of Team Hero so that you could tutor in those imprisons even if they do come in committed. I think, to answer your question, is I think that we will see a few more Mitchell decks. I do not think that is going to be significantly more represented because, as you stated, I think that it is a difficult deck to play. I think with the errata kind of slowing down its controllability just a little bit, I do think that people are just going to lean towards stuff like Rodan if they want to do control. I think they'll lean towards stuff like Puma. I think Puma is really, really good in this meta as we stand right now. And then I think that the majority of people would just go toward things like Anguirus, something that for the amount of rounds that we're going to be playing at this main event, something that is going to be, again, easy is not the right word, but it's going to have less decision making, right?
Yeah. And I mean, at least based on the numbers that I have already kind of been seeing, we're going to have over 100 people in this room playing, so they're this weekend. So I'm very excited to see what that sort of pie chart share is going to be. And we'll have a probably pretty good representation here when team starts. But before we dive into that, we have one more little fun graphic because we've talked about the format, we've talked about the bracket, but we have got to talk about the players because we have 3 two-time top cutters here in the room this weekend, as I basically just took these photos of them. So we've got
Look how
Calvin
handsome they all are.
Yeah, Calvin Tahan,
Yeah.
Andrew Porat, and Barlow Guess. And these are also the two characters that they played across those two regionals. Of course, the one on the left representing what they played in Chicago, and the one on the right representing what they played in Las Vegas. Now, there's kind of a weird triangle crossover here.
Yeah,
Obviously, I
yes.
think we can easily talk about Andrew, how
Of course.
he is shown time and time again, even last year, with his success of these sort of more defensive-oriented style characters and then turning on their aggressive potential. So Mothra, Rodan, no stranger for him,
Yes.
but, even being able to win with characters like King Ghidorah, King Ghidorah last year,
Yeah.
when he won 2 regionals in a row. We now have seen him now top cut twice out of the 2 regionals that have occurred, playing that's these still sort of like 7-hand size. Yes, I have great defense, but I can still turn on the gas when I need to. Going to Barlow Guess, Barlow is, to me, someone that can kind of shift to whatever he wants to play on the dime. Pretty known for playing Mimic back in the past. Now having played Titan of Terror in that first one and then swapping over to Rodan, and I believe, mum's the word, but I think he's also bringing back Rodan for this event, kind of speaking true to what we've talked about already. And then we got to talk about him as worse. The people's champ or villain, depending on which side of the fence you are on. We have Calvin Tahan.
I am certainly on one side of those fences.
Titan of Terra, and then kind of sticking with what that deck was good at doing with these power tokens, playing Angerus in the second one. Not sure what he might be on this weekend, although I have a rough idea, and it may be one of our new characters that has been added to this format.
Yeah, no spoilers, but I do believe he is playing a new character, one of the new characters coming out of those Challenger Series decks. Calvin Tahan, time and time again, has shown that he loves characters that can pit stats on attacks.
Yes.
Right? Titan Terra, Angerus. I know he also saw success when he won his first regional with
King of the
Monsters. And so, as somebody who is very, very close with Calvin, we go to the same locals. I would say that I taught him everything he knows about UniVersus. But 2 things he loves. He loves characters that can put stats on attacks, and he loves anything dealing with momentum.
Yeah, so hopefully excited to see what he might be playing, even in the room right now as our teams are getting sat. And I think Tam right now is actually picking our matchup for us. So we're going to yap a little bit.
Yep.
Those were all the graphics that we wanted to talk about leading into this teams event. So at this point, we've talked about the kind of high representation on the meta, and I would want to shift the conversation to, let's talk about fringe picks. Okay? What do you think is a spicy, because I think that's the best part about erratas and changes to the formats. People maybe are feeling a little bit more comfortable with their off the cusp, the deck that they're the most comfortable with, but it doesn't necessarily fit into that kind of upper echelon of the best characters in the room. What do you think fits into that sort of category?
It's tough because I actually think that some of these decks that might have been considered like fringe decks, I think they are in the upper echelon
Still
now.
competitive.
Yeah, yes, right. And I think they are in the upper echelon now because of things like the errata. I mentioned Puma earlier today.
Yeah.
I think that Puma is another one of those decks that is very difficult to play. However, I think it is incredibly strong, and I do think that we'll see that represented here. The other deck that I really enjoy and that I think could perform well at this event is Biolante.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I think the ability to, not only play a lot of the cards that DR or stuff card pools to be able to DR even further from the character's face, but the ability to tutor at least one attack from your discard, or on the defensive side, tutor things like Referee Jury, right? And then oftentimes getting to a point where you are tutoring 2 of those, right? I was doing, in my preparation for this event, I was playtesting with some of the players and playing some of these different decks I thought might see an appearance here that we haven't been represented on streams before. I played a little bit of Biolante, and it was one of those situations where on my defensive turns, I was pulling out, I was playing 2 or 3 juries consistently in those turns. And then Jury's other effect, besides reducing the damage to 4, being able to flip over, commit one of theirs once they play it in the hands, just adds more DR for Biolante because it's another face-down card in your card pool.
Yeah.
And so those are the 2 decks that I think that we will, see more of in this event than we've seen in the past. The other one potentially being, I think Allura is in a good spot right now as well.
Yeah, I think, with how powerful attacks, even things like Queen of the Monsters we've talked about, we said Destructive Heat Ray.
Yeah.
These bread and butter moves that people are building their decks around or building their packages around, I think are pretty, and Allura just kind of fights that really, really well.
Yep.
Obviously, haven't gotten much spell support, but finding other kill conditions, A good buddy of ours, Tam, he's been talking about sort of aggressive potential that Void now has, which
Yep.
I don't disagree with that, of course. I also think, in the same sort of sense of packages, I want to see who plays Overdrive Uppercut the best.
Yeah.
That attack is a monster of one because it, has these different modes that it can play with while also being sort of part of this, like, resource generation while also being an offensive threat, which is part of why Queen of the Monsters is so powerful because it's the same idea, but it goes to your stage instead of like momentum. What are your thoughts on the resurgence of backup decks? I think there might be quite a few of them. As you guys had the pleasure of commentating a match last round for that best of one singles, Zeke Yeager seems to show up everywhere I go.
Mm-hmm.
And, we have Sung Jin Woo, we have War Chief, who has won a regional in the past. Han Zoe is still playable, like even with changes that have happened across the card pool. Thoughts on backup decks and how they might be structured in the format?
It's funny. When backups were first introduced, and even some time after, I think probably until maybe a month or two after TMNT, even though the backup decks were doing well, obviously we had some changes after Zeke got kind of out of hand to kind of tone that down. I still didn't respect backups the way that I respect them now. Now I sit across from somebody and I see them playing a backup deck, and I'm just like, I don't know what I did wrong in life for me to be here dealing with, basically getting jumped by, the character and all their friends. I think backup decks are incredibly strong, and it's not just your Attack on Titan backups. It's not just your typical, but even decks that are playing things like we saw Genghis Frog with,
Yep. I've seen some Mondo Geckos in the room.
I think Mondo Gecko is actually one of the best, if not the best, backups that I don't think enough people are playing, honestly. I've gotten to the point where now any deck that I can play, confession, I'm a bit of I love to play water.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
And so I like blocking a lot, right? And so any deck that has, water and air, I've been pitting Mondo Gecko in there consistently. Just being able to not just give my attack speed, but also the speed reduction on their attacks. I think backups are in an incredible space right now, and I do think, if I had to make a prediction, that that backups are going to affect our top cuts.
I think even some of these characters that we've already been talking about, it's not just like the Pony Sunatories anymore that are playing, the Genghis Frogs and building them in.
With
right?
the 100th ally.
Yeah, I think there are just other. I think we're at the point in the deck building space of UniVersus and how long backups have been out now that people are willing to play those one or two very powerful backups to supplement into their deck. I have seen an amount of All Mights in the room that play Mondo Gecko because it's just that good offensively and defensively, right? So I'm excited to see how that kind of comes. But I'm glad I asked you the question. I believe we're very, very soon ready to jump into our round. So my last follow-up is I have a lot of stocks, while we're still in the Godzilla format. We have a new set, of course, coming out relatively soon with Tekken 8 as those previews are still happening, of course. A different monster. I want to talk about King Ghidorah, specifically the three-headed monster, which is the new one. This deck has had a lot of success at the local championship level across the globe, but we haven't seen it really have as much success in either of these regionals based off of the brackets that we just took. Do you think with these changes to Reiner, which I think was one of its worst matchups, like personally, it has more of a better space to maybe thrive this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I think the cop-out answer is I think every deck has more space to thrive now that Reiner is kind of out of the mix. And it is a situation as well where like these decks that were running Team Hero are going to be slowed down a little bit. I do not believe that that's another one of those decks that I don't believe that deck is the easiest deck in the world to play necessarily. I think the decision making and knowing when to pull the trigger on its abilities and stuff like that can trip people up. And those kind of decks are difficult to play and play well over the course of an entire 2-day event. But I do believe that we will see it represented more, and I do think it will perform better because, as you stated, Reiner's no longer there to squish that bug.
Well, speaking of, we have our first round of the teams matchup coming up shortly, and although we are getting the overlay fixed, we get to talk about Calvin Tahan, who we got to talk about a little bit before, and yes, he is, as they're going to get swapped, playing the new all-for-one Demon Lord, and, I'll be honest with you, Tito. This doesn't surprise me as somebody who has seen Calvin play characters like Amajiki for quite a long time.
when he brought this deck to our locals and I sat across from him and started seeing what he was doing, the light bulb went off and I go, oh, this is just Amajiki. You're just doing what Amajiki does. You are, manipulating momentum. You are, I don't want to spoil it too much, but using momentum effects, cards that do things in your momentum, and it is a Amajiki coded character that also gets to tutor an attack. I think this deck is really, really strong when again, all decks are strong when they do what they're supposed to be doing.
Correct.
I think this one is slightly more consistent, and I am kind of surprised that there aren't more people talking about this deck.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna while I should have done this earlier, but I am gonna pull him up because I think for everybody at home that doesn't know what he does quite yet. It is this epitome of what we even. I'm gonna put you in the time chamber. All the way back to Nationals of 2024 when the first All Might was being played, or sorry, the first All for One was being played, and Scott Sudman was actually having a good top cut run with this deck, and it was all about loading your entire momentum with these resources, and was able to play very powerful, whether it was the Echo keyword, which was relatively new to the game at that time, or these very powerful, powerful attacks where you dump all these momentum into. Now, with All for One Demon Lord, it now functions as this sort of secondary hand, which we saw in the past with some other characters, but now it just is not just, able to put powerful attacks like this Black Abyss that we've now checked and put into our discard pile on the side here for Calvin, but it now functions as extra resources to actually use and attack with. Solid build 5s from both of these players, though, but we do have Matthew, who's playing this Pony Sunotori, did win the die roll, and is going to be going first here, and so we're going to go ahead and kick things off with the first Electric Moth of the game.
Yeah, Electric Moth, another one of those cards that, since its release, we've just seen consistent play, right? Being able to discard and pick up at least 2 more cards. I think currently, some of the decks that I think struggle in this game are decks that struggle with being able to draw cards, right?
Yeah.
And Electric Moth just being so consistent for that effect.
Stage breakdowns, as I'm just kind of going in. Okay, so yeah, there's the All for One. We're going to go ahead and grab this first Black Abyss into our momentum. Of course, these scale with the more and more that you get of them. It's enhancing the momentum. Give +1/+1 for each copy of Black Abyss in your momentum, and that is an enhance you play in your momentum. So if you have all 4 of them, you can give 4 instances of 4/4 because of how that works.
Yeah, so All Might's once per turn effect saying that after he takes, I believe it's 5 or more damage, he gets to grab that momentum, that card from the discard pile, put in his momentum.
Yes, which is why we ate this Electric Moth here. And as we now go into a kind of, other story of this deck, but, one of the playable 2-check attacks in the game right now, we've got this Lethal Slash coming in, which is not only going to draw us more cards, but now if we go ahead and use the clear once per turn ability now on Pony Sunotori, we will have a blank card pool to do whatever we want with.
Yeah, so far what we're seeing out of Matthew in this Pony deck is what we expect.
Yeah.
Right? Is these Lethal Slashes, is these Electric Moths being able to, clear itself as well as Pony clearing. Although it looks like he spent, oh no, he did. He spent the counters to clear it out.
Yep. And then this is their second card, so it'll leave.
It'll
remove, I suppose.
Yeah.
And then we'll have a blank card pool, and we haven't checked bad at all yet, so we're going to have a pretty healthy stage. The Final War is also helping us out, so we haven't seen, our Genghis Frog maybe necessarily come in with a Hunter's Ally, but +1 damage to all of our moves is still good enough, and actually the only reason why Calvin was able to use that response on All for One. But here comes the Battle Aura release, but we don't have enough face downs yet to really get this to its full potential just quite yet.
Yeah, this is actually one of my favorite cards. Obviously, we have this card among a lot of other ones rotating at the beginning of next year when that set comes out. It giving +1 damage for every face down, it allowing you to flip one of your foundations to draw a card. And then, of course, we also saw, I think we missed it earlier, but Calvin using both soups that he built in order to gain 2 health back. So although he's been hit with 3 attacks so far, he's still in pretty good shape.
Yeah, and here we go. Still trying to keep the card pool clear. We have our first Queen of the Monsters coming in here, which is going to help us get rid of that attack and also build it down. We were watching the kind of Pony Machine, turn its gears. I kind of want to ask your opinion because I've always thought about, wanting to play a couple more cards or support that allow you to pick up these attacks after you build these down, but you don't typically see too many of those kind of cards being played in this kind of pony deck. Do you think it's on purpose? Do you just think there's not enough room? Do you think it's just already a very well-oiled machine?
Yeah, I think that, I mean, we see it here. We've seen it at past events. Pony just does not struggle to find the cards.
Yeah.
Right. And so finding the space for something that is just kind of, well, kill your opponent more, right? Doesn't seem like a good use of your deck list and your deck space. We see the Hunter's Ally building in the back of the Genghis Frog we mentioned earlier today. And this pony is just doing what pony does.
Game 1 of this first round, going over to Matthew Antonio on Pony Sunatori, winning that die roll, kind of something that we expected. But, of course, we are gone and said goodbye to our best-of-1 format for today. We've got a best-of-3 here. Sideboards are going to be coming in here. And, of course, remember, this isn't the end-all, be-all for Calvin Tahan and his team. This is a team effort here in this tournament. So we want to see the total team matchup here. So we've got Team Tahan playing All for One Demon Lord, also Armored All Might, and Jacob Johnson, as a great photo that Tam took. Yeah. Jacob Johnson and Ryan Levine also being here, sporting on their Team Tahan. But against, on the other side of the board, we've got Team Juan, which we know that Matthew here is playing Pony Sunatori, but there's also a Shun A and also a Rodan on this team. These are pretty stacked teams.
And of course we know, that Jacob Johnson is playing Armored All Might. No. Of course, Jacob Johnson is playing on Jacob Johnson.
Yeah.
And then Ryan Levine is playing the Armored All Might.
Yeah, and the way that the graphic works out for everybody at home, this is directly top to bottom vertically what they are playing against after, because the way that teams works is you roll off, you pick one matchup, then the opposing team gets to pick their matchup that they want after once you put all the characters out, and then the third one is obviously auto paired because of that. So there's a lot in my opinion to unpack about like team matchups and what decks you bring to this sort of event, and then who you plan on pairing into certain things. And when I look at these things specifically across the board, Armored All Might and Rodan, I think we're going to see a lot of this weekend.
I agree.
Who do you think is favored on that? And then who do you think picked it on purpose?
Well, listen, full disclosure, okay? Ryan Levine is one of my good buddies and my business partner. So I'm going to favor the Armored All Might on this because I still have to deal with them after this weekend. And I would never have anything on camera saying otherwise. I think that I think that the Rodan team ended up with picking up that matchup against Armored All Might.
Purposely putting the Rodan into Armored All Might, and then basically. Then, as the other team, you basically get to, and we're just making assumptions.
Sure.
But it's a fun thought experiment. Yeah. And so then, probably assuming for either, I'm sure, me knowing Jacob Johnson very well and talking to Calvin quite a bit, I bet they're of course coming into here as, well, I can beat anything, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that's the most Calvin Tahan thing I've ever heard.
I'm sure Jacob probably spoke up a little bit, wanted to pair into the Shunhei deck because being able to rebuild resources, using a lot of action cards, being able to disrupt what Shunhei wants to do. Yeah. Because of the amount of card pool manipulation they have to do for extra stats for Shunhei. I understand that he's probably favoring that matchup, and then I would assume we're actually watching the auto pair one. But of course, we got game 1 going over to Matthew Antonio, and now we're going to be moving into game 2 as our mulligans go through, and Calvin going to go for a solid build 4 here.
And obviously in that game 1, we saw Pony do what ponies do and hyper-aggressive turn 2 beat Calvin Tahan on the All for One. The one thing to note, though, is that because of the kind of stat manipulation that All for One gets to do with the things like the Black Abysses, with the Armor of the Wolves and stuff like that, we are in a situation where if there is an opening, 22 health is not a lot of health for this All for One deck to do. So it is a situation of what the Calvin side in to basically draw this game out just a little bit, to get to a point where he can swing everything at Pony and just blow it up.
And although we have a pretty good build turn here, when we went to play the Press the Advantage, I can't remember the name of this one.
Yeah,
Press the Advantage. We did check a 2 on it, which means
lethal slash.
Pony Sunatori had to be committed if we wanted to continue our build turn, which we did to build out 5 total cards into our stage. But not having Pony defensively to gain counters is actually one of the best reasons why I think this character is so good, because going second, you don't always necessarily feel it's a downside, because that bonus draw going second, actually having 8 cards in your hand, you can do a solid build turn and start generating those horn counters defensively. So this is a prime opportunity for Calvin Tahan to kind of really take over this match and this game too.
And even on only 4 foundations, he is playing a lot of
5 diffs.
5 discs, but he is playing cards that have text that say things like, if it deals damage, once your attack, he does have the inspiring songs. Of course, we talk about him playing a lot of 5 discs, and he starts off with the monster versus the machine.
Yeah.
3 diff. This card is so incredibly strong.
No, just all the keywords on it, right? I mean, like, first of all, Breaker 2 +1 mid block, incredible, but, powerful as well. Being able to still be a sort of low difficulty threat that you can play at the end of a chain, and it's still a 3 mid for 3, so the base stats are not bad.
Yeah, also, I think that Blitz, anytime you can target commit anything on your opponent's stage, I think that is incredibly powerful.
And it does pick assets, so
yes.
you can pick this Team Hero 15, which the errata, like I said earlier today, it's all telling the truth. It's better to use defensively, so you
Correct.
can pick a resource, even though it comes in committed, you will have it ready on your turn.
Correct.
If we stop it here, it means that's actually a full turn cycle that Calvin Tahan doesn't have to worry about what's getting built in. So it is going to go ahead and connect, going down to 18, as we did get our extra bonus damage from this one.
Yeah, the one that's 1/1 if it's your first attack.
Yes. With Aaron Yeager.
Now, the bonus damage was still just for 4, so all for 1 does not get to trigger.
Yeah, and I think that might be the actual struggle in Calvin's hand, because if we want to play anything after this, it's going to be quite expensive.
This is Gun Flame Fate. Yes.
So this generates a
5.
momentum on a 5, and it does check a 3, so we're going to have to make a decision here. But it looks like we're just going to commit our character and the foundation that no longer has text for us. Gets our tension token, Roman cancel token, sorry. But now that we have a momentum, we get some card advantage here. As I should probably pull up this one for everybody.
Yeah, I believe this also has base stats for damage. However, he does have that power token, which will get him over the edge if he chooses to pop it.
There we go for everybody at home. I don't have the cool art that he has, but so there it is. And then we're going to pop that power token so that we can hopefully, and there it is. We are going to hopefully connect unless a block comes through. Not one of the fastest moves in the world, but can also kind of zone check you. There it is, going to connect.
However, we did see the moment of normalcy get played to set it back to 4. So still will not trigger the all for 1 enhance. However, it was not blocked. So his next check to play a card does get +1.
So we could play a second one, but it still wouldn't be in that damage threshold. So even if Calvin wanted to play something like a 5 difficulty attack, it would be theoretically on a 6. And I'm not sure how many 6 checks we play.
Sure.
Yeah, it's going to be a little hard.
Well, I can see it in his hand. I believe he has an Armor of the Wolf. I'm trying to do the math right now on how many passes it would have to be, because he does have that 1 momentum for powerful.
1 momentum. We also have inspiring song, but it looks like we're going to just give up the goose, take our momentum. Because I think regardless, although we didn't get the trigger of the all for 1 here offensively, we still generated 3 momentum, one of which being this Roman cancel token. So got to feel pretty good for Calvin. Again, taking advantage of Pony while committed, tapping down that
freezing the moment of normalcy.
And freezing the moment of normalcy. So again, not only this Team Hero 15, whatever foundation you would want to build, not having to worry about it for a full turn cycle, but now this moment of normalcy, not having to worry about it as well. Builds in a couple 0 diffs.
He builds in I always forget the word, the glance. Is it
disarming glance?
Disarming glance, yes.
Yeah.
Says if an ability would add cards to your hand, cancel it.
Yeah, and remember this one is errated, so that even if the attack is like canceled or gotten rid of, it's just during that attack.
Correct.
No longer can lock out things like it could in the past.
Yeah, if the attack fizzled and did not resolve.
Yes. Yeah. He would float that effect for the whole turn, but no longer the case. But we have the first offensive turn here for Pony. Just going to play this Genghis Frog, just reestablish the stage. Makes sense. Our board was pretty heavily touched on the back end here. But I'll be honest with you, Tito, I think I saw another monster versus machines, which means us not using the Team Hero 15 offensively here on Matthew's turn means that there's an opportunity where Calvin can do the same play we saw last time and commit it again and not have to deal with it for now 2 turns in a row, really punching a big hole into this Team Hero 15 that we spent and built as our first card of this entire game for Matthew.
And again, Pony now at 14 health. I believe I saw Calvin draw another Armor of the Wolf, so I believe the attacks in his hand are that Monster versus Machine and 2 Armor of the Wolves. Not to mention the fact that he does have 2 attacks that he can play next with all for 1's enhance. So it's going to take a lot of work, I think, here for Matthew and Pony to survive. this turn.
Yeah, I mean, Calvin, a very good player. Of course, now looking at discard pile for the pony. I think we're looking at block zones to maybe see what we think is going to be the best option for us here. I am reminding myself, so I am looking just to remind myself on the all for one text, like you said. So yeah, you're allowed to commit him, and you may try and play any one card from your momentum as your next card this turn. But if you do, it does leave. It removes itself from when it clears the card pool.
And that, unlike his response, that is not a once per turn. So
Correct.
he actually potentially has, depending on how this turn plays out, 2 more attacks besides the ones in his hand.
It is a commit for it though.
Correct. But he does get to ready himself.
Yes, that is true. Yes. You do get to ready with the trigger, so you can do 2 of them.
Correct.
And of course, we want to be able to hopefully also add selectively whatever attack we want in our discard pile to our momentum to then use that. But there is that monster versus machine that we were just talking about.
Matthew having the expression on his face of, great, here it comes again, there goes my team hero, and of course that is what he chooses.
Yeah, very, very great lines here from Calvin, and having the right tools at the right time to punish these sort of decision-making. Not to say that I think Matthew made the wrong call. I actually love building for 2 turns before going in as Pony because, I mean, the more resources you have in your stage, it, 1, gives you more time to sculpt your hand for more attacks, which is exactly how you need this deck to work, and 2, it has you more resources so that if you inevitably do check bad, especially in a deck where we're playing 2 checks, you can keep going even afterwards.
Yeah, Matthew using the pony in the hands to discard 2, draw 1, discarding 2 feral streaks and then removing them with the response, so he actually drew 3 off of that.
Aaron's sidestep enhance coming through for the -2. If we completely block it, we'll also draw a card, and because of pony, we can always fully block, but I'm assuming we probably just have a good mid block for this. Looking at the battle or release.
Yeah, battle or release is a 2 mid block.
Yeah. There it is. Blocks on a 3s, unfailable, and then we'll draw our card to replace itself. Now that is 1 attack though out of Matthew's hand, but I think Matthew is very accurately assessing. This is our game to lose, so we need to play super good defense, and we can always hopefully return the amount of damage that we need to. But remember, all for one, this one we've had a bit of a glow up. The old all for one, 34 life on this one added to the game, and dealing damage and or taking damage is even how you use this character. So. Makes sense on why we have a little bit more health. There's that first Armor of the Wolf coming down on a 6. Checks a 3.
And this is coming at Matthew, I believe Calvin indicated.
Yes, yeah. We have to decide because we do have a backup on the other side of the board.
Armor of the Wolf is one of those cards that when this card first came out, you saw it. Every deck that could run it was running this card. It felt so it felt so incredibly strong. And it has fallen by the wayside since.
I'll be very honest with you. I was playing this even in Pony.
Okay.
I've been playing Pony since she came out, and when Pony came out, you're a character that has 4 enhances on your face, and one gives speed, 1 zone changes on it, and one of them makes your next Armor of the Wolf easier to play. So
it's just response.
Yes,
response.
Response. Exactly.
Yeah.
So it got so long, and it was just like a spicy 1 of or like a 2 of, depending on what you want to do. Not including how many other enhances are you playing in your stage. Other buttons that you're allowed to push. So this attack, I think, is always going to be looked at in some capacity, and like, what is the best way to abuse it? I remember even when Sasha came out, shoving the 1 difficulty cards into your momentum, which are really good for this card because it has EX and powerful 3.
Yep.
So it's just one of those cards I think a lot of people are always going to look at, and then of course, whenever they do connect and the game isn't over, you get more damage. So with its own playable momentum ability. Going to be playing some of our own enhances, though. We're drawing a bunch of cards on the response because we had a card leave.
I saw Calvin Tahan play that inspiring song, and I believe chose himself. So you do anticipate that he will be throwing more attacks.
Yeah, so drawing all the resources we can, and also means that we can use more pony enhances to discard 2, draw 1 by triggering all of those, press the advantage, so that we have some extra gas in the tank.
Calvin paying 1 momentum for the EX ability on Armor of the Wolf.
Last Horn counter disappears, gives that -2, so we're only at 6 speed, and we haven't gotten basically any damage on it until just now when they both consecutively pass to go to the block step. Checks at 3 on this block, so we are going to have tapped almost everything out. 1 ready to foundation and our character left, which means it's going to be pretty hard going forward, and we did use our once per turn clear already on Pony, so this next one is going to be all but unblockable.
On a 7, checks a 7.
That is really good, too. The inspiring song coming through. Yeah, the question is, even with a -2 speed from Pony, I think you still get the horn counters and just hope that this can't kill me.
Right.
But Calvin, I think, is going to maybe try and get this to 14. Can we see if we can? How many buttons do we have?
I
don't think we
don't
do.
think we
I think we
do.
have one.
Yeah.
No, because this one didn't connect, so we weren't even able to shove a card from our momentum card from our discard pile into our momentum, which would have maybe given us another enhance. But all the rest of these buttons on our stage can't really be pressed, as we have a 2 difficulty with only responses on it, 0 difficulty with no enhances, a 0 difficulty that would give -1 damage and then just give it +1
Plus
again,
one back, yeah.
right?
Yep.
On the tough skin. So yeah, that one is going to connect though, knocking Pony down to 8 and finally getting our first response of the game for All for One. And like you said, it does ready up the character, which means whatever we put here, we have to play an attack,
And
use
then-
the enhance,
correct.
and then we could play another move from our momentum. Oh,
Choosing the monster versus machine.
which is a good 3 diff that
Yes.
could potentially be that option, but we need to play another attack first.
Yeah, and
from
I'm not
Calvin.
sure I saw a fourth attack in hand for Cal. Maybe I just missed it, or is he
No,
just
you're right.
valuing that for a later turn? Yeah.
And
looks like we're
remember,
gonna
we can
build
do it
that here.
defensively.
Yes, correct.
So that breaker 2.
That breaker 2. Yes. Wow, that card just has everything on it.
Yeah,
Just
it
all
does.
the text.
I was thinking the powerful to maybe try and win the
Yeah.
game, but you're right. It's got the +2 breaker block.
Mm-hmm.
And we are going to get this Armor of the Wolf, obviously, that connected. So building a couple more foundations for Calvin, grabbing this extra momentum, and remember our character is ready, so we have a bonus card from our momentum that we can block with. And I believe we're only holding 1 on Calvin's side. Passing back, successful defense from Matthew,
Yeah.
and that's all you could be asking for right now. But now it's up to Matthew. Can we deal 34? But a Genghis Frog helps us get through that pretty quickly.
The caster's curse of me saying that Matthew was going to have a lot of work to do for Calvin not to win this match, and then immediately discarding 2 Feral Streaks to draw 3 cards.
Not a whole lot of gas in the tank, though. I see a Lethal Slash
and
and
an Electric Moth? Yes.
And we are not at 10 foundations. So it is just a
mean-
draw 2.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
And this is still, I mean, listen, Pony goes, Pony digs. This is another card that digs. It is not 34 health is not a ton of health if he can dig and find the attacks and just string them out here.
Yeah, even just like Electric Moth is the weakest attack in the
Yep.
deck. Like 4 damage is the weakest attack. They all get +3
3. Yep.
because of Genghis Frog. We are immediately going to go use this Team Hero 15. I'm interested to see what we grab. It is a Tenacious card, so eventually when we actually clear something from our card pool, we will have a bonus foundation, which is, again, one of the sneaky uses of still using Team Hero 15 in the errata. But if every attack did 7 and Calvin blocked absolutely nothing, while also looking at 1 tough skin on our side of the stage,
Yep.
we need 35. That's
5 attacks.
That's 5 attacks,
Yeah.
exactly. So,
And I think we saw him throw, I don't know, 22 attacks in the last round, last game.
we did definitely play
Something like
every
that.
single
Something
one.
like that. Yeah.
Everybody at home, I will pull up the Electric Moth. But yeah, I mean, it's really just about can we find this stuff, because as we said, like, we know that Lethal Slash will come after this. We know with the Pony Clear that we'll leave the open card pool and essentially ready almost everything in our stage except for that other face down that we had to commit because we checked a 3 playing this Moth. But there it is, the first 7 damage connecting and also not triggering All for One.
That's interesting. If not knowing that you're gonna take this to the face and then not choosing to trigger it so that you tutor the card in.
Yeah, and it's just like Tenacious.
Correct.
Once per turn. Like you
Correct.
don't it doesn't waste you turning your character sideways.
Yes.
It
The
does,
timing-
however, it does stop if you want to commit first and then use it again to ready the
Sure.
character.
If you actually want to use the
so-
block that's in there.
So
I
maybe
see.
Calvin's cooking, and I'm not respecting his
I'll
game.
never doubt again.
I'll never doubt again. Lethal Slash, though, draws the card on play, of course, or with a blitz, and then comes in with those 3, and then we can only assume that once we get to this Pony Enhance, we will go to 4 counters, use 3 of them. Here
To
is
clear it
that
out, ready the Mother's Embrace.
he's allowed to play something from his momentum. He doesn't have to decide right now, but he's allowed to play a card. And it looks like we're going straight to it. No Pony Enhance. It looks like, came through, so... Oh, I'm so sorry. We Disarming Glance. I missed it. We did. We said, no, you're not allowed to use Pony here. I'm going to
Oh,
try
I
and keep
see.
as many cards into your card pool right now. Of course, this one will still remove. The Breaker 2 is going to happen. Reading our new cards, of course, for everybody, making sure that we do the right stuff. So, yeah, we did put that block. I think
And that was
Calvin,
for 4 damage, right? So All for One will not ready here.
Yes, and I think the question there was because the block got flipped, because of the analytical. No, I'm sorry. What am I thinking of?
Yeah, analytical observation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it got flipped, will the card still get removed from the effect of
Oh,
all for one?
yes.
I believe the answer is
The
still
answer
yes.
is yes. Yes, correct.
Yeah, so there it goes.
Yeah.
It's still that card.
Yes.
It doesn't actually care whether it's face up or face down.
Correct.
But there we are. We are going to go ahead and connect and build a couple more. And Calvin now is going to have another turn here and 8 life to go through. Draws up.
Looks like we have a gun flame, and that is the new all-for-one attack. Malice. God, what's the
I mean, if you get one word.
malice? Yeah.
Persistent malice. There you go.
I thought that's what it was, and I just didn't pull the trigger on it. Yeah, persistent malice.
It makes sense.
This is the alternate art.
It's the first card in a very long time that has another momentum ability. And the Gunflame Flame. So we're going to start with this one, but it's fun because I'm actually interested to see what people think of that Persistent Malice, only because, again, we haven't had abilities that have worked in the momentum in quite some time, I feel like.
Yeah.
And this one is a new one. And it's very tame, I guess, in my opinion. -2 to check is fine, but with this Gunflame Flame, we are going to go ahead and get that Roman Cancel token. And
I think it's a situation, too, with that particular card is that in a deck where you can tutor it in from somewhere else and doesn't actually have to deal damage on itself.
Yeah, sure.
I think it's strong in all for one specifically. We'll see if it gets played anywhere else this weekend.
Right. Yeah,
But,
that's true.
Yeah, but the Gun Flame Fleet coming out, getting him that attention, I do think that is super, super important because as you can see from his foundations, he doesn't have a ton of defensive foundations in this deck necessarily. He is just, face checking, raw blocking, and then using things like Gun Flame Fleet to have that Roman Cancel token. So if he does not get the job done here, he still has an opportunity to survive the Pony Onslaught.
All for one enhance just came down. The one before that was a Aaron sidestep, so that's why we're drawing a card here for Matthew after we fully block this Gunflame Flame, which means we're also not going to get the +1 other check. But here comes that Monster versus Machine on a 3/4, checks a 3, taps 1, and I would assume this is probably targeting down that. Yep, there
Moment
it
of
is.
normalcy. I was going to ask before you what the target, but that's the one. Yes. And then that one is frozen because we are at 10 foundations, correct?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
10 with the frozen one.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is there cards in stage though? I don't think it's frozen.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh, where am I?
Yeah, you're missing. This
Oh,
is
I'm
the
sorry.
sleeves.
I
Yes,
saw the
they kind of
sleeves.
blend. Yes.
I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, there's definitely not.
currently 3 committed.
Yes, there are. But yeah, so that is the extra bonus text on the Monster vs. Machine is, once you have 10 or more, that card that you commit is actually also frozen. And it's very interesting because I thought a lot more people would actually be playing that card, and now I think Calvin is the first one I've seen actually register this one.
The Monster vs. Machine?
Yeah.
I think that card is so incredibly good. Again, I mentioned it earlier. That has all of the texts.
Yeah. Selective committal, freeze,
Mhm.
defensive block trick,
Powerful.
late game powerful, and also generates you a power token that you can use for later as long as it deals damage.
This is going to be a very slow. It's a 1 mid for 4 currently.
Yeah, +1 damage from the Armor of the Wolf. Remember, we did play this from our momentum.
Correct.
So if we have something deal 5, Calvin could then use that response again for all for 1, ready up, and then we could potentially play something like a Roman Cancel token, right, as our next attack. Just kidding. We do have that Armor of the Wolf in case we want that to come through, but I assume Calvin probably wants to actually bank on that to help give us stats to all these other attacks. But as we're very aware, the only other thing that we have left after this in our hand is that Persistent Malice.
Yep.
So, which does have 5 base damage, so it could get that trigger that we're looking for. But then at that point, we wouldn't have the enhanced capabilities to use all for one again because we'd need another move, and we don't have one. It looks like in our hand. Can we count to 4? Persistent Malice is probably not worth playing unless you're just trying to get cards out of Matthew's hand. Like, we know the Pony can perfect block anything and give -2 speed with our 3 horn counters that we have left. So is it just that you want to get a card out of your opponent's hand, or you make them use the horn counters so they start their turn with 0?
I think that he was just trying to figure out which cards he's actually going to build and which ones he's going to hold in hand for defensive 4 blocks.
But remember, we're already at 9 foundations, so are you afraid of deadlock? Are you afraid of deadlock? Can deadlock hurt you?
No. I don't see any Godzilla versus Biolantes on the field, so deadlock does not scare me.
That's fair. So it looks like we're going to dip our toes.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe 2 toes into deadlock. Just for some draw power. As we
And the
Oh, I
was
got
that Ruthless Guardian?
Yeah, Ruthless.
Mhm.
Yeah. I always
So
forget. I
there-
actually like it because this is the Void Attuned one, right?
Correct.
Yeah, yeah. So
And this is the one that says that each player seals a card,
a non-character
a
card.
non-character card.
Yeah, so I get to pick one of yours, you get to pick one of mine.
Mm-hmm.
At enhanced speed, which is different than its kind of like predecessor on Death Attune from Critical Role. Right, where we both get to pick one
Yeah.
and we seal them. But this one's enhanced speed, so it not actually just functions as an offensive piece, but it functions as a defensive piece as well. That you can turn off one of their best with. So yeah, there's that Ruthless Guardian.
I do, if I'm not mistaken, it can also seal that Roman Cancel.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes. And cards in card pool.
Yes. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see if he actually, when he pulls the trigger on that card, I have to imagine he would pull it after he plays the Roman Cancel if he needs to play the Roman Cancel. But
Yeah, not very good against moves with like blitzes,
Correct.
because there's no point in sealing this one. But yes, we have a Hunter's Ally being played here, and we already have the Genghis Frog. So now it's really just, in my opinion, about building extra cards in your like foundations that are allies or things like Team Hero, right?
yeah, I
So-
think I obviously we can't see through his discard right now. I do think that if he has a Team Hero, I think that is what he'll end up building. Although, looking at his hand right now, I see one other attack.
Yeah, it looks like we didn't have an ally,
Yeah,
or it got canceled and I missed it. Because instead what we went straight to
Two
was
was
the
the
Pony
Pony
Enhance.
Enhance,
Yeah,
yes.
so we pitched our two, one of them being the Genghis Frog. And yeah, we're gonna immediately start pressing some buttons. 2 speed. We're at that point in the game where you have enough horn counters, and we can only use the -3 horn counters once per turn. So start giving some stats, make it a little harder. Expend the resources on Calvin's side of the board. Gonna go for the block with this tough skin. 679. 679.
Yep.
Or
Checks the
679. There
Yep.
we go. Yeah, taps 3 foundations for that full block, and then here comes a more threatening high attack for that battle aura release.
On a 5, checks the 5. I promised you 2 weeks ago there would have been significantly more ally targets in his discard pile because there would have been 3 other copies of Team Hero in this deck.
Now you think it's just the one?
We
don't know.
Or the 1 or 2, yeah. We don't
Oh
know.
yeah,
but-
we just checked an ally though.
Yeah.
With the
Oh,
show
true.
begins message.
All right, now this card is fully online with four max 4. We have more than 4 face down foundations. So this is actually going to be a 4 high 11 if no speed is added to it.
But like I said, we have so many horn counters at this point, and as long as
And
we have
here we
cards in
go.
our hand to keep doing it, we want all of these to be as fast as possible. Get rid of these resources as quickly as we can. And then again, we still even have our -3 for us to clear out. But we could be waiting to save that on Matthew's side because of the double Mother's Embrace. Maybe we just want to wait to clear a card until we actually check bad and then get some of our foundations back. Because if I'm Matthew, I would imagine this is probably my final turn.
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree. There's no reason to clear now and lose out on and then he goes.
Okay, I mean,
and
it's fine. It
and
just
the
means
Matthew yep.
we would need something like a Queen of the Monsters
Sure.
to trigger these. Right, I'm pretty sure. Does it say leave or does it say clear specifically on Mother's Embrace? I think it says clear.
I think it says clear.
I'll look. It is clear.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it wouldn't work in that same
No.
way. Sorry, production is messing with us.
Now I've had a glance at his hand. It does appear that he has enough attacks in hand right now that Calvin Tahan does not,
the full block coming through, though, with that Persistent Malice, I thought was really good, obviously, for the 11 damage. But yeah, here comes Hunter's Ally, and now we have
I guess
that.
we still have that Roman cancel token too. So
That's true. That's
Yes.
And we'd have momentum, of course.
Yes.
That's what our deck does. So as long as we don't run into a sort of like trick that comes in on the pony side. But I think that this Hunter's Ally is probably just building us a foundation.
and it's going to be the Shobajins that we
There it
mentioned
is.
earlier.
Plus 1 extra resource. Can't ever say no to that. And it's not something Calvin has to worry about necessarily offensively. It's just a resource that we're going to commit. Pony Enhance, discard 2, one of which being a Wish Hard, so it's draw 2 back. Drawing a Team Hero and
A Queen of the Monsters
Queen of
look
the
like?
Monsters,
Yep.
and I think there's another Hunter's Ally, I think is that we spotted
Mhm.
in hand. So our turn is about to get a little expensive, progressive difficulty-wise, but
With
we
9 ready foundations, once
Yeah.
that Queen of the Monster comes down, there'll be another ready foundation that he gets to play with. I don't think playing cards is going to be an issue. I think just Matthew's running into, will he have enough? Will he run out of gas before?
yeah, Calvin
kills.
block math is really where we're at.
Mhm.
23 life for Calvin to play with. Remember, all of these are basically 7 damage minimum. This one's actually for 8, of course. And we are going to go ahead. We take the 8, go down to 15, and now we get to put a secret Mauska tool in our momentum for later. It is going to be that persistent malice, so the minus check is probably a real line of defense that Calvin's going to go through. So we said maybe 9 ready resources is enough, but I mean, I can only imagine when a Queen of the Monsters comes through, you're going to want to hack that check, right?
Yeah, I really like that move of Matthew leaning over to try to read the card of momentum, and Calvin going, it's the same one right here. Just flipping that one around.
Open information, and I will pull that up for everybody. I know we keep talking about it, but we haven't actually seen it get played. But Persistent Malice has that response while it's in the momentum where you just flip it, and it's after you commit your character. Your rival's next tech is -2, so he can't use it if on this check.
Right, it would be the next one.
Correct. It would be on the next one when you can actually press the button here. But checking a 3 on here on this Queen of the Monsters means we're going to see at least 4 foundations committed, and there they are. And, of course, like you said, this one at least is going to give us 1 resource back because of its ability.
Oh, Matthew choosing to
spend
momentum to add 1 in instead of clearing the progressive.
Attack. We want a Final Wars. Maybe we need a little bit of extra damage instead. Remember, it also draws that card. So there it is. We're going to build it down. So all the attacks are going to get +1 more. So this is also for 11 damage. And Pony, of course, probably going to be giving 2 speed to everything. Going for the Pony Enhance, pitching 1, pitching 2, drawing 1. No attack.
No, so he has 1 attack left in hand, and with that Roman Cancel token, this is going to pit him at 4, which pits him just at enough
sweet spot.
Yes,
where you can
where
Roman
he
cancel to 1.
And live at 1, yeah.
Or you Roman cancel this one and whatever.
Sure. Yeah.
And then you challenge Matthew to actually get a move to 12
correct.
or whatever, right? So, which is maybe scarier because of things like momentum existing and like maybe a powerful attack coming through. So. Yeah, I think you're right. You always save the... I guess we're going to use it now. We're going to say this is actually for 3. Remember, we did not use... we lost that momentum anyway, so the Persistent Malice didn't matter because we didn't actually commit our character sideways.
Yeah.
But it was that extra bonus momentum, of course. Going to 12. Having to shuffle our deck... Did I miss win? Did we draw a card or something?
Yes, off
of
the Final Wars. Yes, you drew off the Final Wars.
Yeah, so
I do wonder why. What's your thinking here? Why not commit all for 1 there, knowing that you have that Persistent Malice in?
Yeah, because it just flips over. You still would have had the momentum to use. I think you just do it, right?
Yes.
Whether or not you actually play the Armor of the Wolf as a block on the next attack or not or whatever, it doesn't really matter.
Right.
It's just getting the full use of it. So that would be my only real take. Also, we use the Final Words with exactly 1 card left in our deck. Obviously, if we are playing perfectly, we know what that is.
Yes.
And so
it was this
lethal slash here on a 4, 5, 6, 7, checking a 3. And there we go. We have to tap our 4 for it. Now, again, this one doesn't clear. This one removes. So these Mother's Embraces are still going to be stuck here. But this is for 8 damage.
And then the last attack we saw in hand was another Hunter's Ally. That would be on an 8. So Pony would be on check a 5.
Check a 5, tap everything out. And then also assume that Calvin can't play another block.
This is only a 3 high. Maybe this is why it's going to be a 5 high, 6, 7 with the Armor of the Wolf is 1 high or 2 high? 2 high?
2 high?
2 high. So it'll be on a 9.
5,
still
6, 7, 8, 9. Check a 4 or 5. Check a 5.
Check a 5.
You got to turn your character sideways.
Yep.
So we
and
did still have it.
And
okay.
does it now? Yes.
That's good.
Okay.
Then.
Yeah. Again,
I'll
never doubt again. I
didn't know we had a bonus one. As he also moves his character further off screen, so I can't see.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we had the extra bonus one as well. Oh, what did I just miss? Was that? We just flipped over. Go back. I want to go back so bad. It was definitely some sort of like, hey, tap your board.
Yes.
Deadlock tap.
Tap 2, he had tap?
Does that exist? I missed it, though. And then we're also sealing something.
Yes.
Oh, we're sealing so the response cannot occur. This is great defense here from Calvin. Again, we also tough skin.
And then he goes, my whole board is face down and blank. Steal whatever you want. Yeah.
Wow, impeccable here as it's going to connect but still leave a card in the card pool. Now it's not check a 5. Now it's impossible.
It's impossible.
So because we did the extra committing.
And he's fully committed.
And that is going to be the pass back from Matthew. Perfect defense from Calvin, but you still have to finish the game. 4 more damage to go. Can we draw the gas?
Well, we saw one attack. Yes. We do know that he has a Another one that he will get access to from his.
As long as we enter the
character,
enhanced step,
yes.
yeah. No flash tricks or anything.
Oh, he has 2 attacks.
Oh, Black Abyss, Black
2,
Abyss.
3?
Looks like Black Abyss, Black Abyss.
And he's got a Goblin Bolt. That's the altar all the way on the right.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
There we go. So
Oh,
it's looking pretty over here
Mhm.
for Matthew, but of course our players must play it out. And why not get some soup along
Sure.
the way? You
a
know,
little extra health, one more
yes.
damage.
There it is, an aerial goblin boat. And remember, because of the final wars, it does get an extra damage. So this is actually already for lethal, and we can seal one of these in case there's a miraculous way where a card can be pulled or cleared from the card pool. But even with the -2 speed, it looks like we should be able to block this one unless Calvin has some great speed tricks that we can see coming through. But I'm not sure what that would be necessarily. Or we can perfect block this because of Pony if we wanted to. 1 mid for 4. Give it a couple more damage with a soup.
So what's interesting to note on Aerial Goblin Bolt is that, if I'm not mistaken, it can cancel any enhance.
Yes.
So playing it first so that when Pony goes to speed reduce, you cancel the speed reduction.
Which means that this one is going to probably spell the end of the game, because unless that is exactly a 0 low block from Matthew, I think this is going to be quite unblockable. So we lose the 3. We cancel the clear, which is actually worse, because if you would have canceled the -2 speed instead of the clear.
I think.
But we show a mid block anyway. We
I
don't have the resources. Game 2, going to Calvin Tahan. We're going to game 3 with 20 minutes left on the clock.
am interested to know what, if anything, came in from the sideboard. I mean, I think that was just a situation where it was just Calvin being able to go first this time, build up a stage to be able to actually block efficiently. And then, of course, there were situations where we saw Matthew and he drew into 1 attack, 2 attacks.
Yeah.
And so didn't have the gas he had in game 1.
I've sent production over to get a team update because remember, we're so entrenched into this one
I am so
match
fully focused. I forgot that
that
he
there are
has
2 teammates.
Yes.
Which, and it's a double-edged sword though.
Yep.
As our players shuffle up and they're going into game 3. There is a world where your match that you play actually doesn't matter.
Correct.
Because if your 2 teammates both win or they both lose and you don't even finish yours, there's a world where it's actually decided ahead of time. So we're getting an update because what we don't want to have happen is that, of course,
Yes.
we want to assume that every match matters, which they do. They do at home.
Stakes are important. Stakes are important.
Absolutely. And this is still round 1. But remember, you have to go truly undefeated today on teams if you want to take home those belts. So,
Right,
so this is quite literally single elimination. You know, of course, you can keep playing. You get tickets per win.
Yeah.
People are going to play for their prize wall tickets. And it's a great event, so you should have fun with your friends, like you said.
Yeah.
But the winner of this is a team that will still be in the running for these belts. So production is going to come back and give us a little bit of an update. So
Okay.
it looks like our update is that Jacob Johnson won his match for Calvin Tahan's team, and Ryan is currently up a game as they are going into more of their matchup. So there is a world where even for all of you Pony Sunatori fans at home, if Calvin does lose this, there is still another match that will be the decider on this team matchup. But also, we could be witnessing, if Calvin Tahan wins this entire match, that could be the lock-in for their team.
Yep. You mentioned it earlier. So one of the changes in this team's event from the past regionals is that we have moved to a no top cuts in this team's event. It is just a Swiss tournament, 2-1 undefeated team, and that team will get the belt. Part of the reason being so that we can stream all of it on one day and have people who want to participate in this event who also want to do well in the main event not have any sort of conflicts and not keep us here hostage until midnight on Sunday. As much as I enjoy hanging out with
I'm not
you.
a hostage. I'm having a blast. I mean, it's just the fact that we can sit here and while our players do their build turns as we see this first Hunter's Ally hit the board here for Matthew. I mean that we're all here to play UniVersus, So there's plenty of people, not even participating in teams that we can see sitting in front of us. We've got card slinging. We have the great response on players who are doing our social media takeover this weekend once again.
Mm-hmm.
So people are running around, they're taking photos, they're laughing, they're having a good time. Or vendors, all these things are adding up together for this amazing energy here in this room. So this team's event is just one of many things happening. So I'm no hostage here, Tito.
Response on play doing it so nice. They asked them to come back twice. So that Hunter's Ally built in the Shobajine's message. We did see Calvin Tahan use the use the enhance on all for one, or get to ready all for one in the response once per turn for taking that damage from the hunter's ally.
Great use of that character going second as well. You're allowed to expend it
Yep.
As a resource to build foundations, and then you still can ready it up, and now it's an extra resource, which means you actually kind of get +1 hand size to yourself while also getting the extra bonus draw when you went second. But yeah, Lethal Slash coming through here. Remember, draws a card with that Blitz, and then this is our second card. So if Pony so wishes, we will have a completely clear card pool. But what I'm kind of learning a lot, and what I'm seeing is, yes, we're going to get the clear here for the once per turn, but because of things like Queen of the Monsters, as we kind of saw Matthew use it, not just for its build down effect, but also the momentum part of it, sometimes it's just valuable that if you're just going to like kind of stop slinging stuff for the turn, taking that momentum and saving those horn counters for later.
Yeah.
Electric Moth now coming in with that clear card pool, going to help us get some even more cards in our hand, and of course extra ways to discard bad ones. But with that Queen of the Monsters that we just drew off of it,
to join the other two we already had in hand.
Yeah, so we have this again, more capabilities of continuing on with this attack string to put up and try and that's exactly what we saw in game 1, right? So this could be very quickly a repeat of that game, whether this is the final turn or not. It's going to deal a lot of damage for Calvin defensively.
With 6 cards in stage, checking this on a 6, I mean, unless we run into rolling 3s, he can keep playing.
It's triple queen, I think.
Triple queen in his hand, yes.
Wow, that's pretty good for the casinos.
Yeah. Chooses to just pass.
Yeah, I think my only fear, if I was Matthew, and why I think that's a decision is, based off of what you've seen Calvin's deck do across these 2 games, you don't fear that you're going to die right now, which means and probably not have to block with these Queen of the Monsters. I just don't think it adds up to enough damage right now. 7 times 3 is 21, when Calvin is at 23 right now. We don't have a Genghis Frog in our stage. There is one now in our in our discard pile, so we can like get it there eventually. But Calvin's just going to take another turn off here. This is actually pretty perfect play, I think, from Matthew, if that's the kind of read and thinking that you can't die, because now he's going to have a full grip of these 3 queens. Great discard cards now, and we can lead things off here first with this electric mod. So I think this is actually pretty incredible for Matthew. And just like we've talked about, you know, the pony casino is very real, where whatever the cards you start your turn with are never the cards that you end up playing for the entirety of the turn because of your character ability. But we're gonna probably.
I think.
Yeah.
I guess you do have a momentum, so you can lead off with this Queen of the Monsters, tutor in whatever you want to build down.
Yeah. It was close. We thought about it. Oh, we're still thinking about it. Ooh. Electric. Some Mothra card will be played.
It'll be some bug.
Some Mothra card will be played.
Queen of the Monsters checks the 3 on the 5, commits down the Dumbfounded and the Low Guard. Those cards are blank anyway.
Correct. They pass checks like they just did. Yeah, for everybody at home, it is at a foundation, so it can only be that.
So we can't get the Genghis Frog, pick it in, and build it down.
But you are allowed to build any card from your card pool. So if there was a world where you could hard play the Genghis and then build it down if you wanted. But yeah, we can't. We can only add in foundations with the discard momentum ability.
I missed which one was. Did he build in the analytical?
Okay. Perfect. But yeah, you're right. So we're going to go ahead and give it 2 speed as well. And, you know, again, because these are 7 base damage moves, you know, Calvin's going to feel pretty wanted to block these. Going to take our free momentum. Finally free, right?
Yes, and currently with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I do think Kamatahan is in a good position, even with these speed coming from these horn counters, to be able to block throughout this turn, especially with the 2 inspiring songs. And he did use the soup to gain a health.
Yep. Blocks on an 8. We did check a 5. Taps our 3 foundations for it. Persistent Malice coming in very good again here. And then Queen of the Monsters, take 2 on a 6. Checks a 5. Gonna go ahead and tap one of those analytical observations.
Thought about checking the Shobuji's message, which would have been a message in itself of, you are just going to die this turn, I am not worried.
But Matthew playing it safe. That's fine. You have a second analytical,
yeah.
So it's not too bad. Yeah, I'm gonna build down to that attack card, face down.
Picks up the Battle Aura.
Pretty good.
I mean, this does look, although this is turn 3 versus turn 2, this does look like a repeat of game 1, where Pony just is drawing all the attacks, all the gas, and has enough foundations to just continue play them and clear them out.
Yeah, it's gonna need to be some crazy like defensive tricks here, which I mean, I I've seen Calvin play these sort of like chaos decks that do this sort of thing, and you're kind of like, I feel like at least for me, aside from like actions and stuff that can exist in hand, everything that you have that's available is very open to your opponent.
Yeah.
You know, you know what attacks in your discard pile that you're shoving into your momentum. You know what cards are in your stage. So I'm just trying to think of like a crazy block trip that could like keep ourselves alive here. But there is Queen of the Monsters number 3 coming down on a 6, checks the 5, commits 1 foundation here, builds down another attack.
And so I believe Calvin is at 17 health.
Yes.
So this is going to come for another 7. So he does have some leeway. Holding on to those inspiring songs, I was going to say, I wonder if at some point he tries to slow down. Now that he's seen 3 Queen of the Monsters and
There's
says...
one, -1 to your check. Do we see a second one? It looks like we are. Breaker 2. Feels pretty good.
It says, I don't believe you have another one, so this one will stay in the card pool for a while, and let's give Breaker 2.
And we remember...
That's true.
Now, Calvin is going to press the Enhance instead on All for One, but the thing about Inspiring Song is that it can end your turn. So it can be stacked on top with other check hacks to actually end people's turns. But it looks like Calvin pressed the button on the All for One, so we can try and play a card from our momentum as our next card this turn. And it looks like we're just going to eat it first and turn this Persistent Malice into our momentum, now taking the 7, going to 10.
And so this also does not have the safety text as well. So if he is able to block the next one, we know that he has the Monster vs. Machine in hand, which has Breaker 2 on it. That's essentially, if he commits All for One, does a Persistent Malice, that's another Breaker 2 in essence. So we're looking at Breaker 4 after this attack if he's able to block it.
Well, and if I remember correctly, as I pull him up, it says you may try to play 1 card from your momentum as your next card this turn.
Correct.
That effect is still live.
Correct.
So that Persistent Malice just has a high block as well.
Oh, that's true.
But it looks like Matthew just ends the turn, afraid of the giant check hacks. So those Inspiring Songs did get wasted, but if we just talk about having an extra turn, not a waste.
Yeah. I think he's still alive. I think it's not a waste.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. 22 full life here on the sides of Pony. And this is kind of what Sam and I were talking about when we had our Pony matchup for the first round of today. Holding on to 4 cards while also still having 4 horn counters ready to go. Double Aaron's sidestep. Like we're going to see some pretty phenomenal defense here, especially because Calvin's deck is not necessarily here to give offensive stats. That's just not what All for One does. Utilizing his attack cards to do so. So I would say that anything but a Armor of the Wolf that has been EX'd in some capacity is pretty blockable for Pony and can keep a pretty healthy stage. But the Shobijin's Message immediately getting tapped down by this Monsters versus Machines means that Calvin says, I think I can maybe navigate this turn.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I was able to peek into his hand. It does appear he has I think he has a Gun Flame Feint in hand. I saw 3 or 4 attacks in hand, not to mention he still can All for One, grab one from.
I think I saw a Black Abyss.
And yes.
Yeah, I think that one's very dark, so I think for me, but I could be wrong. I'm not going to sit here and assume. But we got a nice +3 mid block to block this Monster versus Machine. We did not Pony Enhance, but we just used one of our horn counters. Yeah, you're right. There's an amount of gas here. Yeah, time of the round is called for the rest of the room, but we do still have 8 minutes here as they so kindly waited while we got a little more prepared.
And so currently Calvin has 3 momentum, one of them being the Persistent Malice and the other one being an Armor of the Wolf. Oh, this is a Heat Tackle.
Another tension move, and this one also has a very powerful ability for specifically against Pony, right? Because Heat Tackle does not say non-character, I'm pretty sure. Wait. Yep. I was right. And it just seals itself. It's not like a sort of responsibility from Aerial Goblin Bolt where it has to flip itself over. This is a actual attack happening right now, and if you wanted to press one time this turn when he wants to press the Pony button, we actually say no.
What this is doing as well is generating that tension token gives more momentum for something like Armor of the Wolf if you was to to play that for its EX, for its
Wow.
powerful, to kind of pit it over the edge.
It connects for 7, putting
No.
Pony down to 15. Not only grabs that Roman cancel token on the Blitz ability from the tension, but grabs an Armor of the Wolf, or sorry, grabs the Black Abyss
Yes.
and shoves it into our momentum. That is now 1 Black Abyss. Now, I don't think of any ways currently that we can add more into it, but there is a Persistent Malice on a 6.
Checks a 5.
There is a world here where Calvin could actually turn this around after playing that great defense with the check minusing and having a plan still for future attacks, not being able to do that last 10 from Matthew. 15. This is currently for 5. No Final Wars, right? Just checking.
No Final Wars.
For 5. We do have the Armor of the Wolf. 6. Soup could make it for more.
I do think this is just a situation where he is trying to either hand tax him, put something else in the card pool to make it more likely that Armor of the Wolf hits, or get it to a situation where if this hits, then he has to dedicate less resources to the powerful for the Armor of the Wolf and instead can dedicate it to the EX.
Yeah, it's definitely what it's looking like. So we have pressed the all for 1 button. So we are allowed to play something for momentum. Can only imagine it's probably that Armor of the Wolf or whatever this mystery face down card is from that Finally Free so long ago.
The other thing that does too is it makes your opponent has to block this, because if you get to ready and
yeah. There it is. We did get the full block there. Extra card in the card pool. Armor of the Wolf on the 5, 6, 7, 8. Checks the 5. Commits some more resources. You are going to be able to stop. Are we in deadlock? 1, 2,
no,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
he's
9.
at 9.
Okay.
Because
But it's a free button.
It is, yes.
It's a free button to press. Enhance, although it's not your first attack, you
It'll
still get
just
to push
fizzle.
the button. You are paying cost as Pony. We are going to let it go through. Okay. Right? He tackle can cancel that, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I was like, we've already gone through this.
Yes.
Anyway, but we didn't.
I
Gives
think-
us more horn counters.
Yeah, I think you would just I think you cancel a -2 speed here.
Can. It's only it's
Oh,
only
you're
abilities
right.
that would add
That's
cards to
true.
hand.
You're right.
And because you gave those extra 2 counters to Matthew, it gives him more enhances to play. Which means now again we have a ton of momentum.
Sure.
So like we have to figure out exactly where it's going to go. But you got to get to 15. So I mean, Calvin's going to press all of his buttons, so he's going to give it 1-1.
From the Black Abyss.
And then I believe there's only one more enhance to be played on Matthew's side, which is this Aaron sidestep. That one you can. That's a good one.
Yes.
Okay, because that one does draw a card.
Yes, and that is -2 speed as well.
Right, exactly. So, but did still play an enhance. So we are going to continue through. We're still pressing buttons. Remember, Roman cancel itself can be an enhance if you want it to be, but it's probably just better spent as an actual EX or a powerful here.
I don't think he's... Oh, he no longer has that Armor of the Wolf. He did. That's what he played from.
Yeah, that's what we
Yes.
played it. Yeah, so that's one less enhance there. So he's just trying to do the quick math of like how much speed am I allowed to give this? How much extra damage do I need? There are no more enhances to be played. So you will get, if you divvy it up, you will get in like 1 EX would put this to a 7 mid with 1 card in the card pool with 4 ready resources plus character. So I think 1 EX instance is not enough.
I wonder... Again, I wonder what the thought process behind
6,
after committing the
12,
1 for 1,
13,
all for
14,
1.
15.
Why not pressing the Persistent Malice and flipping that to give -2 on the check for the block?
Oh, that's true, too. Yeah, I didn't think about that one. Okay, I think we're good. I think it's exactly 2 for EX, giving it +6 speed. Your opponent has to pass, so +1 more damage, which puts us to 9.
And then you
2
still have some
momentum.
momentum.
For powerful 3,
Yep.
for +12 or +6 more, which actually puts it to 14. But your opponent must pass,
And that
which puts it to 15.
Yep.
And then you pass, you go to blocks, and you have an incredibly fast
exactly
for
lethal.
exactly lethal, which means any sort of half block here or sort of trick as an enhance. Because it's gotten to 14, no matter what, it will go to 15 when they
Yes.
both consecutively pass. So this is exact lethal here from Calvin.
And this is a 9 speed? 10 speed?
Yeah, I think it's at 11, 12, 13. There's the
that's game.
handshake.
Yep.
Fails the block. Calvin on taking the 2-1 victory here in round 1. And for everybody at home that wants to keep track as well, all of Calvin's teammates also won. So a full clean sweep for Ryan Levine, Calvin DeHaan, and Jacob Johnson here on the first round of teams, moving their way up, trying to get that belt. And you know how much Calvin DeHaan loves his belt.
Yes, he does. He actually sleeps with his team belt back at home. I know this for a fact.
I didn't want to know that.
Yeah, well, now if I have that knowledge, now you must be burdened with it as well.
All right. An excellent first round here in teams. And like we said, they are all in overtime. So we are pretty close to getting ready to move into our round 2. But for now, I must say bye to you, Rob, as we have gone through our full cycle of commentators. So we are going to do a little bit of a reset, come back and have our round 2 for teams right after this. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Bear Bryant, joined by Sam Tate, as I told him that he was going to say hello to everybody. But we're back. We've done a full cycle of our commentators, but we are going into round 2 of our teams here on Friday in Dallas at the round 3 regional. But Sam, we have some breakdowns of all of the characters in our event today. There are 23 teams in the room, which makes 69 players, which is pretty nice. And here are the character breakdowns across the board. And Tito did a really good job of doing a little bit of quick math for us. And out of these 23 teams, we have 9 that have a Rodan on it, which I think is kind of something that we were talking about a little bit in the format prior to. Surprising to you, not surprising to you, just consistent. Think it can kind of take down everything in the room.
It's weird. I'm always a little surprised to see so much Rodan, because for years and years and years, this character was just this good and just despised.
Yeah.
No one wanted to play it. No one wanted to play against it. And it really felt like it was just sort of like a specialist thing. It felt like only the really hard-pressed control lovers would play the deck. But now my understanding really is that the offense is so much more accessible.
Yeah.
That the deck feels, it really feels more balanced than it does feel like control or defensive, even though the Void versions are incredibly controlling, have like very good traditional control values.
Yeah.
And the air version has incredibly good aggressive plays. So I'd be very interested to know which symbols these Rodans are on, because I would not be surprised if there's a good spread of the air symbol Rodan as well.
Nice. Yeah, I did a couple of more counts here. I believe there are 7 Pony Sinutoris spread across 7 teams, obviously. And then I think there are 6 Armor Mites spread across these as well. So a bit of quick
I
fun
am
math.
surprised that there's more Rodans than Armored All Mites, basically, just because of like character popularity. Sure. I know more MHA All Might fans than I know fans of Godzilla who are like, Rodan's my guy. So that's a big part of it too, is character popularity in general. I would have expected a lot more Armored All Might, and even to that extent, a little bit more of the Deku new toy syndrome. But what I want to point out is there's still a King of the Monsters hanging out.
Yeah, the one Godzilla King of the Monsters next to a Rodan, and a Mikasa 1 also.
Fake pony.
Yeah, fake
Weapon
pony. Yeah, and I was doing some extra look. Obviously there's a lot of information here. Your eyes kind of go all over the place, but I'm looking at there's 3 Mitchell Chiminos, which is our current reigning regional winning character. So, there's 3 of those in the room, which is maybe a sign for tomorrow that more people are willing to pick it up. Maybe put a little bit more reps on the deck itself. Scanning a little bit for some more. I was looking at some King Ghidorah representation, even more so because I thought more people would play it. But there's only 2 of the 3-headed monster here, and there is and
there's no Mothra, right? There's no Mothra Divine Moth.
Yeah,
which that has been something that a lot of people have come up to me and speculated, how many do you think there will be? And I got to tell you, like I said, my own experience at Vegas and my friend, my local Tyler, who also played Mothra. I think actually 3 Vegas players with Scott Sunman were all on Mothra Divine Moth, and we all walked out of it pretty much feeling like that was not correct. I think Scott even pivoted to the original 8-hand size Mothra for a side event instead of Divine Moth. So I think Rodan just has that spot, that playstyle on lock. I don't think that there's really much you can do to dethrone Rodan as the I want to block character, even with a character that gives you a free one once per turn. So that is our character breakdown. We are going to have a very, very interesting matchup for you, because I believe one of the teams that we have actually has 2 Ghidorahs on it.
Yeah, they have King Ghidorah, 3-headed monster, and King Ghidorah,
Emperor of the Cosmos.
Emperor of the Cosmos. And that is actually the matchup that we're going to watch. Emperor of the Cosmos versus Mitchell Chimino, as these 2 teams got paired into each other. Like you said, there's I think that entire team is actually all Godzilla representation. King Ghidorah 1, King Ghidorah 2, and also a Biolante.
Yeah, nice.
Meanwhile, on the other side, as we can see, Mitchell going first. On the rest of that team, it's a Mitchell Chimino, a Bridget deck, and a Grog Strongjaw. So Mitchell winning the die roll, going first. Good versus evil, real canonic matchup here. Who do you think's got a favor in the long run?
Normally I think I would give the edge to King Ghidorah, because when you go to a momentum focused deck, and a lot of the win conditions on the good symbol traditionally have been these big momentum outlets, right? To go full boomer on you. Back in the day, Good Symbol was all about big multiple Dark Chirito missile launcher. Then you go into the MHA era, and the Good Symbol is about loading up that huge Detroit smash, or maybe stringing together some punches, but generating momentum for things like Capture Evildoers was like a big deal. And then now, even to this day, we see things like Spirit Gun Megas with these big, powerful numbers, big echoes, things like that. But now you're spending the momentum on things other than stats. And so I think Mitchell Chimino is going to have the advantage overall in the matchup, if only because the card advantage is going to allow you to outpace King Ghidorah, because King Ghidorah really loves thin margins. He loves to beat you by using the last card in his hand to block. He loves to beat you hang on to 1 health at a time. And now we're going to see something that Mitchell Chimino gets to do that not a lot of other decks get to do, which is start the game with the momentum. We get to play the Fajin Flurry. We're almost certainly going to spend this momentum to get it back to our hand, and then we're going to refund that momentum while getting our bonus speed.
Yeah, great build 4 here from both for Chris here, and also on the other side for Alexa. 3 foundations, and then the team hero, and meanwhile 4 foundations on the side for Alexa. But yeah, just like you said, getting that sort of churned, well-oiled machine that Mitchell Chimino does. Utilizing the have we all kind of just called it the Mitchell zone? Is that what we're doing at this point?
That's what most people call it.
Okay, so yeah, so we've now added that. That attack that we actually reviewed for this turn as we went into our second turn, of course, and going to be giving the speed to this, a nice 7 base damage attack. And so King Ghidorah, doesn't necessarily want to use over half of our life here. But with the errata on this team hero, I'm wondering what we're going to build in committed.
Really quick, I want to point out we had the Dark Ward.
Yeah.
That canceled the response on the Fajin Flurry. So we didn't actually get to refund that momentum, but eventually Mitchell Chimino was going to have to fight through that at some point. And so we get it out of the way early. The Refreshing Blend hitting the stage.
I love that card.
This is like a Mitchell only card. Like I've never seen any other deck. Like I tried it in Benimaru on the Good Symbol at one point,
and still wasn't.
And you just don't generate that much momentum at once.
I played it in Ryukyu.
I was gonna say more importantly, Ryukyu not only gets momentum like at a rate that Mitchell can attest, but Refreshing Blend is how much momentum do you have to just spend?
Yes.
And that's really where a lot of decks, like you could splash it in Chaos attuned decks and get 5, 6, 7 momentum.
Yep.
But how many of those decks need to, can just freely spend it on Refreshing Blend? A lot of those Chaos decks, they need to have momentum, right? Like Annie needs to have 3 to transform. You got to have momentum to get a bonus on Swarmed by Titans, to get your +X on 16 instant slashes, or the AOT version of that card.
Or you have to wait if you want to spend that momentum on what other cards in the game do best, on an Echo, on a Powerful, on an
Queen
EX.
of the Monsters.
Exactly. So it's like, is that worth it more to you than 2 health or readying a foundation? And I would say the readying a foundation is the best part of that card, of course. But
yeah, but for Mitchell, it's also get that card back in my hand,
yes,
right?
100%.
Speaking of card back in my hand, we did see Alexa labeled this deck as a hand control Ghidorah, which is unsurprising. The Tri-Gravity Beam being the calling card of the Void symbol and of King Ghidorah in general. So we're going to open with a Violent Anima Shot. So this could be a pretty scary turn for Mitchell here. Only 2 cards in hand, most of the stage committed. If we survive through this turn without taking a lot of damage, there will be a pretty big gap in resources, I believe, as another team hero comes in, building another defensive resource that we can't use just yet.
Yep.
But once we get that Refreshing Blend online and we have momentum with Mitchell, all of a sudden team heroes are going to build stuff in effectively ready.
Yeah, we did have that Gunflame Feint for that block there on the high, and we did fully block it, and not another attack here coming from Alexa's side. And we also didn't use the King Ghidorah in hand, so we aren't going to play anything from our discard pile / kind of remove from game. So
checking some really good cards for Ghidorah here, though. The last one, not so much, but Ghidorah wants to see cards like True 100% unleashed in that discard pile, because with King Ghidorah, you can enhance commit, remove 1 card from your hand from the game, then you get to choose a card in your discard pile, remove it, and you can play that removed card for the rest of the turn. So True 100% unleashed acting as a block that passes every time in Ghidorah, and then also Gigantification Swing, which has a Breaker-esque effect on it, but the timing for it is when you play the card, which beats a lot of the interaction for Breaker.
Analytical Observation, I think, is the big one that comes to mind.
Right. So it'll be very interesting. Or, nowadays we have a lot of things that interact specifically with keywords, right? So
Yeah.
Gigantification Swing, going into Chicago was huge on my list because it beat the analytical observations of the TOTs and of the Angirises. But looks like Mitchell is just going to build out here, not getting the aggressive follow-up while Ghidorah is mostly committed out. So now both decks are going to stabilize, and I think it's really going to come down to who can have that card advantage, who can have the most resources. And because Mitchell went first, and because of the way that character can recycle momentum to hand, and we've also got the Mecha Godzilla versus Godzilla.
Yeah.
So now anything that we block with, we can bounce back to our hand. I mean, it's looking like Mitchell is pulling away with it, much in the same way that we were talking about, where I don't think those slim margins that Ghidorah really enjoys are going to be present.
My question to you is Deadlock real and can it hurt you? Mainly because Chris G has gone into Deadlock now. So on the side of King Ghidorah, we obviously saw the Tri-Gravity Beam, which has Deadlock's done 3 on it, and but actually, it could have less, I guess, because Mitchell could reduce it. But instead, we're gonna go into some of the tried and true stuff that I think a lot of people are obviously bringing into King Ghidorah nowadays. This is, of course, a throw, which is nice for us to get some more damage on the board. It also can commit an asset, so things like Team Hero, but we don't see any of that coming in. But close combat tackle, just trying to get some more damage in.
Yeah, you mentioned Deadlock. That's one area where right now at this moment, Chris G actually has the advantage of as well. That one difficulty card, Undercover Infiltration, is a really strong Deadlock effect. It just has enhanced flip, commit to rival foundations. I've lost to that in the past. I personally really dislike this card because of how often I get beat by the Deadlock, while the non-Deadlock enhance on it is very underwhelming.
Yeah.
But now I think we're seeing the win condition here. Or at least one of the better attacks on the good symbol for a deck that generates momentum. That uppercut is going to be very, very scary later in Mitchell. And luckily, we've got the Mecha Godzilla versus Godzilla to bounce it back to our hand.
Funny enough, we actually just saw that Deadlock enhance that you just talked about be played in our last match.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, Calvin Tahan played it. His opponent built into Deadlock.
I had to look away when he built it because I knew it was going to get activated, and then my PTSD would come back from all the times I've gotten absolutely hosed.
Obviously, the purpose of the card was an extra enhance for our Armor of the Wolf. But yeah, same idea. It does connect, does generate a momentum from dealing damage. First blood finally being dealt here on Mitchell, and now another build turn from the side of Mitchell Chiminos. I mean, not really afraid of Deadlock whatsoever. And of course, we're going to need all these foundations because we are staring across so much check hacking on the other side of the table.
Yeah, triple fighting for control. Plus, I believe that's is that Nonagon, the Rebel Frontier Nonagon?
Yes.
So not only do you have to fight through 3 substantial check hacks, you have to fight through King Ghidorah basically guaranteeing a perfect block, and you have to deal with one of your attacks not having any text at all. So very, very strong defense here from Ghidorah. Very difficult to remove the head counters from this character. I believe no damage has even been dealt to King Ghidorah, right? We're still at 3 head counters.
Correct. Yeah, 3 heads and full 10. And I mean, you talked about, I actually, at this current point, as both of these players are establishing their stages, I actually have no idea who's going to win this game because I think the longer the game goes is exactly what King Ghidorah wants because of exactly what we're seeing. Like, we're seeing all these pieces come into our stage. Eventually, when Chris is going to try and put in a big, strong offensive turn, if there's anyone that can survive it, it is a deck like King Ghidorah and with all these kind of cards that we have access to. So it's going to be either a use of, like, how can we incrementally get rid of those resources and then try again on the next turn? Because this is now the first Queen of the Monsters that we're going to see come down on the side for Mitchell's deck.
Yeah, and Queen of the Monsters, when you get that momentum back to your hand, I mean, that's freer than free. So I'll be very interested to see what we build here. I want to believe it would be another Deadlock threat if it's available. But we are going to have to commit 2 here because of that fighting for control. And now, I'm not going to say it's a mistake, but I would have never expected Inspiring Song to be the card getting committed here.
Maybe because we have another one. Remember, we do have this momentum with our refreshing blend, so maybe it's just like a fake commit right now because we can just ready
That's
them
fair.
up. Like,
That's fair. The refreshing blend is actually an incredibly good point. None of these cards are being committed or truly ever
yeah.
committed until we run out of momentum with refreshing blend. So that's a very good point. But still, it's just Inspiring Song is such a high quality foundation. It's very difficult to pick, other foundations over it. So this one will get sealed. The Nonagon getting used on a very respectable attack. However, I would not be surprised at all if there's just a second queen that's about to hit the board and then build this one down. It's tough because I don't know what's better. What do you think is better? Do you think stopping the tutor and draw, or stopping the card pool clearing and build a face down is like the better seal target? Basically first queen or second queen.
Yeah.
I think it doesn't matter too much.
I don't think it really matters.
They're playing two queens at you.
Yeah, exactly. I think stopping the first one means you have more information about what's going on for this attack and maybe the next one.
Unless like that they luckily draw into another threat.
Yeah,
right?
and I do think like making them play the second one with the progressive difficulty, and you like again, as we are now, of course, now losing both of our fighting for controls, so now we don't have any more check hacks. But that's where I was going to bring it up.
Right.
But yeah, I think it's
we
kind
even
of
still have access to Team Hero refreshing blend
yeah.
to potentially get another deadlock commit to off the rival. So I think we might have had to use multiple fighting for controls there, but it's tough. Just using all of your check hacks and letting the rival fail it immediately doesn't actually solve the issue of I'd like to have my check hacks, right? It just means they're not going to be committed resources. You could have them as face downs, but this deadlock undercover infiltration is going to be doing a lot of work here. I think we activated 2 of them and we got rid of all the nastiest threats. I do think that you're going to want to get rid of that incubating. I think incubating does go a long way in King Ghidorah right now, especially now that King Ghidorah Unleashed is a card. So if you want to be playing the queen train, the incubating train, the Unleashed train.
Good, yeah. Yeah, I mean, now it's already been used. I will say, like, this is one of the biggest downsides to King Ghidorah is now that the majority of the entire stage is committed, there's very few tricks now to survive aside from just having your 3 head counters. But like you said, here comes the other Queen of the Monsters, and after it checks well and we get to still use our Mitchell response on play, we're going to commit even more resources here with the forceful negotiation. So, and that was what we readied, of course, during the with the refreshing blend, so that we have even another one. We can fully commit this board if we so wanted to. Doing our best Reiner Braun impersonation.
And it looks like we're going to choose not to build down the first queen. We're actually going to go looking for another foundation to build in. Very interesting stuff. Typically, you don't see this mode when there's an attack in the card pool, but when you do, it's generally much worse for you when the rival feels confident in passing all their checks already. So looks like we're going to get that moment of normalcy. Brand new promo normalcy there.
Yeah, going to build down. And, of course, because we used that momentum spin, we also drew a card.
For later.
Yeah.
We've tucked away a secret mouse tool for later.
Yep, and there's spinning that other one for that refreshing blend. And so the second forceful negotiation has now been readied as well, which means all of these cards in Alexa's stage is going to get committed. But, of course, this attack is not for 10, so it's not going to take a full head on its own, even if it does connect. And
that's the one missing component from the Mitchell deck. There's card advantage. There's resources. We even ready things to ramp a little bit, like Defiant Stance being essentially free. But the one thing we're missing is we're missing that oomph. We're missing that powerful. We're missing the bonus damage on Team Hero, realistically.
Yeah, exactly. Which we can use, right?
Have we had a card foundation leave the stage?
I thought we destroyed one. Maybe I'm wrong. I guess no, we don't.
I think the Steadfast was in the stage. It was committed earlier. I think we did destroy that.
Yeah.
Oh, no, there's no committed on the other hand.
Yeah,
okay, yeah.
You're right. I've not done it yet, so. But anyway, combined firepower. We're going to go ahead and let that one fail as the block. It does connect, taking 7, going down to 3 with 3 heads remaining. Queen of the Monsters, number 3.
Okay, well, now this one's got to clear the card pool, right?
More than we're at a momentum.
We don't have any momentum.
Yeah, probably build down the sealed one, right?
Give us a sack outlet so this Team Hero can start going crazy.
We need another steadfast. We got to ready it up.
Yeah.
Builds it down. Ready, of course. 5 high for 7. So even if we half block this as Alexa, we would still lose a head, which means at this point, you just take it fully. Make the resources get used. But Chris's board's still looking pretty good. Like, I mean, we keep readying our stuff. We are out of momentum, of course, like you said. And a lot of these attacks are for very much their base values. So, again, I don't really know what we could be playing right now that's going to take off a full head. You know, I'm seeing some more pieces that allow us to, you know, like Syntheso, that allow us to pick up the attack from our that we've been building down. You know, do the whole kind of looping the queens play. But we are going to see a Queen of the Monsters in hands. We're going to remove a card from our hand. Is that Galactic Monster, which can eventually come back. And we're going to be able to pick any attack or foundation card in our discard pile, remove it, and we can play it this turn. There it is.
There is the free block. It's not an omni block, so it will still be a mid, but you will guarantee that you can pass the block. And this is, we were talking about deadlock threats and things like that earlier. This is not a true deadlock threat. However,
it basically
this
gets
is
better the game goes on.
one of the best deadlock cards, out there. So interesting enough, we removed the True 100. We didn't play it. If I remember correctly, with Ghidorah's wording, that True 100 is gone forever now.
It's now, yes, and it's going to, yep, there it is. It's going to go removed from the game. And that was great example of what I was talking about before. I'm glad Chris is incrementally getting through the resources of Alexa.
Right.
But now, as Alexa readies up their stage and is going to continue on with their next turn, depending on what that looks like, Chris has to do all of that all over again. You know, commit the stage again, get these things committed so that we can actually start doing damage. Because Alexa could be blocking things as long as we get through, but gripping in double gigantification swing, 1 momentum available to us. And, you know, Ghidorah is just a 6-hand size character at the end of the day.
I think that was my only real problem with that last turn for Mitchell is we used 2 deadlock effects, and then we didn't even deal half the necessary damage we need to do to win the game. So while that did seem very easy, that was actually very expensive resources being used. And theoretically, we can get them back, right? We have plenty of ways on the good symbol to build the foundations back, but it would require sacrificing them or playing invisible infiltration or something of that nature, something pretty specific. But at the same time, that could just be part of Chris's plan. There could be a plan to get those deadlock threats back, you know, those undercover infiltration. So I'll be excited to see how we try to navigate the double fighting for control turn that we were able to solve last turn, but we no longer have access to the deadlock threats.
Yeah, I think our biggest answer is our stage got bigger, I guess. Alexa only built 2 cards, kept 4 in hand, one of them being the Dr. Ichigaki, and then Battle for Dominance. So more draw power defensively, can remove some stuff out of our card pool, etc. That's my favorite. Is like if you have the King Ghidorah Unleashed,
Whoa.
you block with it from hand, and you Battle for Dominance away, and you go, actually, I can do it again. Kind of looping the high blocks, you were saying, for the Queen of the Monsters. But we did go through 3 of those Queen of the Monsters.
Yeah, now we see Chris with the old build 1 pass. And worse than that, we built a card that does something when we block with it, which is build it. So theoretically, we could have played any other foundation and still built
got the same value as
the 0 diff, while holding it to block. So very, very intriguing hand, because that means this hand is either very good other defensive cards or nothing much at all. And checking a 3 on True 100% Unleashed feels pretty bad.
Yeah, it significantly makes it slower, but this will be, and with the forceful negotiation response, making us commit a bonus 1, basically. Not going to be very fast, but this will have a ton of damage on it.
Yeah, this one's going to be pretty big. It's not going to be, a chump speed either, but yeah, against boards this big, this is going to end up looking pretty blockable, I have to assume.
And you are still staring across even something like a Moment of Normalcy, right? So if Chris just wants to take 3, I guess we could.
It's like we're counting up the stats. So it's +1 speed for each of your ready foundations only, but it's +1 damage for each rival foundation no matter what.
Yeah, so +8 speed, which Puts us at +6 because of the -2 that we got from the Mitchell. And then, yeah, fast count, we got 16 foundations on the other side of the board.
Yeah. So this looks like it'll be for 19 damage, but only 9 speed.
Moment setting the speed back. Here's where that Spirit Beast Boo would have Poo?
Poo.
Okay.
P-U-U.
Would have came in. As we then spin a momentum, of course, with our refreshing blend to then ready the moment of normalcy back up. And now we have a Queen of the Monsters going into Chris's next turn no matter what. Some extra stats here with the repeatable +1, -1 speed and damage on the side of Alexa. And then here is that Protector of Life block. Right? No. It's the other one. No, yeah, Protector of Life. Gives us a power token and also gains us some health back, right? I think.
Yeah, it gets Breaker 1. You get a power token and take no damage. And those are 2 separate effects.
Yes,
when you
yeah,
block,
sorry,
you take no damage, and then
Oh,
you
love
generate.
it. And there it is. There's that Godzilla versus Mecha Godzilla to then immediately get it back to our hand. And we Keiko's aided here as well. So the next attack is going to get +2 difficulty.
Yeah, Chris doing a very, very good job here, managing the resources, making sure that we are returning the really important cards back to our hand, right? We saw an uppercut come back on a block. We've now seen the Omni block come back, and it looks like that's going to be it for Alexa's turn, just 1 blocked attack and then a pass as well.
Yeah, with the increase of difficulty, check hack, a great mid block already back in our hand. We didn't use King Ghidorah to like fish for something selectively out of our discard pile. So it's just going to go right back to Chris, and now there's a Queen of the Monsters back in our hand to start this turn off with. And here it comes.
No Nonagon to be found.
Are we building a foundation this time again, you think?
Yeah, I mean, as an opener, right. We got all this momentum to spend.
Yeah, response on play, of course, coming in first. Going to make us commit another card here on the Alexa's side. Face down. 7 more foundations to get through, at least if we're just trying to tap them out. This could be, game 1, probably quickly going over, as we know Chris has a ton of attacks in his hand that we just have seen him grip for this entirety of this, second half of the game. Here it comes. I think it's immersive.
It's a Men's Showdown. It has
Immense.
Deadlock, Form, Sacrifice at a 5 diff or higher to your hand. It's just another absolute banger of a Deadlock effect. And once Tekken comes out, you're going to need the other ability on this card to hate on discard piles, because there is a record number of effects being activated from the discard pile. So
record number. I like that.
For the UniVersus standard as a whole, for sure, but also probably for a single set, yeah.
That's fair.
There is so much discard pile response, like our discard pile. So this is gonna, I expect Jet Haymakers to go up. J makers.
Oh, yeah.
I expect the stock in those to go up.
Yeah, I mean, discard hate has always been kind of like a fringe, We're literally watching the one character that gets to still play things like combined firepower, right? So like,
yeah, well, it's funny because we went from like formats where people would have absolutely loved to have it and it just didn't exist. Like, can you imagine bottom decking erases?
yeah, for sure.
Back in sets 1, 2, and 3, like just put erase on the bottom of the deck. That's an easy win,
Yeah.
So we didn't have that for a long time, and then we started to get effects that do both, that mess with the discard pile and are good with the discard pile. Like, for example, King Ghidorah. King Ghidorah likes to pick a card from the discard pile to play, and so discard pile hate should have been really prevalent, but it just wasn't on well-statted cards. Now it's on a 1/5 that has a honestly stellar Deadlock effect.
Yeah.
So.
We are seeing finally a very large amount of Chris's foundations get committed here because of the Gigantification Swing block. And then also, just the Gigantification Swing. And then we checked poorly on it. So we had to commit quite a few resources here and still responded with the Mitchell ability on play. And then we are immediately going into this Queen of the Monsters effect as well. We're going to go grab a foundation. It's actually just straight into the Refreshing Blend to get one of these foundations back.
So if you haven't checked in or haven't registered, please come up to the registration banner and check in now.
All right. Moving through the pieces, more power tokens coming in. Now I'm starting to see how the deck, here's where the stats come through, right?
Right.
Get the power tokens from our block tricks, get the power tokens from our foundations as well.
There's just something about good and order symbol decks right now, like that symbol combo together,
Yeah.
that is very good at reliably pushing the game to deadlock, because I would not expect the power token deadlock enablers to be something that people are really relying on. And now
We're seeing it
we're
happen
actually
right now.
not trying to generate a bunch of tokens. I thought we were going to try and generate like 3 or 4 power tokens over 3 or 4 enhanced steps, but we're actually going to spend one, and then we're going to attempt to target commit a fighting for control, but that's going to
Dr.
get canceled
Ichigaki.
by Team Dr. Ichigaki.
Yeah, so got another foundation resources out of Chris and the power token, like you said. Incubating coming through for some minus speed. Alexa saying, I really want to block this one.
Yeah.
For everybody at home, my computer is restarting, so we're going to sit with this Queen of the Monsters up as our card puller, just so you're all aware.
Fun times, fun times. It wouldn't be a UniVersus event without technology hating us.
Yeah, nice good old Microsoft restart. But yeah, so we did. I'm wondering, because I think there is a second Gigantification swing, or maybe we actually played it actually. Okay, it did come through. Yeah, we battled for dominance the first one away. Drew a new card. We blocked again with Gigantification swing, and another successful defensive turn from Alexa, taking no damage and not losing another head. And Chris now in the most vulnerable position that we've seen him in this matchup, with only 7 readied foundations. Which I say only, but like I genuinely, I mean,
and 7 cards in hand.
Yeah, this is the most vulnerable. Can Alexa play some wall-breaking deadlock effects as well, but with significantly less resources on her stage?
I think there's just less options on these symbols. You know, Void is so good at dragging people into deadlock for so long that giving it good deadlock effects always seemed kind of scary. I don't think they felt that way about good and order, and now here we are with, you know, some of the most back-breaking deadlocks. So
again, I mean, literally the character that just won our last regional in Las Vegas, Mitchell Chimino. Close combat tackle coming down here, of course, has the ability to commit that Team Hero 15. We did get the response on play on Chris's side, committing that forceful negotiation, making Alexa commit another resource on her own turn, and then also going to try and give some more stuff. But we did incubating our own attack as Alexa putting that Galactic Monster in our Roofing Game pile, and now immediately the Team Hero getting used, building in back that deadlock power token generator on the order symbol. Combined firepower. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 damage for our throw.
not too bad, not too bad.
I was going to bring up, obviously, when we hate to talk about it, the mill-out game. But now that the combined firepower abilities are being used, not so much in Alexa's favor anymore as I thought it would have been before.
Right.
But now it will be a little bit differently. Refreshing Blend coming through as the next enhance over for Chris, spinning that next momentum. Queen of the Monsters going to be in his hand on his next turn and readying up that Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla. Second combined firepower coming through for +2 damage.
Yeah, not the most impressive firepowers. And once Ghidorah cycles, losing access to all the blocks in the discard pile is exactly the kind of opening that Chris G is going to want to look for to put the nail in this coffin.
Yep, Protect Our Life coming through here, and this is great against this close combat tackle that we already know is coming through. But it is a response in the card pool for our Dark Wards, which means it will still connect, but it still allows to go up to our hand. Yep, that one, I think, yeah, I don't have an answer for that one. So the Breaker will come through, still going to deal half, taking 4, going to 24.
That's a lot of work for a little damage, though.
Yeah, it is. Galactic Monster coming in, one that we've already removed from our discard pile. I believe there's a second one. Alexa's going to go fish out for one that we put there earlier. On a 4. Checks. Oh, third one. On a 5. So getting extra resources in our stage without having to actually expend any of their own. Extra damage pumps, too, for things like this close combat tackle. I think Alexa is slowly finding their way into getting a victory. Play these throws, put a bunch of damage on it. As long as you can play around the moment of normalcies. And passing back to Chris G.
And now Chris is going to ready up that massive stage. But I really think the key to victory here is going to be finding some way to recoup those deadlock effects.
Yeah.
If we have some way to sacrifice and rebuild those 1 difficulties to get those amazing, amazing deadlock effects, or even just keep rebuilding the immense showdowns.
Yeah.
But instead, it looks like we're going to opt for a little bit of echo action here. Now, there's no way for it to have echo and powerful at the same time, correct?
Yeah, you have to get rid of one of those keywords for the other.
Yeah. So not the blowout that one might hope just from reading all the keywords on the card, all the different things it can do, but this being an echo in and of itself is just pretty annoying.
Yeah, and we did have a Dark Ward come through to stop the other ability on it, right? To get the momentum.
Right.
But we did, however, we have another Dark Ward that we can use if we want to stop the Echo ability. Deadlock Enhanced going to start generating even more power tokens, like we've said, as we built that one back out from our Team Hero 15 on the turn cycle prior. And that seems to be the only real deadlock threat we have, of course. But, giving 2 damage to potentially everything that you would ever want to, or a bunch of damage to 1 move at the end, still going to be very good for Chris to try and get through and deal 10 damage to get through these heads. Incubating coming through for the minus speed. Also triggers combined firepower if we want to block with those. But this is a low. Going for the full block with the breaker block on the Violent Animus shot.
Ooh.
And it checks.
Makes the check. We're going to see the breaker come down, but with a stage this big, that hopefully won't be the deciding factor. All right, what is the follow-up? Is it Queen? Is it another overdrive? It's a Queen.
Yeah, that's the Queen that we got during Alexa's turn, putting it into the Mitchell zone because of the refreshing blend. So now we are back on this one.
You know how many Queens we've seen on stream already today?
At least 1 in every match.
I think that's true. Was there one in the match before this? I wasn't here for? Yeah, then I need people at home to start keeping track. How many Queens are being played on stream throughout the weekend, which is just going to be a fraction of all the Queens at the tournament.
Yeah.
Oh, and also the card.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Wow. Yes, Queen. Queen of the format. Queen of the format.
Some pretty dramatic UVS players.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
But
That was pretty good. I liked that one.
But we've got the queen of the monsters, queen of the format, as you will, queen of the card pool. Even
Queen of the card
typically, the queen stands alone once that clear comes down and builds. But this Mitchell Chimino deck has loved to build foundations, which that's the most exciting version of the card to me.
Yeah.
Personally, I almost really wish, that it didn't build attacks down. It just said build a non-attack card, just because I think it's so much more fun and interesting to see what people do when they cobble together, refreshing blend type stuff.
Yeah.
So,
Well, and the one that we just built, right? This is the team of Feng Hui.
students of Tung Fu Ru.
Tung Fu Ru. I knew there was a weird name in it. Gained life back, which is huge, right? When these foundations leave. And you were talking about other ways to get cards out of our stage, right? So
Yes. This is exactly the same as Quick Arrival, but better. This is exactly the same idea.
Yep.
This was I had to add to Mothra, and I tried to convince my other Mothra players to add it with me for this exact purpose with Team Hero plays. Excuse me. And so now, not only will we get the +1 or -1 speed, but once per turn when we activate it, we'll also get to gain 1 health back. So over the course of really long games, which Mitchell and Mothra like to do, that really adds up. There's some games where, on the rival turn and my turn, both, once per turn activations, I've gotten 7 or 8 health back in a game.
Yeah. And like you said, we are now being able to put these deadlock effects that either flip themselves or get rid of themselves back into our discard pile, which means we can start building them back as well.
It also means we won't cycle first, because this could become a match where Ghidorah just doesn't have cards in their deck.
Yeah. As our first Census-O, I believe this is the ult of it, is coming in, I think, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
EX Charge Punch.
Yeah, so our first Census-O was able to start picking up all these attacks that we have strategically been building down into our stage from all of these Queen of the Monsters.
Have we, though? We've only been building foundations with Queen because
right.
Mitchell always has momentum.
Yeah,
that was my point. And so I didn't even see the Census-O coming, but it kind of leads into it to where, this is the one drawback is you're very much intended to build attacks down with Queen and then rebuy them with Sensusu as one of the most powerful combos that truly has pretty much carried the, Queen plus good attuned style of play. So this could have been a much more threatening Sensusu. However, this does also let us rebuild that deadlock threat. This is also a build effect, so that might be better than recurring in attack, is going to fast build a deadlock effect here.
Yeah, I mean, or like you said too, picking up the deadlock threats in the same idea. Maybe that's just what we're using the Syntheso for instead, as putting them in our discard pile. But we are going a little bit more back and forth. This being a mid attack, of course, is what King Ghidorah loves to see with these combined firepowers being able to be played from our discard pile to block with, and of course not counting towards progressive difficulty, even though they have that +3 mid block. As we then see more foundations getting weaved through here, either ending the turn afterwards, or again just trying to get through more resources. But Alexa, once again, 2 heads, 10 health, not taking any more damage. Divine Defender coming through. As, of course, the Sensuso built down that Keikosade, but it looks like we're just going to be building more.
Ooh, there's a card that Mitchell definitely wants to see. Your Meshi Perseverance.
Full blocking everything, though. Leaving Mitchell with 0 momentum is the best way to turn that deck off of one of its key ways of playing the entire game. So, again, can Alexa get through this massive stage and wall that Chris has built up, as well as cards in hand?
Yeah, so no access to Refreshing Blend. But you still have to deal with the idea that Mitchell, on every attack you play, can force you to stun one via the Forceful Negotiator, which, granted, Alexa also has a really big stage. But what's happening to that deck, partner?
It's almost out.
Once it's out, what do we got to do?
Refresh, no discard pile. King Ghidorah's main ability is basically turned off. And like you said, you're on a very true clock.
And all the incubating's trying to look for King Ghidorah Unleashed. Speaking of, we just checked one.
Yep.
But now we're going to get this Nonagon, which will almost certainly end up sealing a Queen of the Monsters. Invincible Body, very thematic choice for the King Ghidorah deck.
Yeah.
Very thematic to be considered invincible, but I would not be surprised if at some point Chris just recognizes that Ghidorah removes cards, Incubating removes cards, and on the flip side, Mitchell technically removes cards, but not really.
They come back,
But they come back into play, so between Students of Tung Fu Rue and the fact that if Alexa wants to activate Ghidorah's cards here, they're going to have to remove cards from the game, like we stranded that one True 100 earlier. That's just one less card in the deck, and Chris probably doesn't actually have to try and deal damage, but I do think now that we have the ability to recycle some of these deadlock effects, I do think that Chris will be able to open the can, as it were.
Yeah, I think for Alexa, there is still an avenue, right? We have a lot of damage pump. As long as we can deal with the moment of normalcy on Chris's side of the board, the things like the close combat tackles can win us the game eventually because of these galactic monsters that give +4 damage. We build 3 of them into our stage. I think there is a world, but Alexa is very much on the clock for that to occur.
Right.
And then Chris still has to find a way to navigate, because we have now seen Chris play 4 turns now of dealing 0 damage to Alexa after taking off that first initial head. But the Gunflame.
You have to say it like Soul Bad Guy
I'm
does.
Soul Bad Guy?
Yeah, Gunflame.
But I'm fainting it. I'm not actually doing it,
Yeah, but he still says it.
Oh, yeah.
That the clip comes out and then you cancel. Actually, I don't know. I don't play enough Strive to know that far. I did, however, click on the YouTube link, evolution of Gunflame throughout the ages, where it's like every version of it from every game.
I can tell you during when I was on game design, we also did that.
Yeah, you just listened to Gunflame.
No, I didn't listen to all that.
Oh,
But, it's like seeing the evolution of the attack and like seeing how it's evolved and trying to really thematically capture it. Not just, of course, for the game that it's coming from, Strive, but
throughout the years,
still wanting to always flavor is a big deal for UniVersus. So knowing the history of something, not just in its one appearance in a game or whatever, is it means a lot. So
actually, I really love those evolution of a move videos as just kind of like busy content, because it's very easy to appreciate, how a lot of times it's the graphics, it's the graphical update, where like the Shin Shoryuken just starts out as a Shoryuken with the left hand, and then it becomes like a slowdown move, and now it's a whole cutscene. So.
My immediate reference to this is actually Aerial Kokosho.
Yeah, there you go.
Before,
very different move.
Kokosho has always been a sort of like super art. You can do this big thing, and what is new in Street Fighter 6 is that you can
Aerial Kikosho.
you can do it in the air. And so
I
you know,
think the only other game she can aerial Kikosho in is the Marvel games.
yeah.
I think it comes
yeah.
from Marvel. Yeah.
But yeah, so it's just like, how many times has Kikosho been printed in the game of UniVersus across its lifetime?
Twice.
Yes. Were we gonna make a third one?
Which is kind of crazy because I think Kikosho is a little iconic, but it's definitely not like an OG Chun-Li move. So.
Yeah. So then it's like, well, how do we make a new one, but
Right. And
make
also
it unique and special?
And one thing I've heard a lot of people complain about, right, is like the focus on like Hashogeki, where it's like, but that's like his new move. Like that's
Yes.
really his new move.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
the Hadoken is an OG like classic staple, but
But it's just like a
you also got to show off like the new tools, right?
yeah,
And
exactly.
His whole gameplay revolves around Hashogeki in 6. But we'll get back to
Yeah,
this
sorry,
game.
yeah, sorry. We were gushing about it. Yeah.
Even
I'll
though
actually
I
try to
don't
go through.
know, even though I don't think this is going to deal any damage.
No.
And so far these players have gone back and forth, just play one passing.
Cycle on the side of Chris.
But now we do see the cycle. How fast? So we do have a moment of normalcy, but just for fun, how fast could a true 100% be? Like if you
Fast?
like if you just raw checked a 6 on it.
3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 24 speed.
24 speed.
My cards
plus-
don't have that many
plus
chips.
whatever unmatched quickness are in there. There's at least one.
Well, at least one, which we've had at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
I see a second one.
We could theoretically see like an actual ESPN documentary be thrown out here. The 30 for 30.
I don't know. Sorry.
Not an ESPN guy. All right.
I mean, I am,
I
but
get
like,
it. All right. That's true. TV's not really a thing anymore. I don't know if they
yeah,
still do it
people,
on the
yeah,
streaming.
I have ESPN, but like,
Yeah.
I
don't
watch
know-
the games, not the documentary.
I don't know why, but ESPN has like a lot of my favorite like UniVersus references. If you remember back when Vicious Madness was a thing, we used to call it ESPN because it's the Ocho.
Yes.
So you
Yeah.
had because you send it for 8 every
Yep.
time.
Yeah.
And then Ochako was the Ocho for a
The
minute.
Ocho,
too.
yeah. I do remember those. As we pass back,
ESPN Deportes. All right, so that was another play one pass, right? That was another just
yeah, we played
Send
the
in.
one unleash, got it into our discard pile. Again, I think we're just looking for these throws and then having to find a way to commit down the moment of normalcy and make it not be readied again as we play another Gunflame Feint. But, we did take some damage, of course, from that last one. So Alexa no longer at 10. We're actually at 7, but we still have our 2 heads. Getting that Roman Cancel token. Going for the full block here once again with a Violent Animus shot. It checks.
Yep, that one's gonna apply a little baby breaker, and then we're just gonna pass turn.
Pass
Yeah.
as well.
So this is what I was talking about. I think Chris has definitely recognized that they don't have to kill the Ghidorah,
Yeah.
and I think Alexa has realized that they need the best hand. They need the hand. They need the Holy Grail hand. So they're also gonna play one pass, and
So
it's
we can accumulate this.
yeah, and
perfection.
it's basically going to come down to because Chris is just playing cards that give a Roman cancel,
Yep.
just to buy themselves a turn, just to not eat the turn.
And
And-
it's also actually an answer to the throws that I'm talking
Exactly,
about.
yeah,
like
yeah.
it's like you're allowed to still, like, you can Roman cancel it down after it has all this damage in case they do have an answer to the moment of normalcy. It just asks Alexa once again to have another answer to another thing.
Exactly. So, yep, play one pass. I do, it's a controversial topic. This is not like the most entertaining UniVersus to people. However, I much prefer play one pass till we get to a legitimate hand than seeing the hands where people play an attack and then they spend 7 minutes looking at their discard pile trying to figure out what they can like dig out of the earth.
And that I think is actually exactly what we're going to, because Alexa drew a second true 100%. So this is just one of 2, and we checked a
Hey.
5 on it. So obviously Mitchell is going to try and make us commit more cards.
Right. Give them minus speed, and by way of making them commit a card, minus speed.
And
Looks like we're setting up all of the different. No, okay.
remember,
Oh, they're counting by 5s. That's actually kind of
yeah,
clever.
and add.
That's actually really smart.
And I think the point for Alexa here is that at a minimum, an amount of resources must be used on this thing.
Yeah, it looks
didn't
like we
even-
actually didn't decide to
Mitchell,
commit for
yeah.
Mitchell just because we're in a reset.
Yeah.
So
and
if Mitchell commits one, that is technically one less resource Mitchell has, and then you're gonna reset to print it anyways. So
And so the question is, does Alexa have an answer to the moment of normalcy?
I can't think of one off the top of my head. I keep thinking Drive Parry works, but Drive Parry is Rival's turn only. I keep misplaying that card.
Yeah. All right, here it is. All right, it's going to go through. And the thing is that Alexa has to have an answer to either this refreshing blend or the moment of normalcy again, or just having 2 of these isn't enough.
This is when you gaslight your opponent and you just slap down Elder Taguro on the table, and you're like, I was playing Elder this whole time.
Yeah.
Swap the speed and damage.
True. Yeah, going to ready up that moment of normalcy, have to dealing with it again. Of course, Alexa's still going to give it an amount of speed to make.
That's the craziest part. You're talking about the one of the 2 true 100s. That refreshing blend means it's one of the 2 moment of normalcies.
Correct.
So this is going to be incredibly difficult. And this is really where the evil symbol has struggled for a while now, which is answering rival foundations. If you look back, pretty much every single format, the best decks, all have one thing in common, whether they're defensive, offensive, whatever. They all have a way to answer rival foundations. Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, loss of consciousness, Ice Sword Execution. You can go through every symbol that's ever been good in whatever format. They had an answer to foundations because of cards like Moment of Normalcy, like Nonagon, like, I guess now the Refreshing Blend. Even a My Fighting Style would go a long way here. But unfortunately, the evil symbol's only real choice for a long time now is 80% power. And 80% power gives the rival extra foundation, so it's a very narrow window that you can actually interact with the rival stage, at least as far as like I think evil has more ways to destroy assets than foundations right now, which is crazy.
Yeah, that is pretty weird. But also giving them more foundations synergizes with you wanting to play things like True 100%. So,
I mean, the Taguro kid is not a bad kid.
No,
overall.
it's not. Obviously, that character
The
got
Taguro
eroded.
cards are actually pretty good. He didn't play many of his own cards, but they're not bad. I always wanted to play 80% to put people in deadlock. That was always.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think that's.
that.
And now it feels like, especially as we're watching games like this one, people are very happy to put themselves in a deadlock.
Yes, yeah, they did not shy away from that at all. Now we do see the King Ghidorah Unleashed coming down. We have not seen the King Ghidorah E-commit. That'll be, the final straw essentially, which we're getting pretty close. We're pretty much not going to have time for a game 2, especially if it's anything like this.
No, absolutely not. So all or nothing here, and I think as you've kind of been saying for this entirety of this match, Chris is very aware that he's going to win in the deck out sort of war. So Alexa must kind of front something to get some damage through, go through this game, try and get a win here.
Yeah, this is almost certainly going to be the final real turn. Even if Alexa doesn't get the kill, like Chris might win on the very next turn, but this should be the deciding turn no matter what. So we've got, it looks like a 3 high for 6. A Protector of Life is going to come down. That's going to generate another power token, which, by the way, Chris has like 2 heads worth of power tokens in damage here. Like, the power tokens alone could kill Ghidorah if there was ever an opening. So Protector of Life comes in, Breaker 1, take no damage, make a power token. Will we see Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla to put it back in hand?
We've seen it basically the entirety of the game, but I think we did finally, I think we Dark Warded this. So we did get a couple of more damage in on the actual take no damage effect. But the Breaker still comes through, and here we see the Tri-Gravity Beam finally being played here with our attacks in here in our card pool, which means we're going to get the full effect on it. Remember, it does also have Deadlock Stun 3, but actually Mitchell's going to make it Stun 2.
Stun 2, yeah.
As we also use the Forceful Negotiation.
If they remembered to call that, because there's a lot of people who forget this card has Deadlock Stun 3 in general.
That's fair.
So
regardless, some cards will be committed, and we will get a peek at the hand for Alexa as we blow up and found one of our foundations. And we get to selectively get rid of some cards here, or get rid of a card, sorry.
It does make a lot of sense why Chris was not playing attacks, because those are not...
win the game attacks.
Those are not beat Ghidorah attacks in this character. Now, if we were Nagoriyuki, that would be in business, but unfortunately, a couple of 4 damage moves not going to be the ticket. However, we are going to snipe the mid block, and the fact that removes might have been relevant 3 or 4 turns ago, but I don't think that's enough to close the gap in terms of milling out, cycling all your cards. But this is just going to be another mid. We know he's got the mid. We know he's got the Divine Defender even. There's a high block sitting in the stage as well with King of Illyria, which could become a block in hand at any moment. So Mitchell, I will say, we did get the stun 3. The Mitchell stage is not looking super hot.
Yeah, about half of it is committed here with 1 momentum left to go. We are still staring across, of course, that moment of normalcy. And remember, there is still another true 100% in Alexa's hand. She is very much trying to navigate this turn and probably trying to end with it, but you have to still get through some of these resources to do so. Going to get another King Ghidorah Unleashed. I did finally get the card puller working again, everybody. As I forgot to still go to try Gravity Beam.
It looks like we readied the Godzilla versus Mecha Godzilla.
Being able to get the this again, you know.
Yeah, we Divine Defender did. Mecha Godzilla versus Godzilla being used twice.
Overtime in the round for everybody else playing teams. Again, they had a little bit of a delay for ours because they were setting things up and getting to our stream table, so they got about 9 more minutes still here in their round. But like you said, this is probably going to be a best of 1 decider, and I will probably also get a update from production on the rest of the team. Because remember, this is just one of 3 matches.
Can you imagine you get down to like this turn and someone walks over and goes, "Hey, we got it."
Oh, I mean, that would be good. That would be a nice, refreshing
I'd be like,
take.
you guys could have won 10 minutes earlier. Even funnier if this is the deciding game, actually, now that I think about it. But another King Ghidorah Unleashed has hit the card pool. Half that stage getting committed. Well, I think what would have been really sick would have been another Tri-Gravity just to go in and rip out that Protector of Life, you know, get another stun 3 in there, because the Mitchell Chimino stage is kind of dwindling.
Well, and we still have access to the King Ghidorah effect of committing, removing a card from our hand, and picking something from our discard pile to play for this turn. So there is still more to come. I mean, Alexa is playing 6 attacks this turn, I think, unless we can't pass a check. Right.
Smartly, though, Students of Tung Fu being used on every attack, not only to help block, but that will reduce the damage of a true 100% Unleash that comes by later. So...
would you like a spoiler of what's going on the rest of the team? For everybody at home is also? Or do you want me to wait? Do you want me to hold it? I can hold the info.
Let's let the turn play out.
Okay, you got it. Yeah, 100%. I'm good. I can hold on to surprises. As it looks like we are passing the turn for Alexa, sending it back.
Okay, spoil me now.
Okay.
I know how this game ends at this point.
Okay, so on Alexa's team, their other King Ghidorah, Trenton, our 4th place at Worlds playing King Ghidorah 1, right? Won their match actually pretty early on. Tam came in and updated us pretty early on.
Ghidorah 2 is a pretty fast deck, yeah.
Meanwhile, Biolante versus Grog resulted in a tie.
I hate everything you just said.
I'm so sorry. Which means...
So you said 2 5-handers.
Yes.
Both with some of the greatest card advantage in the game. Like actual card selection beyond your wildest dreams in most cases.
And probably playing a bunch of throws.
How did they tie?
Oh, that's pretty cool. From production, apparently a referee jury was played on a 14, and it passed, which probably led to them living and then resulted in a tie.
How, though?
That's a lot of cards.
Did their timer start before
this?
Yeah.
Oh,
they're on the regular round timer.
Yes, they're on the regular round timer.
I was like, how did they tie with 6 minutes left? Did they go to 0 at the same time?
No, yeah. The rest of the team started a little bit beforehand. They moved into our
Okay, so the other teammates got the normal timer that everyone else got. Gotcha.
And as we are watching this turn unfold, assuming...
I'm still mad that they tied, by the way.
That's fine. Assuming that Chris can take this win here, starting things off here with this canister
creation strike.
I'll be honest with you, Sam. I thought I was going to be a lot worse at remembering card names, being gone for a little while, but I'm actually impressing myself a little bit.
Well, yeah, this is just Momo's W, so.
Wow. Wow. I didn't like that. I didn't like how you made
You don't like
reference.
that at all?
It was funny, but
It's better than saying her ultimate, because
Yeah.
that's in like every game now.
yeah, that's fair.
That's one thing I did not expect to like translate like linguistically from MOBAs to other games. Is like every game uses the phrase ultimate now.
Yes, that is true. But this is going to be a very large canister creation strike, of course, of that spin and momentum ability. It gives +1 damage for each singleton copy that you have in your stage, which includes your character, of course. And, of course, we're still staring at all of these power tokens that you talked about that can kill King Ghidorah twice over. But remember, we have 2 heads that we have to deal with, and we have a nice little low block right here. One thing that the Mitchell Chimino deck is not very good at is giving speed. And
We played one, passed right on back.
the play one pass resulting through. I will say, though,
Theoretically, all Alexa has to do is not lose here.
not
though.
lose the game.
So Chris is actually
The one in trouble.
the one in trouble from the teams element. I don't know if they're. Are you allowed to get updates from your teams on who won or not? I feel like we always have, but there's never like anyone.
I don't know
caring
the
about
official
it.
rules. I would like a judge, actually, if I can ask that.
Yeah.
I
So
know I got Paul
'cause,
right here.
You know, my experience, we've always just gone over and said, "Hey, bro, we got it," when the round was over. You know, like, but if you can ask, like, for tactic purposes, right? Like, does Chris know that he's actually in trouble if he doesn't win?
Yeah. So the note being is that we don't know, because they're at the stream table, if they know the results of their teammates. The answer is no. So they are just playing as if they are looking to win. So
Yeah, like because if I was Alexa's teammate and I came over and said, "Hey, all you have to do is not lose," that changes the complexity of this a lot.
yeah, absolutely.
Because I think Chris is like playing for the deck out, but now they're playing like for the timeout. Because this is one of those things where at some point Chris had to pull the trigger, right? Because
Yeah.
in teams you don't want to tie a 0-0 anyway.
No, you don't. And Alexa is still actively playing the game.
They just failed to check. Beautiful. Actually beautiful. The only thing that could have been better about that is if they wasted more time on the clock, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, but they're trying not to lose, so committing resources, could open things up.
Yeah, still in the play,
Play
one
one
pass.
pass.
This is going to be a second cycle, though, from Alexa as we draw this card for turn, shuffling things back up.
I think if Chris play one passes, this is going to end up being a strange mistake. Normally I'm in favor of take as little risk as possible, and don't punt a game that you're this far ahead in. But I don't think there's actually time on the clock left for Chris to do that. And also looking at the hands Chris has been drawing, 2 senses who doesn't do it,
Oh, yeah, definitely does not. I mean, maybe, I guess, because of all these power tokens. But,
Well,
yeah,
I mean they all threaten lethal. But as far as actually finding an opening, I don't know if, there's a good one. There's a deadlock, pick up an attack.
yeah.
So now if you're Alexa, the best thing you could do is like play one card that takes 2 minutes to resolve. I don't know if that's in their mind, because that does seem like it'd be a riskier, move than just play one passing. But
Yeah.
theoretically, at this point, the correct thing to do is take as much time as possible.
I think it's hard regardless, because, like, again, in my head, let's say everything plays out. Let's say we have unlimited time here, but we're playing a best of one. If Chris wins this still, it's still a draw for the entirety of their teams.
Correct.
Um,
Which we're playing till there's an undefeated. So if you want the belts, you can't draw.
can't draw.
So you will get more prize wall tickets by winning, though, even
It's
if
true.
you can't get the.
Prize wall tickets
No.
per win.
So this might be this. I guess I mislabeled about 5 or 6 turns ago
More than that.
we would have had the penultimate turn, because I really thought Chris had the backswing. I really
Yeah.
thought. I think I might have also been looking at a different round timer. Expecting
Sure.
the time in the round to be
It's
called.
on that wall that we
Right.
can't see. So
Yeah. So, this could actually be like the greatest enhanced step Alexa
all
will
time.
ever play. Yeah, just because nothing will meaningfully happen here except Alexa's team will win.
and remember, she went second.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell. I can't remember who won the die roll a long time ago, but yeah.
Yeah, Alexa went second. So as soon as that 1 minute timer is up, it'll basically be over for Chris. They won't get another turn. So
And we did actually
This-
just see the immense showdown other effect that you were talking about,
Yeah.
the shuffle things back, right?
yeah, put things on the bottom. Yeah. Yeah, so this is actually mildly heartbreaking. I felt like Chris was so in control,
Yeah.
had this on lock, was going to force the deck out, And then, realistically just allowing Alexa to play one pass instead of forcing Alexa to block, force Alexa to play cards, force Alexa to stay alive, and also just not drawing like super well, not drawing like the really impactful attacks. We played all of our queens earlier in the game and didn't get anywhere.
It was
with
the triple queen turn. And again, I mean, applauding Alexa as well. Like, aside from that one gunflame feint that dealt damage so long ago, only lost one head and took no extra damage from anything else this game.
Yeah, like Alexa has played as well as they could. They were under the gun. They went second. They had, every disadvantage that comes with, and yet they've been able to stabilize, and they've been able to prey on the fact that Mitchell Cimino doesn't give a lot of stats. And so when Mitchell Cimino does want to invest things like power tokens, they need a pretty clear opening, and Alexa has not given Chris that opening. And when a lot of other players would have tilted out and just sort of played out their turn, committed too many resources, but who knows? Maybe Alexa even actually gets the win here.
I mean, we are officially in overtime. It's
not impossible that Alexa could just deal 25 damage here with some pretty impactful moves, but it looks like they're going to opt to fail. And that's going to be it.
Yeah, there's the handshake. They take a draw, and as they will both find out at the end of all the results,
I'm watching both their faces. I'm waiting for a team member to come over.
Alexa and their team of Trenton and Aaron.
Oh, yeah, we should ask for team names.
Will win because this results in a draw. The team will win. Sorry, freaked out production. He's like, what? No, that's wrong.
He just put
the
up
graphic is correct. You did a great job, right?
He heard the word win and went, huh?
But yeah, because this is a teams thing, do we have the team graphic once again? We're going to pull that one up so that we can take a look at the team results and basically break down everything we just saw. So went to time, best of one that didn't even end, into a draw, two very control-oriented style decks, not enough damage push on Mitchell Cimino's side.
I was very surprised not to see Imprisoned. I was very surprised not to see Imprisoned on the Mitchell side. That was the one thing in the back of my mind. I was trying to think, what am I missing about this Mitchell deck? What is sticking out in my head? And no Imprisoned did, but...
So for everybody, we've updated the graphic. So the diamond on Team Trenton reflects who won the die roll on picking first pick pair.
Okay.
And the one on the left represents the first one that was selected. So King Ghidorah 2, three-headed monster, was paired into Bridget by Team Trenton. And so then Team Janani chose Mitchell Cimino into King Ghidorah, Emperor of the Cosmos, which we just watched, and by default, Violante and Grog. So draw resulted on Violante versus Grog. Draw resulted on King Ghidorah, Emperor of the Cosmos versus Mitchell Cimino. And Trenton, playing King Ghidorah, three-headed monster, is the only one on the team that wins with the match they selected, meaning that they will sneak away with a win this round.
And that is part of the strategy of teams, right? You pair your super aggressive, high health, hard to kill character into the squishy seven-hander, and then the other two matchups just kind of bounce off each other, right?
Yep.
You get Violante versus Grog, which still, I need to know how that ended in a draw. I'm so mad about that. I need to know, how did two of the best five-handers at like acquiring wins not kill each other, not find a decisive victor? But a referee jury on a 14 or something sounds like a great story to tell. So if any of you, if any of the Violante players out there watching this stream back after the weekend, I would love to hear that story of how we got 12 cards in the card pool, and still couldn't find a winner.
But speaking of stories, we have more stories to tell as round 2 has concluded here at our teams event on this Friday in the Dallas round 3 regional. So don't go anywhere. I'm going to skedaddle, but Tito will be back with Sam for round 3 of teams.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got another exciting round of teams for you. We are going to have a very, very peculiar matchup that we'll get into in a little bit here. But I want to get your impression so far on the teams tournament. Has there been anything that's been super surprising to you on the breakdown, or while you've been walking around? Was there any matches that really stood out to you?
I mean, I think just looking back at the 2 stream matches we had and how different those were, right? I mean, the first match was Pony turn 2ing, right? One for all in game 2, taking a couple turns, but getting that kill fairly fast to the point where we actually got all 3 games in.
Yeah.
And then seeing the last stream, which was, 2 very control-oriented decks standing across from each other.
Very unkillable decks.
A very unkillable decks. And that's one of the things I love about these side events is that we do get to see the dichotomy of that, right? We do get to see a smorgasbord of different decks and different play styles and different characters. I mean, I know you brought up the character breakdown graphic earlier, and it was mentioned that the most represented character is Rodan with 9 out of the 23 teams.
That's shocking to me, but maybe that's the new normal. I'm so surprised that there's so many players willing to play like what is known as the defensive character. It's weird to me after years and years of MHA. Maybe it's just that all the players who have stuck around this long are just control enjoyers, because control in UniVersus by the system mechanics is very strong.
Yeah, I think it's also the fact that you mentioned it earlier. I was standing over there while you and Barrett were talking. Is that deck has kill potential now, right?
Right. The offense is a bit more streamlined.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know that. I anticipate that we're going to see mostly it played on Void this weekend. However, that air symbol deck does provide aggro if you want it, and so
the air symbol is the more fun version.
yes. But as far as I did walk around and see some of the different matches going on, nothing has been crazy surprising that I've seen so far, and so I'm just anticipating and excited to see what we have coming up next.
Yeah, I'll say what's surprising is typically players kind of fall into like this natural like aggro combo mid-range, or aggro combo control, kind of like one team member does each thing. But I'm seeing a lot of overlap. I'm seeing a lot of teams that are like 3 aggressive decks or 3 control decks, or like the 3 best decks at blocking and things like that. So that's been really interesting. And speaking of decks that are really good at blocking, here is that Rodan versus Izuku Midoriya Deku. So this will be a wonderful way to find out if Midoriya can overtake Rodan's spot as that flexible, versatile character where your offense is kind of streamlined. The Midoriya deck kind of tells you what to do, play all these Vestige Foundations, and there is a chance where Midoriya kind of becomes the new flexible, kind of balanced aggro and aggressive deck, because -3 speed on everything is theoretically better than Rodan, who might potentially end up with a +1 or a +2 on top of their discard pile.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we see right here in this breakdown that both these decks are defensive decks. We're going to get right into it with our first build.
We got Jet K of retro fame at this point. One of only 2 people to walk away with a purple check. Although I think Jet's purple check got sent to him in the mail posthumously, but Jet ran Rodan in Vegas. One of my losses, one of my 3 Rodan losses. All my losses were to Rodan. So it'll be interesting to see how prepared Jet is for this matchup. If I had to assume, which is sometimes a fool's errand, but if I had to assume, Jet is incredibly prepared for exactly this matchup. And we see some similarities here. Both players with that team hero out on turn 1.
Yeah, even with that errata, still not stopping players from putting it in their deck lists. I did get a chance to walk over and watch Mike play on this with this Izuku Midoriya Deku deck. So I am excited to actually see it.
We got a Megalomania as the first attack of the game? Dude, Jet has 0 chill. Let him get some vestiges first. He doesn't even have -3 speed yet, Jet. Come on. Give him some breathing room. All right, we get the Botan's coaching is removed from the game. That's +3 speed. This is now an 8 high 5. 1 card sealed. We have to get to what, 3 sealed on Megalomania to start getting the stat pumps?
Correct. To give all other attacks +1/+1.
Yeah. So
I mean, we were talking about this Void Rodan being the more defensive and controller deck, and here he comes right out of the gate with the aggro.
Yeah, and he chose to get the incubating instead of the Science Bros, which, that just goes to show you the Team Hero 15 errata definitely changing the speed at which people are playing the card and the decks in general, because 99% of the time that would have been a Science Rose because you get immediate stats, you get immediate value out of potentially drawing a card. But Jet is going to look for the long-term incubating because we got to win the speed war. And Mike used their team hero to build in that Bachelor Rise, which is also heavy control for later in the game. So 5 damage are going to come down. Megalomania unblocked. That's going to be a momentum for Rodan. And it's going to be up to Mike to see if he can generate any value because even 5 damage is a pretty good number to land on Midoriya.
I do find it interesting that Jet popped the team hero on his turn instead of that we saw Mike pop it defensively so that it readies immediately right away. Do you think he does that just in case Mike goes into another build turn here and he doesn't get that opportunity?
That is a huge potential. I think that's probably the real reason. When it happened, my assumption was we were just going to build another one.
Sure.
That was my truest assumption, was that we were going to play another one from our hand. But the idea that Midoriya doesn't enter an enhanced step is actually a pretty fair one. Also, I'm trying to think how many cards out there are really answering team hero. Maybe he was afraid of like an asset hate card, or potentially you get a My Fighting Style or something akin to that into play, and then all of a sudden that card gets frozen when you activate team hero later. So that could be the potential. But the reason, the heads up play to get this card in our stage before our rival decides to just build was absolutely genius.
I wonder if looking and seeing that he doesn't quite have enough vestiges in stage yet, it's advantageous for him to just go ahead and build out again is part of the thinking behind Jet's decision. Playing the Heat Tackle, checks the 3.
Yeah, Heat Tackle, unfortunate to check a 3 here. However, Heat Tackle is amazing in this matchup for one very specific reason. Heat Tackle's response cancels Midoriya's response because it draws a card, which is kind of random, but, you know. So one of the things I was thinking of was Mike probably was holding a vestige to block with and build down, because I think we're at 5 vestiges and he needs to get to 6 to get that extra speed bump.
Yeah.
But now that we have Heat Tackle, this is not going to be a valid play, or at least it'll just be a canceled one. There's a little bit of chicken here.
And he does choose to seal it.
What's interesting here is if he didn't choose to bait the Heat Tackle response, there's a world where Jet doesn't use the Roman cancel to clear this.
Right.
So by committing Midoriya, not only did you commit 1 resource for basically no value, especially none now there's a second one, but you also gave Jet the ability or the incentive to clear the card pool and keep playing cards. However, UniVersus is at its core a push your luck game, and Jet is getting a little punished for pushing that luck.
Yeah, rolling 3s, 2 3s in a row on these 5 difficulty attacks. And of course, him spending, as you mentioned, him spending that Roman cancel token, knowing that he was going to go grab another one.
Yeah.
Although he did not. Oh, did I miss enhance to cancel that tension?
You might have just forgot.
I see. Choosing to build out after.
You might have just forgot to get the Roman cancel.
Another Aaron sidestep. There is so much speed reduction already on the side of Jet, in addition to his own character ability.
It's what's necessary to stay alive in this format. There is a lot of attacks coming at you. There's a lot of +3 speed pumps coming. And with Tekken, there's going to be even more. A couple more characters with +3 speed printed on them. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the meta evolves with that new set. But for right now, we got to figure out who is the best at speed control. And right now, the scales are tipped in Rodan's favor.
All right, Mike playing the Hunter's ally on a 5, checks a 3. Gonna have to commit 2.
Yeah, one thing Jet's going to have to worry about, though, is evoking the wielders is a bucket of stats. It is absolutely a ton of stats. And if Mike ever finds that opening, you know, half of Jet's health could be deleted on basically any attack, because evoking the wielders is +8 damage in stage currently, plus any printed move, you know, that's going to be more than 10, more than 11 damage very easily. So yeah, this one's pretty tough.
Yeah, it's just a matter of finding that opening. I mean, that's the situation anytime you play a 7-hander, right? You have that low life total. The moment the doors are open, someone's going to run through.
Yeah, one thing that's pretty frustrating here is it looks like Mike is still jammed at 5 vestiges, so he's not getting 3 speed yet. And because he's not getting 3 speed, we're not going to be able to activate the response on third wielder Fajin, which I talked a little bit about it more in this or early in the stream. I love that card a lot. It solves a lot of my problems as an air deck. Bonus damage, and then the momentum usually becomes even more bonus damage. So Mike's definitely going to want to get that one online, but
Jet's checking another attack on this block.
But this does seem like the turn to get in on because it, Rodan's, I don't know what it is about Rodan decks, but they check worse than any other deck. They build and check worse than almost any other deck. And I think Team Hero did such a good job at like letting Rodan's play as many assets as they really want to.
Yeah.
But also that asset becomes a foundation, so it like fixed their addiction to non-foundation cards. Because you look at a lot of Rodan lists, man, they got 5 actions, they got 6 assets, and then they don't build well, So, but right now it's just the control checks that are really hurting Jet.
Mike playing this Census Ho.
Yeah, very interesting. It looks like we're evoking the wielders here a little early. These are not the openings I would be confident in to commit resources into Rodan. So, and I believe Rodan's at full health. I think it says he's at 7, but Rodan should be at full health on the stream there. I think that just didn't get fixed from Ghidorah last game.
All right, Blocks finally checks a 5 check. This one, of course, will build down due to Census Ho. This is one of the things when I'm playing against a control deck like Rodan is staring at that low health total and just still unable to get over.
It's deceptive. It's the thing that used to get me is he'd be completely committed out. And then -4 speed was just good enough to raw block even with progressive difficulty. So that's what used to get me a lot.
All right, Jet choosing to review that Genkai's. I did see another heat tackle in hand.
Drawing all the heat tackles. I wonder how many attacks Jet has gone through via drawing, playing, checking. Like, how many are accounted for in the remove from game pile?
All right, choosing to build out.
We would have checked 2 attacks throughout that, so probably good not to try and put a hefty string together. Rodan now into deadlock. Midoriya on the air symbol. Air doesn't have the greatest deadlock. It's one of the issues with the symbol. It has very good answers to foundations a lot of the times. It has good card draw sometimes. It kind of goes back and forth on that one. And of course, clearing the card pool is maybe the most powerful thing you can do in UniVersus. But good deadlock is not something the air symbol's really been known for, especially past MHA set 1 specifically.
Yeah, I think when most air decks are trying to go hyper aggro, having good deadlock is not necessary if you're killing them on turn 2, turn 3 before they even get to that point. But
and even then, the really good MHA deadlock was like hyper specific to momentum decks. So yeah, so here's Invisible Infiltration. Now this is an attack that does scale, so it is going to get a pretty fat damage bonus because of all the foundations that Rodan has.
Yeah, deadlock in all but name.
Yeah, just like True 100. Yeah, not a deadlock, but it does scale really well. So we'll see where we can get with this, but still, Mike, I believe, is only getting 2 speed. So when I talked about +3, -3 consistently is theoretically better than the randomization that Rodan might get unlucky at the top of the deck. It turns out the consistency at which Deku is going to get these 6 vestiges might be worse than Rodan keeping a +3 on top of the discard pile.
Yeah.
Because Rodan really does have so many ways to set up that discard pile. It's incredible.
Now, Invisible Infiltration being played. I know I heard you and Barrett talking earlier about kind of the resurgence of this card. And it's so funny when I was listening to you guys. I had that same moment earlier this week when I was play testing with some people who were competing today and running some decks that were running it again. And just kind of going, I forgot how good this card was. Like,
It
this
really
card-
depends on foundation quality.
yeah.
Like that's a big part of it. Is if you don't have anything to recycle, the card definitely doesn't look that good.
It just feels right now that the game is in a state where there's a lot of like readying or rebuilding or building going on in your
Yes.
card pool, and it was something that we had kind of moved away since, I don't know, set 2 and 3 of MHA.
Yeah. For a while, the best thing Invisible Infiltration could really do is unflip a card.
Yep.
You know, and there was like Destined for mainstream success, which was very good. But like a lot of the cards you were playing were things like Release. So if Release is destroying all your foundations, resetting them, not exactly copacetic with that. Air, Good, and Water were just truly deficient symbols.
Yeah.
For a couple years there. I mean, Water and Good didn't even show up in AOT. There wasn't even characters to put the card
Yeah.
in, you know? So it wasn't a weapon for Mikasa. Like the
Yeah.
air characters were all pretty rough. So now we got the airship coming in. This is a huge power spike for Rodan. If you're going just based on stages, Rodan is by far in the lead. However, and again, I think the health total is still wrong. I don't know. I think there's a glitch on that. I think they tried to fix it, but the screen might be a little glitched. So yeah, Rodan's still at full health, hasn't been touched, and I don't know if Midoriya ever will, and that's scary to think about.
Yeah, I was actually just about to ask you, if you're in Mike's shoes right now and you're staring across at this wall, knowing what Rodan does, knowing how they play, what do you do? How do you get over this hump?
So you gotta. Were you watching the Chris G matchup from
I was,
before?
yes.
What's the mistake that Chris made that we talked about at the very end? Chris played absolutely phenomenally until the very end of the game.
I missed that part.
Chris needed to play attacks for the express purpose of forcing Ghidorah to make checks to mill that deck faster.
Oh, right.
So
yes.
Rodan is going to be cycling very soon here, draws more cards than you, removes cards theoretically on every attack, removes cards with incubating, removes cards for Science Bros, and is incentivized to do so. And what you have to do is you have to force the issue. You have to say, yes, you're probably going to win, but you have to identify how are the ways that I can win. And one of the ways that you can win is by Rodan burning too many resources when they don't need to. So you have to make them think that you have it. You have to play like you have it so that they take no chances, because the number one way to lose in UniVersus, in my opinion, or at least the most common way I find myself losing games in UniVersus, is truly by trying to play for a later turn and saving resources. And so if my opponent is not showing me that, you know, that they have it, I'll save those resources and end up getting kind of bamboozled. This is almost the opposite of that. You have to make Rodan spend those resources and push those buttons, because that's another card removed, that's another card drawn, that's another card closer to cycling.
Yeah, and as we said before, Rodan having the low health total that he has does have to respect any attack that's thrown its way, so it will have to answer a lot of these.
Yeah, so, and once, you know, similar to the other matchup, once Rodan is cycled, he does get a bit weaker. You know, you don't have the King Ghidorah unleashed in the discard pile to remove. You don't have incubating targets, things like that. So,
All right, Mike decided to build down a team hero, and then passing from there. Mike has hit that threshold now for
he has to. He
Yes,
has
yes,
to be
yes.
at 6 vestige,
Yeah.
right? There's no way.
right,
But
because it's just 6. It's not 6 differently named, correct?
all right, it should just be
Yeah.
6 vestiges. 6 vestige foundations, maybe, but yeah. But so I know you can play any vestige foundation regardless of,
Of symbol, correct.
I don't know if the other effect that counts 6 might count assets, but he doesn't have one anyways, right? He doesn't have a vestige asset. We do have Mondo Gecko. We had Mondo Gecko. So I was going to say we do have Mondo Gecko, which would be really nice in this matchup, except for Violent Anima Shot turning this into a flash attack. So
Yeah, Violent Anima Shot saying Blitz, commit 1 foundation, remove 1 backup from any stage. If you did, draw 1 card, and this card gains Flash.
Yeah, so this is going to be a 4 high for 5. Luckily, we got a 5th wielder, I think that is, or 4th wielder.
Fourth
Wielder. 4th wielder says you can commit a foundation for a cost, change the block zone of this block to any other, basically make it a complete block for the low cost of 1 extra foundation. Gonna attempt to build it in and draw a card, which makes perfect sense to me. No heat tackle in the way this time.
Yeah, just to clarify. Fourth wielder changes it to a mid.
Oh, it changes the attack to a mid?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
So that it itself can block it.
I guess it's the drive one that changes the block zone, but there's a couple different flavors of turn this into a complete block for committing 1 foundation. And now we see the cycle. He went through that deck so fast, you know. I do think we're on like turn 5 or something, but just the build turns have been so quick.
Yeah. I mean, both these players knowing what their deck does, not hesitating. You don't see either of them in the tank for very long. And it looks like Jetstream's going to continue to build down here. And continue to check attacks.
All right. This is the second Grey Wars game in a row I've gotten to cast. And, you know, there was a point in time where the Grey Wars like this would happen, but players would still like attack every turn and go back and forth. But I think the format I would agree with is just you're better off sculpting. You're better off trying to actually just accrue like the God Hand. Whereas in the past, you'd get a lot of advantage by poking and making the rival use some resources. But right now, these characters just don't have to use a resource to block. Like if Jet is smart and Mike does start poking at him, if you just don't use Rodan,
right,
you'll stick around longer and not, you know, run the risk of milling out. But I have to imagine Rodan's offense is so good that a couple more turns of sculpting and he'll actually be able to punch through Deku's defense. And a big reason for that is cards like Heat Tackle, because Heat Tackle cancels Midoriya's big defensive trick. Megalomania, another one that we saw in the main board, just shuts off Midoriya's speed control. So those are the cards I would be looking for if I was Jet. I'm sure those are the cards he's hoping to find. But now we do see the Science Bros coming out. We're going to be using Incubating to give -1 speed, but then we get 1 speed, 1 damage back. So we're going to effectively just be getting +1 damage from every Incubating that we use.
And then I did look into Jet's hand, and it does appear he has 3 attacks, and then, of course, we've got that military airship. So let's see how much he actually swings and pokes.
Yep, trying to bait the Heat Tackle there with a Fearsome, I believe. Fearsome Transformation, not worth canceling when your rival's character ability draws cards. We do also have triple Batra arrives.
Yeah.
On the side of Jet on the side of Mike, and Mike's not activating them to shut down these Science Bros or these Incubatings and such. I can understand why you might not want to hit the Incubating, but I feel like you gotta seal the Science Bros. I could be wrong. Jet might have some interaction for it that I'm missing, but I don't see the Batras in. Oh wait, maybe those are the 3-diff Altarts there. Maybe is the Altart Batras next to the Botons.
It does appear that that's the case.
Yeah, because I don't know what other 3-diff he'd have multiple copies of that have an Altart like that. Because he could be playing the 3-diff from the Shigaraki deck, which I know he's playing at least 1 copy because I believe it's committed up here, which I can't remember the name of off the top of my head. It's a brand new card, so I get a pass. It's a brand new card. But it's the one that is like tenacious, just -1 speed on play. But I do believe that he might have, it might be 2 Batchers to 3. So we might not be trying to get into a Batcher war just yet.
All right, Jet playing the King Ghidorah Unleashed, using that military airship to pick that Heat Tackle back up.
Yeah, and again, Mike trying to bait out the Heat Tackle, but to what end? At what point are you just committing a resource and not getting anything for it? Maybe Mike will block with a Bug Bite, and that would be sick. You can block a heat tackle with a bug bite. It is a high attack.
I mean, both these stages have so much speed reduction currently, both on face, and then here we go with the Protector of Life, an Omni block that has Breaker on it.
Yeah, one of the few reasons to really try to play like Mothra or Midoriya over Rodan is Protector of Life being an absolute defensive all-star. But I still think in the head-to-head matchup, Rodan gets the edge. But I have really enjoyed playing Protector of Life, getting an offensive resource for playing my defense, and the fact that it has Breaker 1.
All right, we got that Heat Tackle coming back out. Generating another Roman Cancel token.
Yeah, and now if Mike wants to block, the Roman Cancel will probably get to clear the Heat Tackle. I don't know if Mike has any more abilities. I guess he has Aaron Sidestep. I was going to say, I'm not sure how many of these abilities get canceled by Heat Tackle, but Divine Defender and Aaron Sidestep do. Looks like now we're going to attempt to get into the, yep, that is a Batra.
Yep.
That is the,
And they're just trading Batras,
yep, that's the Batra War.
and now the Science Bros has been sealed.
So now on Mike's next turn, Jet won't have the Batras and he will. So that could be a huge opportunity.
How much farther you think, if you were playing and you were Jet, how much farther do you go? You think this is your last attack, you build out, you see what happens next, or do you just send it all?
I don't know. It's tough to say. If I'm Jet, probably play one more attack, deal 5 damage, and then build. If it was me, I would just play 7 more attacks and win the game, of course.
Of course, of course.
Yeah, I just play every King Ghidorah Unleashed in my deck, a couple Tri-Gravity Beams, you know, and then just to mix things up for fun, I'd probably end with an Ice Sword Execution with +5 damage.
Mike attempted to play the Divine Defender, and
Yeah, the
it was
Divine
sealed.
Defender got sealed or got canceled.
Yeah, it got canceled by a Heat Tackle, which sealed itself. Mike blocking with the military airship.
Now we're going to spend both of these tokens.
As you predicted, to clear.
Yep. Clear, draw a card, play all the attacks you can.
Was that 3 Tri-Gravity Beams he had in hand?
No, I think they're King Ghidorah Unleashed. Yeah, this is starting to get a little inky. Mike's hasn't taken any real damage yet, but it's looking better and better with every enhanced step that something is going to get through.
Well, we were talking about Deadlock earlier. Tri-Gravity Beam has that Deadlock Stun 3 on it.
Oh, that was a Tri-Gravity Beam alternate. Okay, okay. The rare second attack Tri-Grav means, of course, the third one is a Tri-Grav. And now the stun might actually be what gets us there rather than just looking at the hand. However, sniping a Queen of the Monsters has to feel pretty good.
Oh, I see we have the health total updated for the Rodan.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is currently at 2 mid, 4-7.
I believe we still have the stun 3 available. I don't think he's announced Deadlock stun 3 yet.
See.
Okay.
All right, the full block coming out.
Maybe we did, and it was like the first thing and I missed it, but
I don't believe we did, because I think prior to playing that attack, I counted that he only had 3 left.
okay.
3 ready,
Well,
so.
this is triple Tri-Gravity Beam.
He'll get to look at the hand, pick another one. Yeah, that Electric Moth will leave.
Tri-Gravity is one of the best cards at closing down a game. And then Interestingly, we went for the Botons while he had one card in hand, knowing that the one card in his hand was a low, and it doesn't block Violent Animus, but he didn't want to have the partial. And as soon as we got the Rodan health total fix, we actually just delete the Midoriya health total in one fell swoop. So I guess if I was Jet, I would also just play a bunch of attacks and kill him there. I was not expecting triple tri-gravity. At any moment, I was truly expecting Jet to just build out and pass. But, you know, between the double incubating, the Science Pros did get sealed, I guess, actually. So the incubating's not piling on the damage, but, you know, we managed to find it there. And I like the pace at which they were both playing. They were both building fast.
Yeah.
They both knew what they wanted in their stage. They weren't wasting time on turns where, you know, there's no meat behind the attacks and things like that. They weren't trying to make something out of nothing.
Yeah, they each had 400 foundations, and we still have 32 minutes left, so they were definitely playing at a brisk
And
pace.
then Jet waited till he had the hand, and the hand turns out to be triple tri-gravity. So
Yeah, when your opponent is in deadlock.
tri-gravity, if you will. We had the tri-gravity, and now it's the try-hard gravity as both players are going to sideboard. Let me ask you, partner, what are you looking for from your sideboard if you're Midoriya? You're down a game, you're going first, you now have a taste of what your rival is going to do to you. What are the cards you would be looking for the most?
Honestly, if I'm Mike, I am just looking for cards that are going to help me end this faster. Right? I mean, you see what happens when you let Rodan build out to a stage at large. I don't know exactly what Mike has in his sideboard without the information in front of us.
So you're trying to beat the beat down.
I'm trying to get in there. I know we did the deck breakdowns, and he listed it as being a defensive kind of control deck and a combo piece. I am finding stuff in my deck right now, in my sideboard, that just lets me go in there and try to get some health, get some chip away from turns 2 and turns 3. I do think I saw him side in a substitute member, which, you know, I think most of the time that card is used on defense to bring a speed down. However, considering Rodan putting attacks down to, you know, 0 and negative speed at times, can also be used offensively.
Yeah, I think what I'm looking for is I'm looking for ways to deal with Heat Tackle. Heat Tackle definitely seemed really annoying, canceling the character ability multiple times, really throwing off that tempo that Midoriya is supposed to get back by being able to build on the rival's turn and refresh that card and refund that card. So I would look for ways to deal with the Heat Tackle, maybe sealing the attack, maybe ways to remove it, a Cape of No Return, something like that. And then on top of that, Megalomania, which we didn't see a ton of, but it came out turn 2. And you have to imagine Jet's either siding more or playing more. So I would want ways to deal with those two attacks so I can actually use my character's defensive ability, because as nice as it would be to come out here and just say, I'm going to play all my queens turn 2 and jump down your throat, I don't see that being the likely way that this game ends.
All right, we got Mike building that Batras, that Aaron sidestep.
Not bad. Creative counter.
Creative counter.
And the rarely seen, I believe, second wielder. Or no, that is...
No, that's fifth.
Fifth wielder.
Because that's... What was All Might? Was All
It's
Might
the
the
one
fifth
that
wielder?
draws. Yeah, it's the one that draws. It's the passing the torch one, for All Might. I don't know my wielders that well. I didn't watch MHA. I didn't watch MHA. I only know the wielders from... I watched like the first season, you know, and like the sports festival stuff arc, very cool. Once it got like past that, I don't know. It kind of lost me. So I don't know any of the backstory of One for All for One. Or
oh my God, I would love to go on a tangent about my favorite anime, but let's go ahead and we're going to have this electric moth coming out from Mike's side.
I mean, if they go to 40 foundations again, you'll probably get the opportunity. Electric Moth going to discard that Aerial Kikosho. Aerial Kikosho, very much a late game threat, very expensive. Typically wants you to have a momentum or to commit like 2 foundations to play it on the rival's turn. But this Electric Moth also not looking super impressive as a 2 high for 4. Hopefully it fixed our hand, because we are not going to get much out of it here. However, Jet did block with a +4, so maybe that high zone is open.
Yeah, that's
he also has a +1 on top of his discard pile.
Yeah, that Supersonic coming out. Him checking the 5, having to commit 2.
This would have been a great time to play a Queen of the Monsters.
Yeah. Instead, we got the build out from Mike, that team hero. More wielders.
And what is that? Is that the Survey Corps of Parody? Hope of Parody? Is it Paradise or Paradise?
I think it's Paradise.
Is it the S? I heard the S was silent, but I don't know. It feels weird to call it Paradis.
All right, well, all right, we're going from ready for a hot take. We're going from talking about my favorite anime of all time, and now talking about the one I think is the most overrated of all time in the form of AOT.
You know, I read the manga for
Okay.
AOT. I like kind of powered through it. I didn't hate it. But so my experience with AOT, just to keep it brief, because we're going to jump into Mike's turn. I think he's going to want to attack is, I kept trying to just read the synopsis. I just kept trying to like give me the elevator pitch on the story, and people would go, okay, well, so a long time ago there was 3 countries and they're at war and you haven't met them yet. And I'm like, no, just start from the beginning. And they're like, yeah, so you actually have to go back in time. And I was like, all right, I'll just read it. And everything they were saying was correct. And that was the most mind-boggling part to me, was that the people were not giving me a bad like version of the story. It's just by the end of it, I was still like just as confused as when I started. So that was me with AOT, was I read the whole manga and went, I don't know if I understood any of this. So some cool stuff happened. It's like just as confusing if I tried to explain it to you right now, you know, as people trying to explain it to me before I read it. So
All right, some cool stuff here. We got Invisible Infiltration coming out. Do you pop the team hero, get a foundation that you want to tutor in,
and then blink
and
it.
then blink it so that builds?
I don't hate that play. I don't know if it's right here. I mean, obviously it really depends what's in the discard pile, right? Which one is going to be good enough. But here we're going to go opt for the bonus damage on Team Hero. Now we're going to cash it in.
And we did see Mike's hand. He has a second Invisible Infiltration in hand.
Yeah, so not a super powerful option, kind of going, I guess, for the macro play. But if I'm going to be playing more attacks, I think I would really prefer to have the bonus damage just in case I ever do hit Rodan. However, Breaker 1 is going to make that seem less likely. Not undoable, but much less likely, because now you'd be committing 1 to ready 1 at best most of the time.
Looks like Mike agrees with you. Is going to play the team hero.
Gonna
Checks the
have to commit
2.
1, but not as bad as if we had tried to play an attack.
Another Batra arrives.
Yeah, but Mike's gonna have to pop something off here, because Rodan's up a game. Rodan does not have to take that many risks. And we might be saddled in here for another 25 minutes of Jet just trying not to blow a lead, which more power to him.
Do you think Batra arrives is going to be the most represented foundation from the Reign of Kaiju? I feel like every deck that can run it is running it.
From Reign of Kaiju, yes. Which is crazy to think that it's not Godzilla versus Biollante, but you know, symbol diff, you know, symbol gap right there. So from Reign of Kaiju, it definitely is right now. I can't imagine one that overtakes it in the future, unless it is like some crazy Final Wars combo where you get to like keep drawing off Final Wars, or, you know, Godzilla versus Biollante, when those symbols kind of get brought back up to full strength, because historically Life, Water, Earth, very good symbols since the reboot. You know, like Life and Water kind of before too, but Life has definitely had some stinker eras, and Earth has definitely been like feast or famine. It's usually never like a mid symbol. It's usually like the best or the worst. So I would not be surprised if E-commit draw card becomes the best foundation from that set at all.
Also, we mentioned Deadlock Hate earlier. That has one of the best Deadlock Hates in the game right now.
It has been, Godzilla vs. Biollante has been referred to as a win the game deadlock.
Yes.
That is true. Speaking of win the game, we got Megalomania coming down, sealing Midoriya. So we're gonna pop this team hero here. We're gonna block with sub member. We're gonna check a 3 unforge. And I think you're not supposed to, well, I think this might be the only attack we get to put any speed hate on, actually. So this block's gonna come down. Heat tackle now. Jet playing pretty quick. I think Jet's got a super good hand if he's gonna
definitely
immediately
posturing.
If he's immediately going for another 5 div here, he knows he wants to play it. Trying to get a peek at the hand. There's one more attack at least, maybe 2. So it doesn't, when he fanned his hand out, it didn't look like the triple tri-grab style hand, but yeah, he tackle's going to deal. King Ghidorah Unleashed coming in on a 6. Really probably just trying to get this damage in where he can, so that way when the next opportunity comes around, you know, Mike will have to end up playing perfect defense.
Yeah, chooses to build out after this. And then choosing freeze down, his Batra arrives. Or one of the Batra arrives. Jet, once again, on a healthy stage.
Yeah, so Midoriya taking some damage there. We're going to get the health totals updated because they're not really marking things with dice, and they're not putting the health total on screen, so it's been a little difficult to track. There's a lot of verbal, like, yeah, I'll take 6 going on, you know, and things like that. So we're going to get the health totals updated here pretty soon, but I believe Midoriya is at like 20-ish. I think he's closer to like 18 to 20, so we'll
Yeah, he took how many? Two attacks, full strength there.
Yeah, we got the 2 momentum, so he's got to be like below 20. But Hunter's ally, low key, this card not okay. Building allies should have been like a nothing burger, but man, they just keep making beautiful allies. And Team Hero 15, of course, being the ultimate. And of course, Team Hero being the ultimate of those allies, because it then turns into any other foundation, which I was very, very excited for when they first previewed it. And then everyone else got really, really excited for it. And now it's become a thing. You know, Air, Earth, those symbols just have been running this combo for very good reason for a long time now. A lot of the TOT decks, you know, form, play Hunter's Ally, get my best card. And now we're going to see a King Ghidorah Unleashed block this.
And then even before Team Hero was released, we were just seeing Hunter's Ally tutoring in Genghis Frog for, you know, Godzilla and just giving extra stats.
Yeah, basically TMNT and then KOF back-to-back. We're just like, you wanted allies to build? We got you allies to build. Now here is Electric Moth. Very funny to see this card played against Rodan because he is one of the best users of it. A lot of decks don't care about that Giant Enhance, but whenever you get that Giant Enhance off, man, it feels pretty good. So we're going to see a discard. We're going to see draw 3 because Jet has at least 10 foundations.
That certainly
you want to
does.
talk about like fake deadlock, not real deadlock?
If you are tables 32 or 33, please see our judges over here at the admin desk. Around spots, so they're not.
And now, if you're Mike, after last game where you see Jet play those Tri-Gravity Beams, knowing that he has that, you know, Deadlock Stun 3 in his deck, does that slow down how wide of a build you build out?
I don't think so. I don't think Tri-Gravity Beams, I don't think the stun is what's preventing me from blocking. And I don't think this deck plays defense from its stage like that.
Sure.
You know, the stun 3 on Tri-Grav is really useful against decks that want to DR from their stage and not block anyways. Because Tri-Gravity, you know, against a handless opponent, not very impressive. So I think that's really where that starts to shine. But yeah, I'm not too keen on it, I guess I should say.
Jet blocking with the Science Bros. Mike opting to build out with that Aaron side step.
Yep. And so Midoriya is at 20 is the update that we got. And I believe Rodan is still at 21. I don't think we dealt damage that turn, right?
No, we did not.
Unless we partialed the, Electric Moth went to discard. So, well, this is going to be the deciding game of our matchup once again, because we just got an update that from George's team, from Mike's team, basically. He has one teammate that won, one teammate that lost. So it looks like Mikasa beat Pony, because a Pony by any other name. And then Armored All Might beat Armored All Might. So George Ringel beating Kevin Broberg in teams in a mirror match is pretty exciting. That should have been the match we had with the 2 world champ. We could have had back-to-back world champs in a mirror match, and you guys gave me this? Where's Tamron Cardwell? I need to have a word with him.
I think he saw you getting fired up and decided to walk away.
I can't believe that. We really sat down and we had world champ from the year before, world champ from this year, and they were in a mirror match. Tamron, come here. You gave me the air wall mirror when we could have had 2 world champs in a mirror match. Come on now. Come on. That match was probably a sick 4 minutes, though. That match was done very quick, but it was probably the coolest 5 minutes of UniVersus action we were going to get.
Mike going for the block, checking the 3, building down.
Sorry, I was getting mad at Tam. I missed how, I guess we blocked with Midoriya and okay, yeah. So we played the heat tackle, then we blocked, then we baited the response, which then allowed Jet to clear, which we've seen like 3 times this matchup. And I got to say, at some point, I feel like you just don't press the Midoriya button. Just use him as a blank resource. Am I wrong on that?
No, I think you're...
Unless he's about to play a card that draws cards that he wants to use more than Midoriya. Because I think he tried to bait it with a Fearsome earlier. You know, if we were playing like Sacred Guardian, which no one plays because that card not quite good enough, you know, I could understand. But like, I just don't know why we're committing our character for the express purpose of saying that heat tackle is sealed. You know, maybe maybe he's trying to draw from 5th wielder. Maybe that's drawing more cards than I thought. But that's the only thing I can think of is we've had some other almost as impactful card draws in our stage, but Jet has not gotten baited by those. So maybe if we really think that 5th wielder is better than Midoriya here, but I don't know if that's true. 5th wielder has to like commit and remove itself. So that's another resource, right?
Jet using the Rodan Enhance to take a peek at his next 2 cards, seeing 2 5-checks on top.
Yep. And then Mike doing one of my favorite plays, which is the roundabout Midoriya response, getting to creative counter in one of his foundations that he blocked with.
We've got another air inside stub. Mikasa defeats the female Titan. Military airship. And battle for dominance coming down on the side of Jet. Just
Jet looking
I actually think I've decided that you're the problem.
I'm the problem?
Yeah,
What did I do?
last rematch, 2 walls. This match, 2 walls.
Tam knows that I like playing this style of play, but I don't know if it's the best for stream. In Vegas, he said, round 1, you're on stream, pal. You're the hometown hero. And I said, Tam, I'm playing a Mothra deck that will not attack my opponent until they cycle. You know, you do not want me on stream. Like, I'm down to play that. It's so interesting when you're in it, you know, but like sometimes watching the matchups, I get why this isn't everyone's cup of tea. And luckily, you know, when both players, again, they're playing quickly on the builds, they're sculpting, they're not trying to make nothing. They're not trying to make something out of nothing. Like those are the games that really stall and like feel really bad, where it's like, here's an attack that won't deal damage and the text isn't relevant, and yet we're going to spend 7 minutes trying to make it relevant. Right. But these are 2 players who recognize where the game is at, and they're like, okay, I need to have better attacks. I need to have a better string of cards. But
we did just see Jet throw out 3 attacks on that last round, 2 or 3 attacks. And so it's not that they are build 1 pass.
Even that's fine because it's quick.
Yeah.
Again, my biggest beef is it's like we're going to play 1 attack. It's going to take 10 minutes to resolve. It did nothing to the overall board state, but everyone's making sure that they're not missing something, which is like they're right. That's what you're supposed to do. But then it's like, okay, well, this ultimately meant nothing. Now we're going to pass and build, you know, nothing exciting after that. And you're going to hold 5 cards and you're going to draw 1. How much better can your hand get when you just draw the 1? You know, those are the games that take forever because the players aren't using the review step. They're not willing to play cards, so they're not going to be able to draw cards, and you're going to be stuck with this traffic jam hand for 30 minutes because neither player is willing to give up, you know, an inch of potential risk So, and here's, we played this poke out. This is probably a similar example. You can see Jet's like, I blocked with an attack for this because there was really nothing was gained from the invisible infiltration, right? Like there was just a foundation that got blinked and now it's still committed, you
Correct.
know? So it didn't take 7 minutes though. It only took 1 minute. But there are some games out there where you're watching it and, they're looking through their discard pile like, what can I team hero? I'm guilty of it too. You're just like, what can I team hero in that will change something? And the answer is usually nothing.
Was this Ice Sword in the main board, or was this a card that
I believe
sideboarded it?
we saw Ice Sword game
Did
one,
we?
I believe,
Okay.
yeah. I would not be surprised if there's like 1 or 2 extra in the sideboard because some matchups, some decks, it's really, really good against. It was very difficult. One of the reasons it was difficult for Mothra to beat Rodan is because Rodan had access to Ice Sword and he would just name Divine Defender.
Right.
And I would usually have 4 out when it got named. So now we're going to hit Fifth Wielder and he's going to get 3 of them. So stun 3, similar to the deadlock from the first game. We're going to choose the 3 we want though. And of course it's that extra card draw. So now Heat Tackle is going to go a lot further in the future. All right. Batra to Batra.
Yes.
Just get like the back-to-back meme, but it's just 2 Batras.
Or it's the Spider-Man meme where they're just pointing at each other.
Yeah. The Spider-Man one's, it's weird how much that one comes up. It's weird how often you can just slip that in. But yeah, we got the Batra, 2 Batra, true combo.
And then I think there's only one more attack in Jet's hand after this Ice Sword Execution.
Yeah, we're gonna freeze a Batra so we can win the Batra War eventually. Gonna Rodan, look to see if there's anything worth fishing for.
Looks like, is that the Tri-Gravity Altar on top? No.
Okay, now Jet's spinning wheels. Now Jet's trying to make something out of nothing. But if you make something out of it, his team wins because it comes down to this. Also, if Jet just doesn't lose, his team wins.
And again, we confirmed that the stream players do not have that information.
Yeah, I believe so. Not by default. I mean,
Correct.
I do think someone, again, my just personal experience playing teams, people would walk up and say, "Hey, we got it."
Okay.
Got it.
Yep.
Or like when your match would finish, you'd be like, "Oh, guys, you got to win. I lost."
Yeah,
you
sure.
know? So I don't know if judges. I'll talk to a judge on my break next round, and I'll see like what the current like feeling is. If you're allowed to even say that much.
So I think Jet stacked the Violent Animus shot on top, then a 5-check, and then the Tri-Gravity, I think, is here for the Botons to pick up.
Yep. And now it looks like we're going to have a pretty good string. I think Jet's going to pick it up this turn, provided that Rodan has made it so that we check well.
Yeah. Mike only has 2 cards left in hand, and I don't think any way to draw.
No. None of those cards add to hand.
So Jet's... Oh, I was going to say Jet still has 3 attacks in hand. Just kidding. He's got 4 in hand.
Yep. So this one should be obnoxiously fast for an annoying amount of damage.
Committing it to make it a mid. Checks a 5. Able to block it.
Yeah. Danger Sense doing a lot of work here, but...
Ice Sword coming back.
Oh, the Genkais? Said, don't wake daddy. Will that be enough to stay alive, though, with no cards in hand?
Yeah, Mike saying you have to have him all in hand because he is out.
And I think this is going to do it. This is 6, 7, because we've got Science Bros triggers activating. That's going to put Midori down to 13. Here comes Tri-Gravity Beam. This one should be, I believe, for 9 because we're going to get 2 Science Bros triggers and 2 damage from itself. And then the last attack in the hand that we can see will do
is
it.
another Tri-Gravity. And there it is.
And that is pretty much exactly how the Rodans took apart the Air Mothra deck as well. So not super surprised at this outcome that the Midoriya Air deck seems very potent. It seems great. It seems versatile. But the actual predator of control decks is a bigger control deck.
Yep.
And unfortunately for Mike here, Jet K is the bigger fish and is going to take this down, not only for this matchup, but for Team Unlucky as well.
Yeah, and game 2 being kind of a repeat of game 1 where we saw Jet build down a wall, sculpt his hand, get to the point where he can just sling, 5 attacks, take it down. Again, you talked about, Rodan doing what Deku does, only better. I mean, it's one of those things where, like, being second best at something doesn't help if you're going up against the first best.
If you're two decks that can't be hit, right? They're two decks that are so good at blocking they can't be hit. Having the extra card draw already goes a long way. Already being the 7-hander versus the 6-hander in that matchup goes a long way. And then on top of that, you just saw the myriad different types of cancels, right? That heat tackle, canceling the character ability, absolutely huge. They went toe for toe on Batras, but then on top of that, the Void symbol has ways to freeze. It has ways to rip cards out of your hand. It has all these ways that you would consider, I guess, not honest universes, whereas Midoriya is really good at the speed, damage, block. I'm going to outbuild you potentially, right? But Rodan has it doesn't matter how many you have. I can commit all 3 copies of Fifth Wielder, stuff like that. So
we saw seals, we saw cancels, we saw freezes, we saw commits. We saw everything coming out defensively.
Saw deadlock.
Saw deadlock. We saw everything coming out on the side of Rodan. I think I said this earlier. I think it's going to be one of the most represented decks this whole weekend. Rodan. And so it'll be interesting to see who can solve that puzzle and kind of get over that hump of basically being thrown in jail.
It's going to take probably the fastest aggro decks just before they get set up. Prey on the RNG. Prey on the fact that before they get incubatings out, they might not be able to fix their discard pile. That's my experience playing Rodan. When you lose, it really feels like you had terrible luck because Rodan is so powerful that you're like, oh man, I had a +1 on top of my deck at the wrong time or something like that. Like that's like when Jet was checking all those attacks.
Yeah.
I was thinking to myself, this is how Rodans lose. Sometimes they just check 5 attacks in a row.
So if you had to predict which aggro deck currently out of the ponies, the Mikasas, do you think is going to be the one to be able to take Rodan down?
I want to believe in my heart of hearts it would actually be the Mikasa decks. Because at some point the Mikasa speed ramp catches up, and I don't know if you can ever actually outlast the card advantage that Rodan has.
Sure.
Like, you talk about incubating with King Ghidorah Unleash, incubating plus Science Bros, incubating plus Supersonic Flight to draw extra cards. There's just so much going on. Roman Cancel to like refill the hand and, on offense and stuff like that. Roman Cancel to sit in for a block, So I want to believe it's actually the Mikasa 1 that people are trying to play, but I think there's only like 1 out there. There's also like 1 Mikasa 4, which 35 is a lot to count to for Rodan, but Rodan doesn't have to even attempt it until they feel comfortable.
Sure.
So I'm really not sure if there is one, because if there was a deck that was good enough at killing Rodans, I don't think we'd see this many Rodan players.
Yeah. Fair enough.
But that's going to do it for this round. We're going to take a small break. We're going to come back with another round for you guys, and hopefully you'll get another quick one like you and Barrett got, and then I'll be back and we'll just have Void versus Void again.
Yeah, we'll test the theory of whether or not it's actually your fault that this is happening.
Yeah, we'll just come back and I'll just watch like a 4 in prison versus 4 in prison match,
All right, sounds good, and we'll be back. All right, welcome back to round 4 of teams here at the round 3 regional in Dallas. I'm joined again by Barrett, the GOAT, my hero.
Whoa. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I think we're ready to go right into the matchup.
Yeah, a little bit of info for the teams that we have going against each other. Of course, we'll have a graphic that will be much, much prettier than my words. But we've got Team Atkins versus Team Cole. We're now in round 4 of our team matchup, and we are going to be watching Godzilla, King of the Monsters. Sam and I had the privilege of going through all of the character breakdown of the event, and this is the only one represented here today. Even in a Titan of Terror we saw running around, but this is the only Godzilla, King of the Monsters being played here. Going first against a King Ghidorah 3-headed monster, which I'm finally glad that we have one, because I feel like I've been talking about this character and we haven't seen it, and we've talked about it with the LC performances they've had recently, and I haven't seen it. But now we get to witness this deck, and, in a tale of old as time, Godzilla versus King Ghidorah. So thoughts on this matchup, because both of these characters are really good at that +3 damage thing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, my thoughts after the last couple matches we saw on stream is that we get to see 2 decks that are aggressive.
Yep.
So it should be 2 Titans, 2 Kaiju just slapping each other over and over again. To be completely honest, you mentioning that this is the only Godzilla King of the Monster listed is surprising to me, because I think it's one more than I actually anticipated being listed. It feels like he's fallen so far out of favor, even though I still think that there is plenty of momentum tricks, and there's plenty of things on the Chaos Symbol specifically that he can do. He's still formidable.
I don't disagree with you. I think I had a really good conversation as our players are going to build their turns here. Of course, Andrew A. going to be going first. That I was talking with some of my people that I would call my friends after playing this game for so many years.
Yeah.
That we were talking about characters that give stats and characters that don't give stats.
Sure.
And I think when you look at something like Godzilla King of the Monsters, where, this character came out in 2024, and it very simply says, hey, play this one game plan, give free damage to your moves as long as you play this game plan, and then I have extra bonus text on top of that. And that seems to be, in modern universes, where a lot of people prefer to play the game, is if you're not playing a character that gives stats in some capacity, or even just like take stats away from your opponent's attacks, it feels like the game is so much harder to play, which is true.
Yep.
But also, people are just like not willing to do so. So just like what you said, King of the Monsters is just like not the only guy at the table anymore that can give +3 damage. We were talking about Armor Might, which we have the privilege of. There's quite a few in the room today playing in teams, and well, +1/+3 is better than just 3 damage, and there's extra text on Armor Might on top of that, and he also just has like a build around restriction, but he can do it on 4 diffs.
Yeah.
So it's like, you're right. There are just other characters that we could be playing literally across from the table. King Ghidorah, 3-headed monster, also can give 3 damage and has this incredible defensive ability that we can use multiple times across the game because we have 3 of these counters. So I do think it's kind of fallen out of favor. You got to also think how many things have changed on this character in their kit, and things that have been banned or eroded or whatever.
Right.
Gone are the days that, City Rampage Godzilla kind of has been running the format. But, I mean, let's be very real. We're in round 4 here. We're only really paying attention to the teams that are still undefeated. So this team with Andrew A. playing this Godzilla deck, even with all these things that have changed for this deck across these years, they're undefeated.
Yeah, I mean, everything you said is 100% correct. I mean, there's obvious reasons why it has fallen out of favor. I just think that the way the current game is in the current meta, and the ability to cheat in momentum so easily between things like tension, between finally free, that being able to give +2 to your checks over and over and over again, if you wish, is such a strong ability. And then, of course, there's the board wipe, to kind of reset things when you run into a situation like we just saw where it's a giant wall set in front of you.
I was trying to get this one. This is Ground Forces Engage. I just was struggling to find the move. So again, in the fact that, these Infinity 5 difficulty attacks keep coming out. Like, I remember, when Tension was coming out with Go Through Strive, everyone's like, oh, Godzilla is going to run the show again. Momentum generation, even just these Infinity symbol 5 difficulty attacks, being able to give 3 damage to all of them. So even this one, also carrying speed over to the next things, and can give even more depending on later in the game. It's just like the avenue and how this deck has kind of changed its axis is really showing like the inevitability of what this character can do. And remember, this is us not even bringing up the fact about the board wipe ability and how it can actually warp games, because sometimes you just use it at an opportune time where you actually can like go to 3 cards in your hand and you build 3 foundations afterwards instead of the normal 2, and your opponent draws for turn and they have like a bunch of attack cards and they feel like the game is over because they can't reestablish their board, and they feel like they have to go into a 34 health character that even though you lose your foundations, you can spend your momentum to give plus to your check. So this character is very powerful, and I don't think anyone's ever debating that. We've even seen the success, regional winning, of course, for this character. But I am interested to see how a deck like this is going to do well, because I think this character can almost never, in my opinion, beat things like Rodan, which we've already talked about quite enough this weekend, and how it might be doing in the room. But the cool thing about teams is that if you win die rolls,
you set the matchup.
You can set your matchup so that you never have to run into those. And I think that's probably a good place where a character like this can still thrive.
And we see Andrew playing out his 3rd attack. We
Walk
have
the
Walk the
Dog.
Dog, which already well statted. Never
Yeah.
mind the fact that
You get 3
Godzilla
more.
that you get 3 more because Godzilla looks at the printed difficulty, not what you actually played it on.
Yeah, and the stun coming from the ground forces engage. Stun 1, and then in the second one, you have another stun 1. So now, plus they blocked your move, so they committed completely out here for Cole. So, already now having to use up a head counter to take 3 instead, going down to 24 total as we build a couple more foundations and pass back to Cole. But now with 2 momentum, Godzilla only gets more powerful with more attacks that you can now play in a string because you have +2 to your check when you spend that momentum.
Okay, we see an Earthbreaker in your hand. Looks like Cole is going to lead with that Earthbreaker.
Love this card.
Players interested in signing up for this 7 o'clock here through sunset.
Earthbreaker, of course, having that stun too.
Doing a little back and forth here with the stuns.
Yep. And then, of course, that Blitz ability, which is going to trigger right now because he does have more foundations than him.
Perk of going second when you play a card like this. And remember, if it connects, you can then destroy one of those foundations that was committed during it.
Correct.
I was going to ask, so this is a Death Ghidorah deck. I think there's a lot of people that would have a very strong opinion on what symbol you would like to play King Ghidorah 3-headed monster on. Do you think there's a strong win here to be on Death instead of other symbols? Because some people look at like, well, I want to play all because I want to get the like supersonic flights of the world, or I think it's item menu, right? The one that says also you can, and so it's like, yes, you get rid of the card for the stats, but you also still like redraw a bonus, right? So, the Death symbol to me is, I think, one of the more unique choices, but also great enabler for things like Koenma's Task.
Yeah, true. And we also did see the invincible body that he triggered 2 of, which Death gives you access to, and so. I mean, I'm not convinced that Death is the best symbol for for this. However,
fair.
I do see the thinking and the logic behind playing that. And we had a combined firepower coming out.
I can't remember the name of this.
It's at the ready.
At the ready. Thank you. I knew it was one of the non-block attacks that Happy Chaos had. So tension move, which is also because like the tension, I'm terrible with the colors, but it's the blue one, the defensive ability that says take 3 instead, which is just like a version of a King Ghidorah head.
In this situation, as long as you have another momentum, it is an additional Ghidorah head.
Yes, I love the utilization. I think that's why I think a lot of people knew that this character was going to be pretty powerful when it came out, because we now have 3 instances of that kind of Roman cancel ability. Oh, and by the way, you can still play Roman cancels, of course. And momentum is just very strong. Of course, we are King Ghidorah ourselves, and after you have completely exhausted all the resources of Godzilla, except for that momentum, which we can still, of course, maybe play some blocks, we're going to unload these combined fire powers and get as much damage on this 5 base speed move. And although it's only for 2, we're trying to put as much damage as we can on it. There's one of those Koenmas, our 4th combined firepower hitting the table for +3 more damage.
And then hitting.
Oh, I don't think we hit an extra effect, but so, yep, okay, so swapped out a die. 7 mid for 11 on a 3 difficulty tension move. How do we think about that?
I think both these players were correct in their assessment that they were both playing aggressive decks.
I mean, that is the fun part, I think, looking at
Yeah.
this Ghidorah list. It's I totally had forgotten, of course. Combined firepower. It is eroded, but
Correct.
our name is still King Ghidorah. So
Correct.
that is a reason to play this guy on death. That
Yep.
is exactly the question that I asked, because combined firepower only shares those two symbols, right, with this King Ghidorah, where you can only, and so if you make that decision to play on all, you don't get this card. Gonna pass it back though, holding one card in our hand. Still have that tension ability, of course. Sorry, the Roman cancel ability, because we did get that extra momentum from it connecting, and 2 King Ghidorah heads as well, as Andrew at 21 health has to figure out how to get through 19. But there is a world where only 3 of his attacks will do 3 damage.
And then on turn 2, of course, he had that Chinatown, which was able to nullify one.
That's true. Man, who made that card? Sorry, no, bad joke. Bad joke. Smashing Stomp.
Yeah, one of the staples in this Godzilla deck.
It is from his Challenger deck. I always like it because that's EX. This is like, I always think, in this kind of example where it's the opener here, plus to our check, draws a card, obviously, if it deals damage. But at the end of the game, it can just win you the game, right?
Yes, correct.
Once you have that momentum. EX is very important for decks like Godzilla because he already answers the damage problem. You have to really kind of answer the, how do I end the game? -3 speed. The slowest Smashing Stomp of all time. 1 low for 9. 1 card in Cole's hand. I hope it's a low block.
Yep. And no ability to draw on stage currently.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess we
I guess
always have access
we
to that.
do always have that.
Yeah.
So half block here, going to take our 5. And because it dealt, we're going to draw that random card off the top from Andrew. Looked like a foundation. Not some extra gas, but we have plenty of attacks in our hand already. Looks like we have some tension moves of our own.
And another Smashing Stomp.
Yeah. The question is, we're going to have +1 to our check here for this one.
Dust Attack.
Just a tag. And one of those infinity symbol attacks that we were talking about.
Yep, that you mentioned earlier.
And I like this one a lot because this one even kind of further synergizes with what Godzilla wants to do, because if it does deal 5 or more damage, it will not count towards progressive difficulty.
Of course, in this matchup, it should never do 5 or more damage.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Unless we have like a Chinatown, like we were talking about earlier, which
Mm-hmm.
we do not. But also, of course, fitting in even more low attacks into this deck.
Yes, of course.
So, did you block the Smashing Stomp? No. Well, are you going to block this one instead?
Mm-hmm.
And if you half block it, as long as I find a way to give it 1 more damage, put it at 9, even if you half block it, it could also not count towards progressive.
All right, choosing not to block.
Yeah, it looks like we're using a head. Gonna take the 3. Yep, reading the effect. This is kind of exactly what you're talking about. This one should almost never deal 5.
Correct.
But it is still going to connect. Going down to 1 head and 11. Holding on to that last card in our hand pretty dearly.
He does have, I believe it's another Dust Attack and another Smashing Stomp.
I would imagine we would go Smashing Stomp into the dust.
I agree. That would be the sequencing.
Yeah, we still have that Roman cancel. Yep, so on a 5, 6, 7. Checks a 5 because we did have +4 check from that earlier momentum that we used. That's the good one to use. The Determined Advance, because that one is very good against the ability of what we're talking about this damage reduction.
Correct.
But yeah, this one I could only imagine is probably going to eat up that Roman cancel token, or at least the 3rd head. So +3 total to the check as we use our Godzilla Enhance once again. And if this connects, yep, we've also got our Monster Aggression, +1/+1. 10 damage move for King Ghidorah at 11. Combined firepower on a half block once again. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we check the 5, 6, 7, 8.
So he'll take another 5 here.
Takes the 5, going down to 6, which is actually the perfect number that Andrew wants him at, because it means both the head and the Roman cancel token are no longer enough to survive. That's 3/3. That's exactly death. So now we have our next dust attack.
And each had +3 to check, checks a 3. So
6.
on an 8, he had to commit 2
1,
there.
2 more. Yep, that makes sense. So yeah, this is obviously lethal and another low attack. Going to blow up from Monster Aggression. 4 low for 9. So even if you, so even if we wanted to do another half block, it won't matter. But it looks like we're going to go ahead and use the head, go down to 3. One more attack could do it on a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Plus 2 our checks a 6, 7, 8.
Yep.
And with the stun 1, we'll fully tap out. 6 low for 9.
Has he been gripping a 0 low block this whole time?
0 low. With 2 cards that ignore
Yeah.
progressive, you could do it. You could check a 5 and tap King Ghidorah. And there it is, game 1. Andrew A. taking it down still with the king of the monsters, showing that he is the king.
Again,
Pretty bread and butter.
as I stated earlier, I still think this character is very, very good. I mean, getting the check manipulation, being able to generate all this momentum now with things like the tension abilities, you just get to do stuff like that. I mean, he's running mono 5 diffs outside of the walk the dogs,
Yeah.
and he committed 4 cards after playing 5 attacks.
Yeah, and basically from all the low attacks we saw too, right? You know, normally we had seen like Earth Godzillas doing this in the past, but with the ones like that he has access to now, because of these 4 different attacks we saw across this game, they're all low attacks.
Yep.
So assuming that they're 4 ofs in each for Andrew's deck, we're now playing a Chaos version that can do a similar game plan, really taxing the block zones of your opponent. And I mean, transparently, I think a lot of people have started playing less low blocks.
Yes.
Mainly because the reason I think they came back was Destructive Heat Ray, and then they kind of fell out of that favor once Titan of Terror got hit. So again, it's like, what are you reading in the room? But of course, if people are expecting Overdrive Uppercut, people are still respecting the low attacks. But if you're just overloading the zone, it's just a very powerful game plan to go through. I believe we have a nice little graphic that we can still show now that we're going into game 2. As our players sideboard and shuffle up, we can look at the match up for the team. So remember, Team Atkins, that little diamond next to them means that they won the die roll, which means they get to pick their first matchup, which is the one on the far left. So they have Peak Finger versus Ymir that Team Atkins chose. And then the match that we're watching right now is actually the one that they purposely picked. And then, of course, the third one, Angerus versus Rodan, ends up being the result. And there's our fun little photo there. We've got TC on this team as well for Team Cole. So, or sorry, I got it wrong. Other way around. But yeah, so yeah, we got the full teams here. So they're playing and both undefeated. So still going in for these belts. And my only question would be how many undefeated teams are left, or are these it? So this is the penultimate round, is based off of what we've just heard. But we're going to find out just in case. But yeah, this is what we've got going on. What do you think about this Peak and Ymir one? Because obviously we have Godzilla Tribal on both of these 2 matches. And then we also have AOT Tribal on the other one. Do you think they planned for that, or do you think they like favored those matchups?
I mean,
obviously Peak they
assumes that they favor the Ymir matchup. This matchup in particular is one of those things where I think a lot of the AOT characters outside of Reiner had fallen out of favor across the board, even though I think that a lot of them are still really, really strong. So it's interesting to see them go head-to-head here and kind of come back into it. And I'm curious to see if we see any on the actual main.
Gotcha.
Okay.
We got a little bit of update, but we'll jump into this game first before we give away that story. But of course, Cole going first here, build 3. But we have seen some new pieces as well. The new foundation from the All for One and Shigaraki deck, that 3 difficulty over there. I actually love that card. I can't remember its name, which is why I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know it.
Yeah, I think it's Optimal Form.
Yes, that does sound correct. Yeah, Optimal Form. I'm a big fan of this card. Just like repeatability of strong abilities, especially on 3 diffs, are things that I think a lot of people really do enjoy. But on the other side, of course, Andrew is going to try and rebuttal with a great build of their own. Went for double 3 diff, did check a 3, is going to have to commit Godzilla there, but now going to go on a 6. We do know we play them.
We do run them.
But we checked that 5 on that Titanic Force, I think is the name of that card. The one that we checked. I can't remember. Anyway, but straight into Cole's turn.
Yeah, we have that Chivalrous coming out.
Chivalrous Charge. Good thing it's a charge. Good job, UVS Games.
One of the things I am surprised actually seeing this card is looking at the graphic, I don't think I saw a single Sung Jin Woo. Did you see?
No, there was not.
And so I'm kind of surprised by that, because I do think that, again, when people bring decks to these events, especially like side events and stuff like that, there is an element of like, okay, I want to play meta. I want to play something that's good. I want to play something I know. And there's also like, hey, I like this character, so I'm going to play this character, right? And to not see a single one represented when I think that deck is still capable is interesting.
I think the best part is that this is a very heavy hitting 4 difficulty attack that you almost never have to worry about giving your opponent the extra card in their hand because they probably do have them.
Correct.
And then you can choose to use the speed mode of King Ghidorah instead, which just means giving symmetrical stats we know is very, very successful. So
Is that Instant Shining Flash?
I believe so. That is the reprinted version of Instant Shining Flash, which is going to be very good in this matchup, only for the sense of on play response. Your opponent has to discard a momentum.
Yep.
And because it's response and on play, you can even like eat up momentum that a Godzilla has like gotten from a determined advance, and you can half block with this card,
Right.
get rid of it before they go into the next attack. Because normally, if you have like a thing like a Radiant Visage, because it's enhanced speed, momentum hate, the opposing Godzilla will almost always have an enhance to spin the momentum first before you could ever press
Correct.
that button. So. But we did go ahead and combine firepower to give it a little bit more juice. It did get blocked by a military airship, and now we are moving on to that at the ready once again. And we know how large these can get for this nice little 3 diff, and of course will still give us that Roman cancel token no matter what. But we already used the combined fire, but there's another one, so we can trigger that. Draws a new card, I assume giving it damage because it's 5 speed. And here we go. On a 4,
And then
checks.
Andrew's hand is
One card.
one card.
I guess I don't know.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, one
yeah,
committed foundation.
Yes, and one
Yes.
one card. Yeah.
Hit a Coenmus task. So I believe we got ourselves two more.
This is currently a 5 mid for 7.
Yeah. And we do want to attempt to block here with the monster aggression. Does check well, so we'll take the partial. So still giving over the momentum, but saving a little bit of our life along the way. 21 to 33 on Cole's side, down to 1 card in hand once again, but really showing the kind of low curve, aggressive death deck using combined firepower, kind of like the casino decks of old.
To note that he still, unfortunately, only has 3 foundations ready in his stage. So there is a situation where, well, spoilers, we're not doing it here, I don't think.
Yeah.
But had Andrew drawn the gas, it would have been very, very possible to take some of those heads right here. But I think it's likely that we see maybe a poke, potentially just a build out from Andrew.
Yeah, there's one extra attack in our hand. I don't know which one it was.
I think it's a walk the dog and a
Determined? It's something shiny.
sure.
Okay. All right. I always forget that one. It's strategic something. Strategic meeting, right?
That's the one where you
You
depends
reveal
on
the top
how
card of your
many-
deck, and it has
yes.
enough keywords, which this one does.
yes,
So you can choose to put it in your hand.
or
because
put
it
it in momentum.
Yeah, it will go to momentum if no matter what.
Yes, yes, yes.
So this determined advance, I think, may be a different choice for Andrew to commit to if we wanted to not only deal some damage. Yeah, so we're gonna add
Yeah.
it to our hand on a 6. Checks a 5.
Of-
It's gonna get the ball rolling for this turn.
And then, of course, this determined advance is going to gain him a momentum.
Correct. So that if we want to continue to play more moves, and also, as mentioned before, this is the perfect attack to be playing against this Ghidorah list because this one's damage and speed cannot be reduced below printed, as that is the static ability on this card. So heads don't work, Roman cancel tokens don't work, or at least only puts it down to 6.
Right.
It can't put it all the way down, which is going to be very good. And when Cole only on 3 foundations here, very difficult to block because it also can't go below 6 speed. Yep,
Right.
cashes it in, and then builds a couple more. Chinatown, double Chinatown. Yep, that one's really
Yes,
good.
that
Like
one's
you
really
mentioned.
good. Yeah.
Against the damage reduction deck. So
Yep.
build 4 after not only getting a momentum from the determined advance, but taking it as momentum because it dealt as well. 23 to 21, back to Cole. Can he close this one out to take us to a game 3?
Now, I did see, don't think I saw a single attack in Cole's hand. At least he didn't draw. It looked like
Yikes.
he picked up 3 foundations and another Quenmas, I think.
Is there a Koenma's in our discard pile? Is there one in our remove from game
I
pile?
don't believe there's one in the remove from game pile.
But because it's in our hand.
okay.
Oh, there is an attack.
Yeah, there is an
we have
attack. Yes,
2.
it's the acidic sludge altar that I
Sludge.
mistaken for a foundation.
I
Yeah,
think-
acidic. I love this card so much as a water player, also as a Kurama degen. I absolutely adore this card, not just because of the card pool stuffing, which is basically +1 speed to all your attacks in most situations, But also, once you do have a momentum, the ability to kind of, tutor in either better checks or something you want to draw if you have draw on stage. I think this card is so, so good. And it has Deflect 4.
Which is so good. Because it's like already synergizing with the King Ghidorah ability.
Yes.
Yeah, this one's very good. I think of the specialized sound waves type ability on that bottom effect. But like you said, not only stacking the top of your deck is so important because King Ghidorah himself draws.
Correct.
And because it's Blitz, you'll go to it and you can immediately first enhance, use the Ghidorah ability, and draw that new one off the top. Yeah, and of course, we give really good stats. I think I saw there's a Chivalrous Charge in our hand, and then we've just now gotten this Coemna task and Armor from Game Pile, which means any future Coemna's task that ends up in Cole's hand can be used. But we are going to go for the full block here with that Walk the Dog, checking pretty well. Going to tap a couple, and then we will full block this Acidic Sludge. But remember, we had to shove that card into the card pool as the Chivalrous Charge is now coming down. Again, another low attack. I think that's just the name of this matchup right now.
Again, wearing stats well, coming in as a 4 low, 4-7. Of course, Andrew does have that moment of normalcy on his side.
6 low, 7. Always choosing, or we chose to give the speed, of course. Combined Firepowers coming in, which, again, when you stare across that moment of normalcy, you have to be a little more strategic. I'm with you coming in for another +2 damage, and then with the Combined Firepower, we'll give the +1 or +3 total. And now here it comes through. But it's a little risky to do this because there are more combined firepowers.
Yes.
So we can at least, we have 2 more at least, right?
Yeah.
So using it maybe a little early, but we're going to find out depending on what these checks end up being. It does check on a 3, top 4. 1, I'm with you, and that's it. So just the +2 damage, no actual real hits there.
We still have 1 more in that discard pile.
Yep. We're going to go for it. Checks that one. 4 more off the top. 1, 2, 3, and a burn because of it going to the discard pile for that 0 difficulty foundation from the challenger deck. So 3 more damage and then the burn. So that's basically as perfect of a hit as you can get. But that is another Coenma's task that won't end up in our hand for that form ability to become unlocked. 9 damage move.
And it looks like Cole has is that a Tri-Gravity in his hands that he has?
Oh, that'd be very good if it is. So then the question, if you're Andrew, is do I block this one right now at the risk of that? Because if we don't block this one, then that Tri-Gravity Beam that we did just see would take that last card of our hand anyway. So +2 to the check, which we're allowed for our block.
Yeah.
And is it a low? It is.
It is.
That's a new one, too, that we haven't seen for this deck. I thought it was Malicious Assault, but maybe I'm wrong. Corona? No. I don't remember that one.
Something Flame?
Oh, yeah, the Infernal Flame. I think that sounds right. Anyway, on a 4, 5, 6, we did check a 3 on that one, so we tapped the tap completely out to pass this Tri-Gravity Beam, but no cards left in hand. Still get to destroy one, though, for the, getting the damage, of course.
Yeah, Andrew was, by not, I wanted to say it earlier, by not flipping that Tough Skin earlier on that Chivalrous Charge, Andrew was posturing that he was going to block it.
Yeah. First 7 takes it, goes down to 13 or 12. Sorry, my math was wrong. And now, with you completely tapped out, Cole is in a pretty scary position because that ability on King Ghidorah, not tenacious. So this is the riskiest spot that you can be for Cole. Can Andrew draw enough attacks with +1 to our hand sides, of course, with that unexpected promotion? We have a pretty good shot here. I saw 1. I saw 2. Need 1 more card.
3?
2 it is. 3 it is. You're right. Ground Force Engage.
Oh, no, it was just 2, actually.
Oh, it is 2?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I will be grabbing whatever that new one is because it's a high attack. We're not used to those in this deck.
I thought he was just running lows.
Thermal Flame, which is a good one. It is. It's the Echo Frenzy move that says it gets -1 difficulty if a rival foundation has been destroyed this turn, and it cannot be partially blocked. I'm actually a big fan of that one. I like the alternate art more on that one, though, so not used to seeing the normals. No offense. Ground Force is engaged, though, coming back in, and remember, this does give more speed to your next attacks, so if it was already going to be difficult for Cole to block, it's going to be even harder. Are you a Godzilla fan? Do you partake in any Godzilla films or?
I'm a fan of some of the newer stuff.
Oh, sweet, yeah,
Like I
Minus Zero or
yeah. And actually the Apple TV series, I watched that first season with Kurt Russell and his son Wyatt Russell.
is it good?
I like it a lot.
Wow.
Yeah. I think it's really well acted. It's a little slow for a Godzilla property, but
Sure.
I enjoy it quite a bit. I'm a big fan of the fact that, of when Godzilla is more about the like human nature more
Yes.
than just, big
Sure.
kaiju
The
facts.
politicalness of
yes,
it.
the politicalness. And that is what that series is.
But I think a lot of even some of like the original storylines, it's even like, like, oh, Mothra is like the protector of Earth,
Yeah.
and there are people that like worship Mothra, like the Shobijin and the people, like there is that people element, and of course, with how long it's been out, the actual, like Japan and culture being based around it, but that thermal flame is going to be coming in here,
And he checks a 7 on the 6.
which we need because we checked pretty bad on that first ground forces, and we do have a momentum. So this attack is actually it's 2 separate moves if we want it to be, instead of trying to upgrade our check.
And I think he's going to need it to be, because again, we only saw these 2 attacks.
Yeah.
And so the only way he's going to get through is if both of these hit for exactly lethal.
Because they can't be partialed. So no combined firepowers to block this one, which is an excellent call for this move. I wonder if these are in the side, and if we brought these in to really combat
Yeah.
against, like, actually a perfect answer for
Yes.
that, plus the 1 low block. But there it is. It does connect. Going down to 7, echoed it up. It does check. Says, hey, it comes in with 3. Do you have it? Can't partial. Cannot. Must be a high block. It's not. You can't partial it at all,
Yeah,
and
okay,
the
and that's
game
the
is
game.
over. 2-0.
All right, I am convinced it's Sam.
It's what?
It's Sam.
It's Sam
Yeah.
for long matches versus short ones.
We've
It
got-
very well could be.
We've got 30 minutes to spare, and this is exactly like both these decks came out, did exactly what these players said they were going to try to do.
Yep.
Or very aggressive. I mean, you look at even Godzilla King of the Monsters now living at 12 health, a situation where I think if Cole had a slightly bigger stage, there was a potential for him to go a little bit deeper on the
Yeah.
attack and do a little bit more.
Well, but we saw even with the only 3 foundations in Cold Stage that the aggressive potential for this deck is very
Yes.
large. That is just what the Death Casino decks are allowed to and
Yeah.
able to do.
Yeah.
But 34 is a lot to chew through, as you can kind of see. I mean, Godzilla King of the Monsters at 34 life on top of being a very well-structured aggro deck is just... The opposing aggro deck has to be just as good, if not better, because of kind of this being the precedence of what has been made for aggro 6-hand size characters in our game right now.
And as is tradition, first form not being used at all
That's true.
in the match.
Either used every game or
Yes,
not
or
once.
not once.
Yes,
Correct.
no in between typically for these Godzilla decks. So for the update for everybody in the room, with sorry, as I'm looking, as Andrew winning this game, of course, his 2 teammate matches we do not have any updates on, but I believe they're still playing. And from what we were told going into this round, there were 3 undefeated teams. And so these are 2 of them paired against each other. There is a world where this match is for the belts
Correct.
in case that 3rd team loses against the team that they got paired into, which is exciting. If not, though, we will hopefully see the winning team of this matchup go against that extra team. That will be our final round for our team's event today. So kind of exciting because at least if we're basing it off of what we just witnessed, Godzilla King of the Monsters, the only one in the room potentially being on the team winning or the team belt winning team, is pretty exciting because,
Yeah.
again, I think that character is very much... Even to me, we were talking about Angerus earlier, and it's like, even to me, Angerus is like the character that more people have like shifted towards instead of playing things like King of the Monsters.
Yeah, I mean, and that was represented in the character breakdown
Yeah.
as well, where, and in the standard event earlier today is where we saw multiple people registering that character and playing that character. Again, I think that anything that allows you to string out, it's why things like Queen of the Monster is so good right now, right? Is that ability to kind of replenish your stage and being able to string out. This does it a different way with the momentum generation and then using that to modify your checks to continue. I still think that this character has a ton of potential and is very, very strong. No matter what happens here, whether this is the last match that we stream or not, this is my last match for the team's event.
That's true.
So-
That's true. Yeah, and we'll have no idea yet. So that one was very quick. Again, that was actually, I think, our fastest one for the day. So I think we are actually no, we're not. I thought we might try and shift over some of the other people that are on the team to get a little bit more of the story. But for now, that's what we have lined up for this round. So don't go anywhere. We are going to cut away for a break, but we will come back. We're not saying goodbye to you today because we want to watch some more UniVersus. We want to play some more UniVersus, and we potentially still have our team's finals match coming up shortly. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry for the extended break, but I'm Bear Bryant, joined by the wonderful Sam Tate, and we, yes, have one more round of teams. Our belt owners have not been decided quite yet, and so we are going to watch one of those matches between these two teams that are truly undefeated into this round 5. And I think we're going to have a pretty quick one. I know, Sam, you've been kind of put into the gauntlet with these long matches, but I think we might have a slightly quicker one, as we've got Mikasa Ackerman, the first one from Set 1 of AOT, versus another Set 1 AOT character, Ymir, that turns into the Ymir Jaw Titan. And very, very much telling us right off the bat, aggressive decks, and one of them is meant to be very quick, and one of them is meant to kill you eventually because, the backside of Ymir gives a ton of damage at the other end. So 2 different tales of these aggro kind of 7-handers, and Ymir is going to be going first, which I think is pretty big for this matchup.
Yeah, it's not uncommon for Ymir to get a big damage bonus equal to like half of Mikasa's life total. Mikasa does have the extra health point at 723, not a typical number you see too often. However, that no defense on face from Mikasa versus Ymir, once Ymir transforms, does get a -3 speed, which is nothing in a matchup where margins can be as thin as this. But I think the number one thing is in a matchup like this, you do want to be going first. And Ymir especially, I think, getting to see how good your build is turn 1. Granted, we don't have as many tricks as before where a turn 2 transformation is not super likely, but it is more possible when you go first, I believe. So
yeah, absolutely.
It's more beneficial when you go first, I should say. Not more possible, but
there's a couple ways. Obviously, so we have TC here piloting that Ymir deck. He's been playing Ymir for quite some time now, actually.
Yeah, definitely a favorite of TC.
Yeah, and then versus Edward B over here playing that Mikasa Ackerman. Let me clear off that thermal flame. We don't need to talk about that one anymore. But yeah, going on the play here, and we're just immediately going to try and build a 4. And, you were talking about not being able to transform like on turn 2 like we had before, but checking that 3 on that last one. Only 3 foundations, and we do have to get to that pivotal 9. But remember, that 9th one is allowed to be the one that you build down with that form ability.
Yeah, a little unfortunate for TC there, though, but valuing the Wild Pussycats as maybe the most important foundation in this deck, because getting not just a lot of foundations, but getting the right foundations, getting the ones that may even build themselves, could be a pretty big deal here. So it'll be interesting to see what Ymir can do on turn 2, because there have been stories in the past of untransformed Ymir kills. It does happen. There is just a blanket +2, spend 1 life, +2 damage on everything. So against another 7-hander, if Mikasa doesn't respect the offense of Ymir at all on the front side, there is a world where, 5 attacks +2 damage each, that's going to equal 23 pretty quick.
Build 4 here on the other side for, Edmund. Yeah, his name's Edmund. And did pass that Father Sin, but mills the 4 and did not hit enough attacks, so did not get that extra bonus draw, but does end up trying to go for that last foundation and does fail. So got a build 4 versus the build 3 over on TC side. And yeah, you're right. We're going to see real quickly. Obviously, we'll have one extra foundation built down from the form ability on Ymir, but we have, you know, these Wild Wild Pussycats. They're going to help us find hopefully some better foundations, like you said, getting the key ones, because those are just going to turn into hopefully a better card for us.
Yeah, definitely expecting to just see a big build though. Not expecting to see a bunch of aggression.
Can't be too big.
Yeah, I don't think Ymir decks have ever really had a bunch of access to foundation ramping abilities. You know, there's the Cancer Creation Strikes of the world, but you know, I don't see them ever play those. Ooh, we got a nice little Altart Spirit Gun there.
My favorite one that I thought people were going to adjust to after a new training method got rotated was Hunter's Ally, just building in ally
Just build
foundation.
a foundation.
Yeah,
Right.
And so it was just one of those things where as long as you save the form ability, if you can get to the 8th one in the middle of the attack turn,
Right.
then you can form down and go to the 9th. And
The
again,
issue is you still really got to have it at the beginning, right? You got to have it at the very least. You have to be gaining health throughout the turn.
yes, because that will still track.
Yeah, because the thing that really made it seem like it would be the thing for the Ymir deck is the fact that Cancer Creation Strike spends 2 health. You have to lose 2 health to use it, right? So that was always going to be my idea, I guess, behind trying to do the fast transform mid-turn. But if you only get the big damage bonus on your last 2 attacks, it's probably not even worth it compared to just waiting until you can pump everything. So we are going to see this Jawjammer come out. There's going to be no additional damage pump for it. We are going to block, no Breaker 2, just a very, very innocent poke. Both players not over committing too much, which is very smart here because you could have definitely committed some extra resources for very little gain. But that is going to be momentum on the side of Ymir, and we did see some of the double Spirit Blast there. So
Yeah, the double Spirit Blast, I was actually kind of peeking a little over at the end of last round to go kind of see an update. I'm like, if we were going to get another last round or if we were not. And this is kind of like echo moves we know are already very good. You got to think of like the Tetra Terror that was being played in this deck prior to, and of course it would help you even pick up more moves. But if you just play a very high impact one, can lead your turn with it, and then also makes your moves faster when Ymir already gives that extra speed on top of everything, of course, really helps out a lot. But I think big note here is that like TC did not get to that 8 foundation count that we needed to. We only got to 7. So unless we find a tool that allows us to build one in the middle of the turn, it looks like we're going to be not transforming once again on this turn 3.
Yep, it would take an additional ramp ability, but TC's probably just big chilling here. Mikasa is incredibly lethal at any moment,
Yeah.
so you can't play it too lackadaisical.
To get that momentum, of course, which is going to help for that echo attack that we were just talking about. Going to form down, go to the 8, no transformation, but has a second meeting Hanj in our stage. And then here is Jawjammer number 2.
Jawjammer redo.
That's right.
Probably just going to be another 4 damage throw. We might pump this one, but I would be a little surprised.
Getting that card draw there. From the that's Godzilla versus
Violante.
Yeah. Going for a block with that 0 mid block at Genghis Frog, like you said. Just going to take the 2 though, and this will get that Genghis Frog in the discard pile for Edmund, which is good because if we end up playing a Hunter's Ally, then we can build that in, and now that damage can be just as impactful, similar to how we've seen with Pony Sunatori decks, but now. And, of course, the Hunter's Ally being a weapon as well.
Yep, but Shobijin's means Breaker 2 on this block is going to prevent TC from trying to go in too hard. Again, felt like a pretty innocent poke turn, so I'm a little surprised to see the Breaker 2 getting used.
Yeah.
But every now and then your rival checks bad to build as well, so any EV you can get, any expected value you can get out of a defensive card before you are hopefully going to draw into a bunch of gas.
Yeah.
And end the game makes sense here. So
That would be my only note is like, yeah, I think Edmund knows that we're probably not surviving when Ymir transforms. So, yeah, this is it. You know, use it or lose it. And whether that defensive card is face up or face down does not actually matter. And here we go. Satchel charge.
You know what they say? You can't save it for game 4.
That's true. You cannot do that one. But yeah, Alchemical Satchel Toss is what we're going to lead off with. And I like this one mainly because it's a low attack, but also because it can help get a little bit more board committal here, only when it's blocked. And you would like your attacks to deal damage as Mikasa, so having an on-block effect is pretty strong.
Yeah, effectively a 4-diff stun too, even though it doesn't stun until it's quote-unquote too late. Should still feel pretty good. The issue, though, is I don't think we have an answer for this Breaker 2, and we already checked a 3 to start our turn off, so this could be the kind of thing you want to see. Does Alchemical Satchel Toss commit to on any block?
Any block.
Oh, so this could be a mistake from TC, even though he wants to get the Breaker 2 out. He might still be eating the damage and taking the stun 2 part.
Yep, getting some block effects here going through. And because it did deal, looks like we turned our foundation sideways. Breaker 2 probably being live. It was blocked. So there is the 2 committed foundations on the side of TC. Still quite a few ready foundations, though. And here comes that violent animus shot on a 4-5. If the Breaker 2 is live, then we checked a 3, committing 1, and then we'll need 1 more right there for our second attack for the turn, and then the Mikasa effect can come in. Response, after you play an attack, you can discard a card, clear a card out of your card pool, and then you will get +1 speed for every time you've played this, basically. Play this ability.
Beautiful. It's simply beautiful. You know,
just air symbol things. Is that what you're saying?
Well, cleanliness is next to godliness. So the cleaner your card pool, the more godlike it is.
Extra bonus speed for this violent animus shot. It has a very powerful, again, on damage effect, but not necessarily if it gets blocked. There's not much else that we can do about it. Doing some reading.
So this is which card are we reading?
We were reading.
That was. I looked away for 1 second because the camera got tilted. I was trying to help Brian fix the camera.
Oh yes, yes.
Still not pointing at TC, but you know.
Yeah, we'll get that fixed though. It'll be fine. But yeah, instead we had a resting up that came through because Ymir was committed for minus speed. And then we went for the full block with that high block on the Fast Friendship, which checking pretty poorly on the block, so having to commit quite a few resources on the side for TC, but still having things like a Keiko's Aid, another resting up, and even that moment of normalcy.
There he is. He's back in frame.
Oh, he's back.
So, yeah, one of the things that's cool about Mikasa, though, is Mikasa Wentley's, is you don't have to deal damage to clear the card pool. Oh, he's going to check that again.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
And I think there was one of those Keiko's Aids that was used on that block. So just going to end the turn.
Oh, he was so close, too, because I was just about to talk about how you don't have to deal damage to keep clearing the card pool. And we were about to see a pseudo infinite, but maybe we'll talk about that later if and when it actually happens. But you have to assume that if TC draws orange cards here with 2 momentum and the ability to transform and all of these foundations and military airship, I mean, how do you not kill Mikasa Ackerman from 19 here?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is that we do have 3 Survey Corps foundations for us as Mikasa, so we do have
Hope of Paradise.
Yeah, so we have these reusable tools if we can keep up our blocks, and Ymir currently only has the ability to gain 3 life because we've only taken 3. So yes, you can scale to this very large amount of damage pump, but it only works on the amount of life that you gain. So unless we see TC play cards that allow him to lose more life, we're eventually doing our best Godzilla impersonation, and even then we have to get to it.
Okay.
So maybe an upside.
See where TC goes. Starting off with an attack.
Overdrive upper?
Not transformed.
Isn't that what that one is? The alt?
Oh, it's the normal art.
Oh, it is the normal one?
The alt is the promo for the Hero 2 event.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, so we're actually going to start. I believe he wants to lose more health. If I had to guess, he's trying to lose more health with Ymir. Because Ymir has -1 health, but get 2 damage.
You're right.
Because one of the mistakes you can make with Ymir is if you transform, at 20, 22 health and you don't have enough ways to lose health, then all your health gain doesn't really do anything.
True. That
And
is
therefore
true.
you won't get any damage pump.
Which essentially fixes exactly the one thing I said that could be a saving grace for Edmund. I guess the other saving grace is, don't draw enough attacks, but with double meeting Hanj over on the side for TC, I don't see that being one of the likeliness
Right.
outcomes. It's going to be up to Edmund to play good defense, and if there is just, not enough here for the side for TC. And there is quite a bit of gray in his hand, so. Discard 2, draw 2. Got one more attack card. Second meeting Hanj.
Now, if only he would discard a Titan card,
You could draw
you
a
could
third.
draw a third card.
True. Titan or backup, right?
Yes, Titan or any backup. Yep.
So, yep, it looks like we did draw a couple more attacks, though, so this is looking pretty good for TC. This did get -2 speed, though, on the side for Edmund. I believe we had an Aaron sidestep, so if we fully block this, he'll also draw a card. And remember, we can ready all of those Hope Parodies. But, yeah, so it's going to be on a 5, checking a 3. Going to have to commit almost our last foundations except for one more, but because of the block, we're going to ready all 3 of those Hope Parodies. And the only hardest part about this now is the progressive in your card pool. And then there's the draw from the Aaron sidestep. Fully blocked, but it's going to keep the Echo. So we're going to go straight into the echoed copy, which, of course, we can't use Ymir in between that, or else maybe we would have wanted to.
And you can't use the powerful because it's been played from somewhere other than your hand.
That is true.
Which is unfortunate because with that 3 momentum sitting there, this could be a pretty sizable poke.
Does get us that extra momentum, though, of course, from the response, as long as we had a vestige. It looks like we did, as we got that momentum right back. But still a powerful attack, as in powerful move, not like actually having the word powerful. We got rid of that.
Right.
But we're going to go for another block with this Walk the Dog.
Another 3 check is so rough, but thanks to the triple Hope of Parody, it's going to be doable, and we still have the opportunity to potentially block one more attack. So normally I'm a big hater of this card, but
it's working for this aggro deck.
Yeah, the Hope of Parody, it might be the difference here because TC is not transformed yet, so these numbers are not getting to ridiculous levels.
It is interesting, yeah. I think just trying to prove maybe that we can win on the front side.
I think he just doesn't have that much health gain, right? It's brief respite.
Yeah, you're right, yeah.
He's not drawing attacks that gain health.
But, brief respite plus the character itself, we would very quickly get +2 to all of our moves, +4 to all of our moves.
Right.
+6, I guess 5 because we're at
+2 speed would have pushed the last attack through.
Yes, exactly. And I think that's probably the more important part when you are staring across these reusable resources on the Hope Parodies. But this one is the Chivalrous Charge. And another low block on a 4, 5, 6. This one checks. Hope Parody's going to be able to ready it as well. And the Breaker 1 here. So another great block coming in. It will still shift down, of course, at the end of this turn, but is there more coming? And it looks like we're going to probably finally see the Ymir transformation. Builds down that Biollante versus Godzilla, transforming 2 speed to all of the moves. And remember, we did pick up that overdrive uppercut that we echoed with that military airship.
Yeah, now things will probably start to get ramped up pretty quick. Are we going to see... Okay, here comes
on a
the
6.
uppercut again.
Checks a 2. I think we have to commit one more, unless we just didn't declare a breaker. But what do I know? But yeah, so going to get that extra momentum. Just shoves the Vestige cards over in. And then comes in with the 2 speed. And then as soon as we start gaining some life, there's the brief respite. Gain 1. Going back up to 18. And then with the Ymir button, we'll be at 2 life gained total. Give it 2 more damage.
Pretty solid, solid little move that you can send twice.
And I think we actually probably, based off of what I guess we were just going to send it again. Yeah, I wasn't sure. We didn't have the Echo thing again, so I wasn't sure if we had it keep Echo, if we had it lose powerful. But now, like you said, this one can't gain Echo because it will lose powerful because we're playing it as the echoed copy. It's still going to come in with the 2 speed, checking another 3 on the 6. So TC will have to commit.
A lot of 3 checks from both players here.
Yeah. Of course, going down to 12 for the side for Edmund. This one is not going to be lethal even after all of this. We could gain 2 more life, of course. Putting this for 4, as I forgot to pull it up. So meaning this will be up for 9.
Yeah, and then, tap. Well, not all the way tapped out, but I don't know if Edmund has any. He's got 1 card left.
And he went for a mid block on this last one. So I think we are out of lows. But for 9, we are at 12. Just means the next thing would have to be another perfect block on what could come next. Taking it straight to the face. Echoed copy will flip over. Down to 3. More attacks to come. I don't even know which one this is. This is a different 3-diff. That's not Besiege.
No, I believe this is High Speed Slice, I think it's called.
High speed.
I want to say it's the one where it's like if it's not blocked, you commit their character.
Got it. I did find it. But yeah, this one might spell curtains unless we have a high block on the side for Edmund. Yeah, you were right. Blitz, lose 2. If this attack gets +2 speed, or it's just lose 2, get +2 speed, and then if you have 15 or less, it also gets +2.
Oh, it's okay. It's the other 3-diff.
It's
Gotcha.
another way to lose life, though, which is
I was thinking of the wrong symbol entirely.
Oh, gotcha.
Truly. Yeah, this is the one that is actually fairly easy to activate in a lot of characters. Yeah. I've looked at this one a lot, and I go, huh. Having a 3-diff 4 high 5 is like not that difficult.
No.
Like I played a lot of timely counterattack where clearly the point is breaker 3, not breaker 1, but these are very similarly shaped cards.
And a 1-mid block.
And timely counterattack is like never a 4-5.
Yes, correct. Going back all the way to full for Ymir means all of our attacks are going to get +6, and then we are going to go for this partial here, but the partial is still going to be enough for us to die. Game 1 going to TC on Ymir.
Yep, 2 aggro decks kind of posturing for position, and then the first one that played 4 attacks wins. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, that was
Simple
exactly
as.
where we ended up.
Simple as that. The first one that drew a grip of attacks. Now, granted, TC probably did have to transform to pull it off too, like realistically or with confidence. But I would not be surprised if Edmund just is able to return the favor on turn 2 as Mikasa going first, because this character definitely needed the errata. Definitely needed to get hit, and is still very potent, as I think we're about to see.
Yeah, absolutely. But I believe we got a graphic for the teams, the matchups going in total. So as our players shuffle up and sideboard in, we just want to take a minute. These are the 2 undefeated teams going into this last round. And, of course, Diamond represents the team that won the die roll, and who they chose for their first matchup is from left to right. So it looks like Team Cole won the die roll, and TC was paired into this on purpose. And based off the results of Game 1, makes sense as why they might have picked it out.
This is definitely the best matchup for him here in this team composition. Yeah. That's for sure.
Yeah, hyper blocks on Rodan, and 34 life is still quite a bit to go through on Godzilla, plus the board reset being a massive detriment for this character.
I will say whoever on Team Mike did not want the Rodan mirror is a coward. You know, they wanted the, because who knows what's going to happen, but I do kind of fully expect the Rodans to win those 2 matchups, and they're going to basically hinge their teams' title belts on who wins between Ymir and Mikasa.
Which for, again, that does then sound like that Team Mike made that choice.
Right.
Right. Because
which is
Team Cole obviously is the one that made this Ymir matchup on this one. So
it is possible though that they feel like their Godzilla's good into Rodan, because it was the Godzilla King of the Monsters show way before it was the Rodan show.
True.
Rodan did make a big splash immediately, don't get me wrong. But King of the Monsters was the deck everyone was complaining about, is a world championship deck, more so than Rodan. Rodan's won some regionals, they're neck and neck. But, supposedly in the head-to-heads, the Godzillas are able to put the damage numbers up and 2-shot Rodans, hit them with 2 attacks and win. I just don't know if we live in that world anymore. I just don't know if it's the same as before.
Yeah. But this is the rest of that match, but we still have our game 2, maybe a game 3 coming in for these 2 aggro 7-hand size decks. So finishing up their shuffles, of course, Mikasa going to be able to go first. Now, I was going to ask you, because, like, most of the time when I remember seeing a lot of these Mikasa decks, and they're basically doing, like, a sideways version of what Pony Notori does, a little bit of different stuff. They give a lot more speed. It can ramp up, become this crazy machine at the end of it. But we saw from what Edmund's foundations that he's playing, he is kind of tailoring towards a little bit more defense, even playing things like the Aaron side steps and those Hope Parodies, right? So, like, not just all inning on the aggro game plan. We're trying to survive a little bit, which could be a way that can help us in case we can't push through 100% on a game win right away.
Yeah, typically if your attacks are good enough and your character is strong enough with them, then and this is kind of an old school mentality that I used to really like to build my decks around, which is my character does the offense. My character, the attacks work together, and that is just my offense. And then the other 59 cards in the deck are all defense. They're all just the best ways to stay alive. And, it's cool to see that. You don't get to see it too much. I feel like most of the time back in the day, the best defensive cards did usually tend to play both sides of the board. And I think that's not true anymore.
Yeah.
Like defensive cards like Nonagon don't really do anything offensively, right?
Correct.
So
It commits to pass a check.
Right. Yeah. Like Filled with Doubt doesn't do anything offensively. There's no E-commit for 2 damage there. So it's very interesting that, deck building has basically had to get away from that sort of style. And every time I see it, I'm always kind of surprised that it's not doing better, because there are some characters with some messed up attacks, some messed up attack lineups. So yeah, I love seeing that style of play, but only in the sense that it's, something I'm a little nostalgic for. It does feel a little outdated. It feels like now you're just looking for generic value resource accrual, instead of trying to get a card that commits for minus speed, you want to play incubating, or you'd rather just play any card that ramps you a foundation,
Speaking of ramping foundations, because Ymir is going second, one of these characters that doesn't really mind it necessarily, with that first foundation being that Wow Pussycats, building it down and then immediately using it. Not only did you have the bonus draw for going second, but now we have an extra foundation to potentially build as well, as we picked up that brief respite. So there could be a crazy build turn. Of course, now you also have a resource to commit to pass more checks. If you're TC here, how many are you trying to build? And if so, how scared are you of the potential turn 2 here?
I'm up a game.
You're right.
I'm up a game.
You're right.
That's how we're playing this one. Ymir is a greedy deck. It's a greedy deck for greedy souls, and every Ymir will act like they're not greedy because they don't always immediately transform turn 2 or whatever, but they are.
Yeah, we built to 7, right? It was our turn 1 for TC.
Is.
We built 7 foundations, and we still get to hold 2 because of all the stuff that we talked about. If one of these was a desperate plea, we could have been going to 8, and we could be transforming here on turn 2. But
Correct.
that is not the case. So
if we block with a Spirit Beast Poo, that's one of my favorite ways to do it.
That's true.
Little life symbol action there. So, yeah, that's one of my favorite ways. Is the block and build with Desperate Plea or with the block itself to get Ymir ramp going. But looks like we have a double build. Anything you can do on 4 foundations, you can do better on 7.
True.
So I'm here for this play. I don't think you have to turn 2 Ymir. However, I think if Ymir transforms here, they're in a pretty good spot. If Ymir transforms and deals damage here, they're in a very good spot. But they will have to build 2 foundations to pull it off.
Yeah, like we were just saying, don't know how many options there are in TC's deck that can allow him to do so on his own turn. But regardless, an extra turn to even build more foundations to have a good defense could occur.
All right, 0, 2.
Meeting high.
Yep, just going to build. Well, we're going to form, build it, and then play an overdrive uppercut, trying to get that momentum a bit early.
I think it helps, right, because of getting that one momentum before you transform. I think it's very much how, at least it feels like I've seen TC play this deck a lot more recently, even like just in the modern age of this year, last year, is you want that momentum so that when you go to play these meaningful echo attacks that you have and put in your deck purposefully, you now have the resources to do so instead of trying to do things like the old dual needle lunge to do it in the middle of the turn. You don't do that anymore.
Right.
So obviously those cards don't exist. So like this is now a new version of trying to do that, playing things like Overdrive Uppercut to get that momentum for those attacks. But it is getting sealed on play. Of course, that responsibility on Overdrive Uppercut is also on play. So we still get the momentum no matter what, but it will not have Echo on it at all, or Powerful. Goes for the block as well. Timely counterattack. Response to the Hope Parodies. Gonna take half from it though because this is a mid block. But you know this is the kind of same situation as like last game, right? We used this breaker block. This is also an attack card for Edmund, what seems to be just like a momentum generation poke. And because you half blocked it, he's gonna get his 2 momentum and probably feels very comfortable just building afterwards.
Yeah, this is not what you wanted to see as Ymir, but it's certainly not a terribly bad thing. It's not the biggest deal in the world. Yeah, so I believe Ymir should be wanting to build here. There it is. There's the desperate plea.
On a 2, checks a 2. 5. Good. 5. Looking pretty good here. Much better checks, at least when it comes for the builds. Didn't have to commit a single card. Got 2 momentum and built some meaningful pieces, not just for defense, but for offensive next turn with that military airship. And that one can be used either way.
Yeah, so barring some very low percentage outcome here, this should be the turn. This should be the turn where Edmund has to turn it on, get some resources at DC, do something. Because after this, Ymir transformed is going to be really scary.
Is it, though, if we've done no damage?
Standard in Hero 2 Sunsets.
Well, last time, you know.
We played an attack that lost us life.
Yeah.
Because we're seeing Edmund build again. And these are good ones, right? These are ones that actually make your character be a little scary. And especially with the Levi's Relentlessness, or the Relentless Pursuit, that one has Deadlock on it as well.
Yeah, I think it's everything. It's 1/1.
Yeah, something like, yeah.
Just
enhanced,
repeatable 1/1.
Yep. And that would be the 10th foundation for Edmund, so also not going into Deadlock, holding these extra 4 cards and just hoping to have an extra defense. Even if TC were to transform, not really giving any damage to their moves right now because there's no life to be gained.
All right, so what is the fanciest thing that we can do for a kill turn here?
That same kind of concept as last game, which is stay on the front side, lose a little bit more life, go for some pokes, or play some moves that also help you lose even more life, transform in the middle of the turn, and then try and break through the wall that way.
Okay.
We only have 20 to do. Of course, with that Overdrive Uppercut, getting half blocked. Players talking it out. What do you think they're saying, Sam?
I think he's asking him, you know, how many things do you have that draw? If I had to guess, that's the number one thing I ask my opponent. I'm like, how many ways can you add a card to your hand? You know, that's like the number one thing I'm always looking out for. I'm a very traditionalist guy. I'm a hand exhaust guy at heart because the math becomes very easy to me.
Absolutely.
You know, if you can't block, the math is very easy. So I think that's where we're going, and we're hitting the Aaron sidestep. So that makes sense to me that he's trying to limit, you know, his ability to find more cards, even though 4 is not a small amount on defense.
No, and remember that extra hidden text there because Edmund is at 10 foundations. That Aaron side up is also frozen.
Mm-hmm.
Monster versus Machine also as powerful, of course, so it can also be a late game bomb if you need to unload some momentum in it. And of course, it will.
Or if you're Benny Mara and you just want to pump that number up.
That's true. That's true. And then also remember, if it connects, it will give us a power token that we can use for TC for helping us find that damage output, which is kind of what we were talking about on what would be the hardest part about this turn on trying to win right now for TC, even though we have the ability to transform. So that military airship. If we want to play this monster versus machine, we can play it twice this turn.
This is one of those enhanced steps I was talking about earlier in the day where it's like, I feel like we're really trying to make something out of nothing.
Yeah, yeah.
I feel like TC's really trying to like go, okay, well, if he commits the wrong 3 cards and forgets to activate something, and I randomly draw another attack, and then this becomes like a great turn. But it's, you know, somehow I have the feeling that we're just gonna get our attack blocked and mostly move on.
Which is exactly what's happening. Full block there from Life in Danger. And then
No,
here
we're
into the
attacking
Jaw Jammer on a 4/5, checking a 3.
Okay.
Gonna start committing some resources, which is fine because now you have some committed targets for your foundations that destroy to gain more life, if that's what you wanted to start going for. But again, we only have 1 life to gain currently. Not really much worth on using those resources.
Yeah, that's the big thing now. Without dual needle launch to just sack 3 health in one go.
Yeah.
I think TC has to stay front side a bit more. You know, aside from the 3 diff there, the high speed slice, have we seen any other cards that reduce our own health total at all?
No, I think that is the only one. And luckily, you know, we found it last game, which I think, you know, helped us get to +6 damage on all those moves to even help close that one out. But this one, I think, we're going to cash in the advantage of, hey, I have a face down. I can blow this up for +4. So +6 on this throw. 10 damage, Jaw Jammer. And we are going to get the full block. But, of course, with the throw, we're still going to take 5, going down to 15. TC getting another momentum for the future.
Some more attacks. We could see the fabled untransformed kill. We could also see him try to transform here and just get +2 damage on everything.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key might be picking up that Jaw Jammer with that military airship.
No throw hate in sight.
Yeah. And then
No throw hate showing.
we get another selective committal here with the monster versus machine. And it will also be frozen because I don't think Edmund has any way to destroy a foundation, at least at response speed. Or at all. Going for the defiant stance.
Nope. Here comes 2 bonus damage here from Ymir.
Going down to 20, which means we have the ability now to gain 3 life. Gonna powerful this one for 2 more. Do we see the military? Yep, there it is. More than likely, of course, I think going to pick up this Jaw Jammer. There it is. Going to really push. You're right. This could just be the front side kill, even though we had the ability and even still have the ability to transform into the backside of Ymir. You're mid-7. There is a mid-block on the Hope Parodies.
I guess the big deal is if we don't have any health gain, then we would actually give less damage than the front side Ymir, and the +2 speed might not be as concerned. But we do have a best buddies, so there is one way to gain life repeatedly.
Yeah, so, yeah, the next attack, I think, no matter what, we could get there. So on a 5, checks. We are going to form down. Ymir transforming now, and then straight into the Jaw Jammer on a 6, checking a 3, which is good in the sense that you have an extra foundation to blow up for the best buddies, like you said, to help us get even more health gained right now. And so the damage that the last Jawjammer have will be the same amount of damage that this Jawjammer has, but it will have the extra 2 speed on top of it. But with still having some pretty healthy resources here on the side for Edmund, we could probably still block this one, but you're going to take half regardless. Straight into the Hanses. Meaning Hanj. Discard 2. Draw 2 more. Double Spirit Blast. But it would be on a pretty hefty amount, on an 8. Twice if you wanted to echo it. It's a 2 speed. We did not press the Best Buddies Enhance.
That Best Buddies was a response on play. But yeah.
Yeah, we didn't press it. So
Yep. So we're going to destroy a face down for +4 damage from Jawjammer itself. One of the things that makes it such a reliable throw.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's tapped completely out, I'm pretty sure. Wait, I did my math wrong, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, it is 10. Okay. Yeah, it's tapped completely out, and then the Parodies will ready itself, and you're still going to take half, like we said, from that Jawjammer, going down 5 more. Going to 10. Double Spirit Blast. I'm going to do some math for me, not for anybody else.
Even if TC doesn't win here, transforming and getting the -3 speed when you commit your face is pretty good. But
oh, other Jawjammer. Never mind.
Here's another Jawjammer.
5, 6,
this
7.
one's going to pass.
4, 5, 6, 7. Tap everything but 2 foundations. And we can make this one for 10.
Yep, this is looking pretty good. It's even got 2 speed,
There's the
which
Best
became
Buddies.
relevant at the end of this
Ooh,
turn.
That was close. We almost blew up that face down with the Best Buddies, which means we would not have had a face down
Correct.
for
yeah.
the Jawjammer. So, but catching ourselves,
And they say sequencing doesn't matter.
it definitely does, and your choices do matter in card games. So as I pull up the Jawjammer once again, we could very quickly see this one be for lethal exactly. And with the 2 speed, 4 speed, 4 cards in the card pool for Edmund, shows a block, goes for it, but with only 1 ready resource, that's the game. And the awkward fist bump.
He
Game
mixed them.
2.
You got him with the final mix.
That's true. That's true.
You got him with the final mix. He may have lost the game, but he hit him with the fist bump mix up. But yeah, that's gonna do it. So team, what was it? Cole? Was it Team Cole?
Yeah, that
wins?
sounds
Team
right.
Cole. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's gonna be well, I guess we got the other 2 matchups, right? That was all in this one.
Yeah, so they're still going on. So
okay.
we have the Godzilla, of course, versus the Rodan, like King of the Monsters versus the Rodan.
Oh, the Rodan games are definitely not gonna be.
Those are definitely
okay.
still going on from my peak over at table 1.
This will be the first time
We'll
the
get an
stream game
update
wasn't
from
the last
production, hopefully, on what the rest of the teammates are doing. But this going on the side of Team Cole for TC and their team. Unsure on the results for the rest of those, but
well, so far whoever's won the stream. So Team Cole won. Okay, Team
Cole's
Cole
over.
won.
With
Nice.
that decision. Wrong one.
side, but we'll figure it out.
Oh, there he is.
Cameras have been acting up a little bit towards the end of the
yeah,
day.
TC taking it down, and one of his teammates then getting that win. You probably, if I was to guess, that Rodan, like we talked about, meaning your team winners for the side of it, concluding all in one day with 5 rounds, will be Team Cole.
Amazing
Ymir,
stuff.
Rodan, King Ghidorah, 3-headed monster.
And if you remember what I was talking about earlier, a lot of the teams that I'm used to, they fit into the aggro like combo control, or a lot of times it's 5 hand size, 6 hand size, 7 hand size.
That's exactly what this is.
And this time, well, there's 2 7-handers, right? Rodan and Ymir.
Oh, you're right.
But there
Sorry.
was aggro control, and then King of the Monsters is also kind of aggro. Ymir is kind of balanced, I think. Ymir is kind of like with the resting ups, and like TC wasn't just putting together super long strings. He was finding the synergies and really making like 3 or 4 attacks be really impactful, right?
And a lot of them even too, especially like Monster vs. Machine. It's like, yes, this is a 3 difficulty move, but like it's an incredible block trip. Breaker
Right,
2,
exactly.
Get the selective thing coming, of course.
So I think there's very much like a aggro King of the Monsters, control Rodan, which it might have been air Rodan. They might have just been 3 aggro decks, and I'm just wrong, But they definitely did not, at least with that we saw with TC's deck, he definitely did not like sell out for one style of play. He was not all in on I will transform and I have to get +9 damage or my deck does nothing. He had a well-balanced approach. He found the right moment. He was patient, and he won 2-0.
Yeah, decidedly. and there's a reason why they picked it. So, and that is going to conclude for that event after 5 incredible rounds here on Friday. But I think we still have some more UniVersus
Yeah,
for
I don't think
everybody
we're
at
done
home.
yet.
We're not done, of course, but that event will be concluding with a winner. So, of course, we've got some belts that we want to award, but we do, of course, maybe have some Hero 2 action that we can jump into very soon. So, don't go anywhere. We are going to come back with some more UniVersus.
heartache. May the good turn bad. Need to wake up 'cause I'm far away, so I won't go mad. Like a prisoner of time and space, locked within a cell. Want to go back to what we once had and make things unsaid. Dream catcher, save me from my dream catcher. Wake me from my dream catcher. Save me from my dream catcher. Wake me from my sleep. Visions mix up with reality, make my mind unclear. The foggy waters I am floating on, leave me left in tears. Dream catcher, save me from my dream catcher. Wake me from my dream catcher. Save me from my dream catcher. Wake me from my sleep.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got a very special presentation for you after 5 amazing rounds of heated teams action. We have now finally for you Team Cole, the winners of the teams event, and I couldn't be more stoked to see this presentation, partner.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hyped. They get to go home with the belts. I'm a little bit jealous. It's things like this that when I watch and see this going on, where I'm like, as much fun as I've had, with you guys today, I do get a little bit of FOMO of not having a chance to try to get that.
There's a lot of people who know I definitely have wanted to pick up one of these belts before, but you guys got to watch TC cinch it for his team. Here's the rest of his teammates picking up these beautiful belts. They're so big and shiny.
And I believe we're going to have an interview with the team captain
Yeah,
here
the team
in just
captain.
a minute. So I will step out, let them hop in, and let you guys take it away.
Yep. Let's get Cole over here. We were told it's Team Cole. Is that the captain? Okay, cool. Come on over here. Here you go. first of all, congratulations on
Thank
an
you so
excellent
much.
championship. Is this your first time winning a team's belt?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So let me ask you first and foremost, how did the team come together? What's the origin story of your guys' team up?
Well, me and Jake, we always play together. We're on the same team, and we're staying with Let's Talk this weekend, and we were like, does anyone need a third? We need a third member.
The classic.
Walked
the
in.
classic.
TC's like, I guess I don't have anybody. So we all wound up just wanting to play in an event. Just went well.
Nice. So are you guys just playing your singles decks, or was there like a real, like, we should sit together and figure out which decks fit where and make sure that the symbols don't overlap?
Yeah, I think we just lucked out that our main board was I was on Ghidorah on Death, Ymir on Life, and then Air Aggro Rodan. We just happened to be, and we were all just playing aggressive decks. There was no real variety on our team.
Nice. Okay. Nice. Yeah. So I was talking about it before. It looked kind of like you guys had almost like a balance of like a aggro and like a mid range and like a control deck. But then I remembered Jake's probably playing like the aggressive Rodan, right? So Ymir had a little bit of defense, but it probably really was 3 aggro decks at the end of the day, huh?
Yeah, it was 3 aggro decks. I think I was the most mid-range deck of that group, which is not, which doesn't say much.
Right. That's not a ton of mid range. Let me ask you, did your team win a lot of dice rolls, or did you feel like you were lucky with the dice rolls at all throughout the day?
We lost every dice roll except the last one.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, I think in the total day, excited all our dice rolls, I think I won 2 total dice rolls all day.
Okay, so in that final, walk me through it with the final pairings there, because we got to watch Mikasa versus Ymir. That was picked by the other team. That was a matchup they picked.
That was our matchup we picked.
Okay.
Because that was the one we won. It was the only our die roll we won. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, that was
yeah.
the only dice roll you won. Got it.
That was we picked it because TC said that he's played against that deck and he's been pretty good.
Okay.
So me and Jake were both thinking that like Rodan and Ghidorah could both go head to head with Godzilla on Earth and a Rodan on Void. We actually lucked out in the matchups we all wanted. I got to play against Void Rodan. I tied in the end, but it was the match we wanted. So
Okay, and that was going to be my follow-up question. Was you said you lost a bunch of dice rolls, but sometimes the way it works out in teams is you get to pair the two that you'd like. Did you feel like your team got more pairings that they wanted than didn't want? Did you ever feel like you were on the backside of the pairings, or did you kind of feel like you got where you wanted to be?
I think it was it was pretty impactful because I think most of the time there would be someone who either didn't want to play against Jake or didn't want to play against me every time, and so they would pair themselves into the other one of us typically, and it was get out of there, and so that's just how it kind of wound up typically. And then we got to kind of assign the other two where we got to usually stick TC into a better matchup, leading to he went 5-0 all night, and then leading me in to get Sacrificial Lamb most of the time, but it's fine.
Well, you got to have one. We called it the grenade pair. You got to have one grenade pairing on your team because at some point you're going to realize that 2 of the decks on your team really just don't want to fight the same thing, and you got to throw someone on that grenade every round. And usually, at least in my experience, there's quite a few teams out there where 2 people are undefeated and one person is just getting absolutely slugged by bad matchup after bad matchup. So,
yeah.
Did you feel like that was your role today?
That's how I wound up today. It's the I miss playing Grog in teams. At least that you just got to pick the 7-hander. I had to make real decisions.
Hey, that's what a captain does, though. That is your role. Your role is not necessarily to be doing all the winning for everyone, but it is to find the right pairings, roll some dice and figure out how to get there. And you guys got there. Let me ask, what was your hardest matchup all day today?
I had that Godzilla I played on camera absolutely exploded.
Yeah,
me.
okay.
So that was tough. But I played against George Zhang in I think it was our round 2 playing a Benny Maru deck. It's pretty nasty. He played he won the game in our game 3 by playing 8 Queen of the Monsters in one turn.
In one turn?
I hope.
Why didn't we get that on camera?
I don't know, man. He just
That's my
kept
kind of game.
going. I'm gonna be honest. They're the only attacks in his deck. It was 4 queens. It was a race to see if I got to Koenmas before he got to kill me.
Oh my goodness! How was he? Was he using airships? Was he using tricky
you get
spinner?
Short Cake Admirer.
Okay.
And he was picking them up. He was picking them up in a lot of weird ways, and then he would echo them with Kickstart My Heart. He was playing Benny Maru. It was really cool.
Oh, that is a super cool combo. Kickstart My Heart, and then you can echo, then you can build down the
build
kickstart.
a quick kickstart. Yeah.
Okay, this is a very, very cool deck. I'll have to see. I don't want to talk about the non-winning decks, but that's a very cool deck. I'll have to check
very
that one
interesting.
out. So then let me ask you about the Ghidorah match or the Ghidorah deck you played today. Is this what you're going to be playing for singles tomorrow?
It is what I'm going to be playing for singles tomorrow. It's the deck I've been running for since Godzilla came out. I brought it to every single LC I've played this whole year at this point, so it's been really fun. I just like playing Koenma's. Sorry, I like playing Koenma's desk and combined firepower. I like playing 8 actions in a 5-hander and hoping I draw enough gray.
Hey, I'm a big fan of blue cards myself. Blue cards go with orange cards pretty good, so I can definitely get behind that. And he's one of the best Koenma's taskers we've ever had. What's your normally when you go into it and you're doing the form on Koenma's task? What's the card you want to search for the most?
You know, obviously after searching for the second Koenma's every time, I typically go for Acidic Sludge. That card's so good in Ghidorah because you stack the top 2, you draw, and that card and At the Ready are like a pretty core part of my deck because you go At the Ready into those, and on turn 2 you can start looping in. You can play Tri-Gravity Beams consistently with your 6 checks, and the combined firepowers fuel that.
Okay.
So you kind of get to loop it all together. But it's usually Acidic Sludge. Sometimes it's Earthbreaker if it's in my first form, and I can get 2 Earthbreakers in the card pool because that really helps against those 5-handers that are defensive.
Very, very cool stuff. So congratulations once again on winning the team's championship. Let me ask you one more question because I know it's pretty late, and I know a lot of people are pretty famished. Do you have any plans while you're here in Dallas? Anything you're going to do besides the event? Maybe a restaurant you want to go eat at while you're here?
No, I think we're having steaks tonight, so that's pretty exciting. And frankly, I'm mainly just here to play retro.
Hey, winners get steaks, and you guys are winners tonight. So congratulations once again. That's going to do it for your day 1 of action, but you're going to want to be back here tomorrow at, I believe, 10 a.m. I'm going to say 10 a.m. so you guys are up in time, but come back here tomorrow, 10 a.m. We're going to have your Dallas regional action for you. I've been Sam Tate. Team Cole are your champions of the Dallas Regional, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. I kind of pump faked you on that one. I forgot that we had Hero 2. It's been a long day. Normally when I'm doing a winner's interview, it's because the event is over. So this is the first time I've done one not in the middle of an event, and we're still going. So Hero 2 is coming up. We've got a very exciting matchup for you. MHA darling Koji Koda versus MHA protagonist Izuku Midoriya Deku. So the brand new Deku versus the one and only Koji Koda they've ever printed. And these decks are very different, I'd have to say.
I mean, yeah, you've got the Izuku Midoriya Deku deck coming in defensive control, doing a lot of speed reduction. And we streamed a match earlier today where we saw, kind of how restrictive Deku can be when he gets a stage building up. And then, of course, you've got Koji Koda, who we've seen, prior to rotating out, doing this really aggressive combo deck. I'm super excited for this. Truth be told, I think Hero 2 might actually be my favorite format just because that's what I started with, right? With these My Hero cards. And so I'm super excited to see this going forward. What do you think? What's your prediction on this?
Well, I will say one more thing really quick is despite their strategies being very different, I do expect us to see a lot of the same cards.
Correct.
Because Koji Koda loves ally cards and specifically ally attacks and actions, but he still really likes ally cards because any ally card cannot count towards progressive. That includes blocks, and they're on good in life, and all the vestiges are allies. So I definitely expect to see some hunters ally on the table at some point. I definitely expect to see some vestiges on both sides, some allies on both sides. But I'm just stoked to see the air symbol in another grand finals. Well, I guess this isn't really grand finals, but it's 2 undefeateds in the side event.
All right, James starting off with their build. I don't know who let him off the socials and said he could play, but that's fine.
He played this whole event? Probably Brian Garza took over for him.
I was just talking about my FOMO not being able to play an event, and here
Yeah,
he is
yeah,
sitting
yeah.
down slinging cardboard.
He used to play the brand new Midoriya. Come on now. This is for the socials. This is for the takeover.
Oh yeah, right.
He gets to include this in the social media post. So, if you guys haven't checked that out, by the way, Response on Play has been doing some really fun stuff over on X, over on Facebook, Blue Sky, probably all the different TikToks and all that, all the good social media stuff. They always do banger content every time I see them upload. So really excited for that. We do see a Ready Get Set Go happening here, I believe.
Well, no, it actually got
got reviewed.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's one
I
of
thought we were
one of the rare
removing it.
situations where you're upset that your opponent did not forward build
Right.
and failed their last check because you don't get to take advantage of that card.
Taking a long time to figure out this build turn.
Just assuming that he has a lot of foundations in hand, a lot of options, starting with the Pussycats.
Wild Pussycats, yep. Now we've got new training method, a classic, an absolute classic. Would have absolutely steamrolled our opponent if we got to do Ready Get Set Go and put down a new training method.
I was just thinking that. Build 3, turn 0.
Surprising skill. Now this is a
Yes.
Hero 2 OG. This is one of the best 0 diffs in Hero 2 outside of like strictly set 1 cards. This is an old school. And there it is. There's the Friend of Animals coming in, being built committed by the new training method. Whenever you build new training method, you get the opportunity to respond and build in a foundation from your hand committed, which is incredibly strong, especially early in the game. However, despite us getting this beautiful 6 build, that does mean that we only have 1 card left in our hand to play defense with. So if Midoriya does draw a good number of attacks, we could see some potentially potent offense on turn 2, which is not typically the MO of Izuku Midoriya.
He does have 3 attacks in hand, 2 attacks in hand. I know I saw Invisible Infiltration. I saw, what is that? Is that Bug Bite?
Bug Bite,
Yeah.
yep.
So 2 attacks in hand.
And I believe...
I think it's just the
I think
2.
it's just 2, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a... I think we're trying to decide how worth it is it to throw out the Invisible Infiltration and hope that it deals
Sure.
damage. Because if you get the momentum for Bug Bite, that's really nice. But if you're going to throw out an Invisible Infiltration and deal no damage and ready no foundations and get no bonus from it, it's probably better off serving you next turn. The momentum would have also been really nice for Fearsome Transformation, but he's going to elect to build 2 and pass. So worrying about the block zones potentially, we held 2 high blocks, a mid block, and I believe a low block. But really interesting choices here to just keep a low build. Maybe afraid of Ready Get Set Go again somehow, but he only had 1 card in hand.
Yeah, but even then, I mean, you just build the 3rd one, right? Don't go and build the 4th one.
Right, it's
Yeah.
at 4. So
Yeah.
very interesting stuff. We'll see how this pays off. Normally, Gavin is known for being like super aggressive. I don't think I've gotten to watch James on stream enough, and mostly a lot of the times I know Gavin's play style from online events, so haven't gotten to observe James as much. Maybe this measured approach is going to be the correct call, but I definitely expect Gavin to come out swinging if he can.
Playing the form ability on Ready Get Set Go.
Yep, just going to remove it, draw a card. That's what I thought we were doing last time. Here's another one. Oh, another 3, though. Uh-oh. This might end up working out for James really well. We're going to commit Koji Koda, in fact, which tells me that this is not going to be an aggressive turn. It's, in fact, going to be the 4th and final Ready, Get, Set, Go. This man is the most set, the most ready, and the most going. And now what? Oh, it looks like new training method going to get canceled out by Batra arrives, which I think is a smart call the way this turn's going. Gavin is simply committing resources and gaining nothing really, like no actual advantage, just replacing those cards in his hand.
All right, somehow we are back commentating another match where we're going to a wide build.
Well, this is, this is almost certainly not what Gavin wants to be
Right.
doing. But what's interesting about this is exactly how you punish the style of play that James made.
Mhm.
You know, when your opponent does a short build and they hold a lot of cards, typically your best way to punish that is to leave those cards in their hand and then build out wide ahead of them. If they only built 2 and they expect aggression, you build out and you get more resources. And then if they continue this play pattern, you'll eventually just completely out-resource them.
Yeah, so James drawing no more attacks, looking like it's going to be another 2 build, getting that substitute member.
This is so strange to me. I mean, even if we built more foundations from our hand, these are foundations that can potentially draw us cards, you know? So not wanting to try and poke to get the momentum in and not wanting to, I guess, overextend. But I mean, maybe he has the read. Maybe he knows something about this deck where he needs that extra high block and I just don't know it
Right.
yet. Because I do know that Command Pigeon Flock is a high attack. A lot of the good allies in the past have been high attacks, but usually those are on the chaos symbol. So this is a life symbol deck. So I'm not sure. Because when I think allies, I think mostly Tokoyami attacks,
Yes,
to be
correct.
true, to be honest. And, you know, truthfully, those are like a pretty good high spam lineup. But yeah, again, another build for this is, you know, Gavin playing a more classic style of play out everything but my attacks, you know, and then we'll figure it out later. And James has been committed to this very like small ball form of UniVersus where he seems like he doesn't want to overextend, but I'm just not sure what is he giving up in response to that? Because a big thing about Koji Koda is he is a combo style deck and he can pop off on a lot of early turns for the most part, but it's relative to how much he can pay that cost.
Yeah.
And he can pay that cost in triplicate
Yeah,
now. You know, he can commit a bazillion foundations now.
James doing what I've done many, many times, drawing no more attacks, looking at my discard, shaking my head, going, they're not there. I don't know where they are.
Is this like a language I don't know? Is this like a binary language? Like, is he communicating in a secret code to somebody at home on stream by building 2 cards every turn? I've never seen this style of play before in my life. And he's not reviewing. Like, he's holding the same cards. It's not like these are cards he doesn't want. And he's reviewing them away to try and get something different. I think he's just used to seeing, like, completely different hands. This happens to me a lot. Like, you'll play all day 1, you'll make top cut, then you do the deck check, and all of a sudden your deck is like not giving you a hand you've ever seen before. You know, your hand is like the most myriad random stuff, which, you know, shuffling is supposed to be, but you'll end up with like 4 of the same card in an opening hand or something. So I've been let down by my deck at crucial moments before, but I don't think that's what's happening with James. I think he's just very afraid of what this Koji Koda deck could do, and I think we're about to see what it can do right now.
All right, well, we have our first attack played in this match. We've got a Hunter's Ally coming out of Gavin.
Yep, an attack I definitely expected to see, and a big reason why you probably won't see Koji Koda decks on Good and Chaos anymore. You will probably see them on Life until Hunter's Ally is not legal with him. Hunter's Ally being essentially a souped up reprint of Command Pigeon Flock. I believe Command Pigeon Flock can only build ally foundations. Hunter's Ally, of course, can build any ally attack. However, Command Pigeon Flock can also spend momentum to pump its own damage, whereas a Hunter's Ally doesn't get that. So might be a little more mileage, you know, depending on which card type you need. But looks like we've got a Filled Without coming down that's going to say no building allies for this card.
Yeah, James asked to pick up his discard pile, looked through it, saw what was in there, didn't like the possible targets, and then said, I'm going to play this Fill Without. No build for you.
Okay, so we are going to commit for Koji Koda. The +2 speed is going to get canceled, which makes sense because it also seals the card. And for those who don't know, Friend of Animals, our 3 difficulty foundation down there, it has a playable Wall Committed or Tenacious Enhance to remove it from the game, and then you take an ally attack from your discard pile and add it to your momentum. So very, very powerful foundation. Back in the day, it was severely limited by your ally foundation, or sorry, your ally attack targets. But it gives +2 speed when you commit it to pay cost, which Koji does. and then you would remove it to get a momentum to get a lot of value out of this foundation. So preventing the momentum ramp, I think, is very smart here on James's side.
You mentioned earlier, I mean, so far we've seen one attack, and it is a high attack. So maybe James did have the read, did know this matchup, knows he's playing predominantly highs.
Yeah, Hunter's Ally, Command Pigeon Flock. I'm trying to think. There's one other one I'm definitely forgetting. It's gonna feel super obvious. It's gonna be like, oh yeah, this one's definitely, you know, an ally attack, and I bet it's also a high. So he might have just understood the assignment more than me. But all right, we have a Mikasa defeats, and he wants to build the Divine Defender. So this is a partial block, but the plan is to take no damage and build the Divine Defender, so that way we can have it later in the turn, which is one of the reasons why I think this Midoriya character is so cool. Is all the things you can do mid-turn. Now we're gonna draw a card. Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, he's looking for those.
All right, things are finally coming up, Millhouse. This is United in Battle. This is another high attack that I'm not surprised to be here now that I've seen it. United in Battle is a 4/4 ally that I believe it's if it deals damage, you get to draw a card and then build a card from your hand. It has ally. The other one I get it confused with, I think, has ally and powerful. And it's you build something from your card pool. So this is not to be confused with that one. This has to deal damage for anything to happen, which, you know, Midoriya is pretty good at blocking, and James has been holding those high blocks. So I imagine that this one is not going to deal damage either. And we're going to Batra arrives the second Friend of Animals, which makes perfect sense here. But now, is that Inspiring Song? -1 to James's check is interesting.
I mean, he really needs another foundation built. He clearly does not have enough.
Yeah. That's really what he needs. Is
Yeah.
He needs more gray cards.
Correct. All right, we're going to the block. He is going to block with the Bug Bite, which has that great 0 high block.
Yeah, but unfortunately no momentum, or else we would get to ready our character. So
Another United in Battle.
Another one, but a 3 check here. Luckily, none of these cards count towards progressive because of Koji Koi's ability. Every time he commits a foundation during the enhance step, he's saying this card does not count towards progressive later, which once you get to the third card in the card pool, that's when you really start seeing the payoff for something like this. And expect to see Gavin refill his hand here pretty soon as well, because Koji can form, commit, draw cards equal to the number of ally attacks and actions in your card pool, but not foundations, because that would be too broken. James does have the ability to pick up Bug Bite with Divine Defender here. So I think we're still on Gavin's first enhance, because that's what I would imagine James's first enhance would be to snap up that +0 high block.
Yeah, I was trying to take a look at his hand. I do believe that the only way he is going to full block this is if he picks it up. I don't think he has a high block in hand.
No, I know one's a mid, one's
And
a
one's a
low.
low, yeah. The Queen of the Monsters being the low and the Invisible Infiltration being the mid.
Oh, yeah, and I think the other one is the Altar Electric Moth, which would be a mid as well. So I think you're right about that. Both players taking their time. It is a best of one. It is only 30 minutes, so we're about halfway through here. And you can't really make a mistake in a best of one. You know, one little mistake can cost you everything. So
there he goes, picking it up.
Now, I don't know if this is the one I care about blocking the most. You know, I think I would be afraid more of a Command Pigeon Flock or something like that. I believe Command Pigeon Flock is +1 damage for each ally in your card pool. And so once you get like the 5-6 cards in your card pool, and the Command Pigeon Flock builds your other Friend of Animals, which then gives you the momentum necessary for that, you know, that's an attack that's going to swing for 10 damage. This, we're trying to block 4 damage because we want to prevent the card advantage. And I think James is going to let this one go.
Seems, yeah, it appears James agrees with you. Not worth blocking this one.
Yeah, it was worth it on the first one because you didn't know where this was going. Once he played the second one, you're like, okay, now you're digging, right? Now you're fishing. Now we get a new training method coming in. Gavin gets the opportunity to respond, and he can build a foundation committed if he'd like. But that's not always the right thing to do because he can just play it as a form and then it comes in ready instead of committed. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we're going to opt not to do the response here, especially since I think we're trying to focus on getting a kill here. Because Gavin can still draw a bunch of cards here, so we don't actually know where this turn's going to go. And here is that command pigeon flock checking a 3.
Only having to commit 2, of course, because of the ignoring of progression.
Yeah, and I would not be surprised to start seeing those inspiring songs come in. Or I guess there's only one left now, but I wouldn't be surprised to see inspiring song come in as a +1 to a check just to kind of alleviate the stress of these 3 checks going on. And here it is. We're going to get the mill 3 inspiring song. He's going to -1 James's check. Again. He's trying to prey on the fact that James has a small board here, I suppose. It's either that or Gavin's just trying to mill something very specific. But he's almost out of cards in his deck. So if that ally card is not in his discard pile yet, I don't think he's going to be able to retrieve it.
Especially considering that this is currently a 2 high. We know he has a 0 block mod in hand.
Right. Like this one is not going to deal damage unless, like, if you don't pump this, maybe James plays it patiently. Because you still, again, you have to wait for Koji to form commit and then draw like a million cards, and then you get to find out like where the turn is actually going.
Oh, and this actually, I didn't think about this. This one cannot get big because this is the first time we've seen any attacks play, so there's no momentum for the discard 1 momentum to get.
Well, so the
damage.
trick is you're supposed to build Friend of Animals, and then Friend of Animals gives you the
Correct.
momentum. Yeah.
Yeah. But Batra has taken care of.
Yeah, well,
those.
so he can build a 3rd Friend of Animals from his discard pile with this command pigeon, and I think that's what Gavin was trying to do. I think he was trying to mill down
I see.
2-1 because he did not snap in a Friend of Animals immediately, and it looks like he's digging through the discard pile. I'm not seeing one. I'm not seeing any ally foundations off the top of my head. Oh, there's one. There's a vestige that we talked about. So yeah, I think he was trying to mill
For that.
the final copy of Friend of Animals, or one of the final 2. I would expect Koji to play 4. I guess it's.
I think he probably is looking at that. 5 cards left, I think, in his deck going. I can't believe 2 are still there.
I swear, if 2 out of 3 of those cards are command pigeons, or sorry, Friend of Animals.
Yeah.
Command pigeon is the attack. Friend is the. I always get the 2 mixed up. But so yeah, if 2 out of 3 of those cards are the one he was looking for, that's got to feel pretty bad, especially since you checked a 3 on this one. You know, you're expecting to check a 5 at some point during the turn.
Okay, James choosing to block this one. Checks the 3, still enough considering that it was 0 speed.
Yeah, Gavin's also probably counting the attacks in his deck because at this point he can draw 4 cards off Koji, and he wants to know what they are. Oh, there's 4 there. Okay,
Yeah.
we fanned him out to 4. Oh, there's only 3 cards left. Oh, is this Mighty Gathering? I don't know if I've ever seen. Are all Mighty Gatherings foil? I didn't know if that was a rare or not. I've only played this card in like 2 decks. I've put this in Isla and Kevin Broberg. So Mighty Gathering is pretty sick. It's got Blitz. This attack gets +2 damage for each ally in your card pool. That includes every type of card. That includes itself. That includes attacks, actions, allies, whatever. So this is going to get +10 damage. It's a 4 low for 12. And this is exactly the kind of thing where, you know, James has been blocking 4 damage, 5 damage moves all turn. And yeah, he would have taken like 20, and then this 10 damage doesn't matter as much if he blocked nothing. But now we've expended so many resources, and the true threat has emerged.
I mean, we do know he has the Queen of the Monsters in hand, so he does have a low block.
True. But things are getting a little tougher. That Queen of the Monsters is on a 5, 6, 7. I guess he's still got -2 speed from Midoriya.
And he's setting it to 3 right now with substitute member.
Yeah, he's gonna flip for -1 speed because he wants to make sure he doesn't miss this. Because we're gonna give -2 after this, and then it'll be block on a 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
which he will pass with no more Aspiring Songs on the side of Gavin.
Hmm. This is tough. This one is for 13.
The Unending Path.
This is from the Ryu decks. This is from the Ryu Challenger Series deck. Is this a low block though? I
I mean,
thought the Unending Path is a mid, so I think we're taking half. I could be totally wrong.
it's a 2 low block.
It is a low. Okay,
Yep.
cool. Okay, nice. So we had the block for that. Didn't have to use the queen. But Gavin still is on no progressive difficulty. So we're simply gonna let it ride with another Mighty Gathering. He's gonna check a 5 there. Maybe it's not Friend of Animals we were looking for. Maybe he was just trying to be like, okay, how many 5 checks do I have left to rail off these Mighty Gatherings? Because this time it's gonna be for plus 12. It should be 14. Yep, and then we've got Tight-Lipped. We can make this for 15.
And this is going to be a 2 low, which means that James would be blocking on a 7.
If he has a +1 low,
Oh, it's
3,
+1,
4, 5, 6.
6.
Yeah. So you could check a 5, commit 1, but for some reason I feel like Gavin has like a weird sneaky speed somewhere. But it was probably the Inspiring Songs that got used. 'Cause I believe the 5th wielder dangers or 4th wielder, whichever wielder danger senses, I think is only flipped for -2 speed, not a bonus. This is pretty tough. This is one of those things where I wasn't sure how hard it was going to be for Midoriya to get to 6 vestiges. And it looks like not having the 6 vestige is really hurting him here. Again, just the 2 build after 2 build after 2 build, I think was really hurting him, but this one is for 15, so it's not lethal, but it's more than halfway there. You gotta try to block this one, I feel. Checks a 5, commits 1 for the 6. James is gonna survive this one, but Gavin still hasn't used Koji Koda to draw cards yet. And now we're going to use Wild Wild Pussycats to mill, I believe, the last part of our deck. And then we're going to add 1 to our hand. Is Wild Wild Pussycats discard the top 3 or reveal the top 3?
It's reveal. I believe it's reveal the top
'Cause
3,
if it's-
pick 1, then discard the other
Okay.
2.
Yeah, if it's a reveal, then he
That-
gets to do this.
yes.
If not, he loses them.
We'll double
actually.
check right now.
Yeah. Which I don't think will matter too much. I think the important part here is the fact that we are resetting the deck so we can try to draw attacks again. But that is an important
It is
distinction.
reveal.
It's reveal. Okay.
Yes.
So he does get to reveal those. They don't leave the deck. We don't get messed up by cycling, which is always frustrating when it happens. It's always so frustrating.
Still having 5 available foundations. None of those cards in that card pool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 count towards progressive.
Man,
So,
what a turn.
Drawing a brand new hand of cards.
Basically, yeah. Just refilling that hand.
I don't see attacks.
None at all? I mean, we're really looking for some specific ones here.
Right.
We're looking for like a Mighty Gathering and then something else that does 10 or 11 damage, which granted, there's not a lot that
Here we
do
go,
it,
There's one.
but this helps. No longer, though, can Koji Koda ignore progressive. You're going to have to play on quote-unquote real progressive after this because Koji is not tenacious. He's not from that era of UniVersus where every character is tenacious because why would you have to choose? You can have your cake and eat it too. And we did check an ally, which is super fortuitous, but I guess we're waiting on a response from James's hand. Otherwise, I don't know why we wouldn't snap that ally in. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. First, we got to do the blitz.
Yep.
Now we can go to enhances. Yeah. I think James heard like no response and thought it was a no enhance thing. Yeah. So yeah, his first enhance is going to be tight-lipped for 1 damage. James is going to build in Moment of Normalcy committed. Interesting. I guess just to have it next turn
Sure.
when he obviously survives this.
Obviously.
Certainly. I don't see a way to ready it. There's some glare on the cards, but I can't see a way to ready it.
Man, I would love to play 7 attacks and still have 6 ready foundations afterwards.
And no progressive.
And no
or one
progressive.
Yeah. Although Gavin is not windmill slamming it,
Nope.
so it doesn't look like he has it. And this,
Nope.
I got to be honest, this is how every Koji Koto game goes. I've seen this deck. I've seen this deck played on every symbol. I've seen it played in multiple formats. Hero 2, I've seen it in retro. And it goes like this every time. It plays like 9 attacks in a row. It commits almost its entire stage. And by the end of it, the Koji deck has like almost nothing left, like no face-ups, nothing ready, no gas, no cards in hand, and they did like no damage. It is the most actually impressive way to not win a game I think I've ever seen. Because it's incredible that we played 6 attacks, we then drew 6 cards, and then we dealt damage twice that turn.
And it's important to note that all those cards are going into the discard afterwards. So that is more cards that he's not going to be able to draw in his current deck.
Yes. And
All
also,
attacks.
he's had so many cards in his stage. Like, look how thin the deck is.
Yep.
His remove from game pile is the biggest stack on the table.
All right. I did see some attacks in hand. We've got 3 attacks. All right. Starting off with the Census Ho. It checks. All right. If you were playing Hero 2 right now, what deck would you bring?
Oh, that's tough. Denki 1 just for the old school throwback. I topped Denki on 2 out of 3 symbols. I always meant to play him on Chaos and top it. I just never did. I always played Tokoyami on Chaos instead. So maybe, I don't know, maybe that. I'm sure somebody would, like if I was trying to find a deck, I'm sure somebody would show me something I really like. Ochako 2 is up there as well. Having the big body and like looping things is kind of neat. Now it might be Benimaru with this Shortcake Admirer combo that George Zhang has.
I was talking to him earlier today. I went up to him. I was like,
8 queens.
yeah. I was like, I heard you had the spice.
Yeah. It's funny too because I've noodled on Shortcake Queen for a long time. I think even in Benny, and I was just like, I don't know. I just couldn't get the enough momentum and feel good about it. But I was also trying to play like 10 other attacks. So like now that it's like a 4 attack deck, that makes more sense.
All right. So Gavin letting the Census Ho go through. He is going to get to just build the next one. And we only have a minute and 11 seconds left in this round.
I didn't even think of that. He just did a 15-minute turn in a 30-minute round. There's not a ton of game equity in that moment, but
James setting a record, building 3.
ooh, okay. He built more on rival turns than he has on his own turn until now.
Man, Hero 2 is so cool.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be a downer, but I do think there's definitely a correlation, right? Where it's like whatever version you learned is almost certainly going to be your favorite. Like that's just how it goes.
Yeah.
And I kind of hate that that's true, but it's been true about nearly everything. Like even stuff where I really enjoy and they make like objective improvements to, it's just always like, man, the thing I fell in love with though is the first version, right? But that's all more of a reason to have Hero 2 because I think a majority of the player base at this point started with MHA only. So You know, it made perfect sense to have an extended format that starts with that. But speaking of extending, Gavin's going to get another shot at this. Probably going to be here for another 15 minutes while he plays every attack in his deck.
Also, James did go first, correct? He won the dice roll.
Yeah,
because we saw Gavin review the
ready
ready set go. So this will be the last turn of the match. So Gavin has no choice but to go for it.
Which would be very funny because I think they can tie. Because I don't think we need a winner from this. This is just for tickets.
Correct.
So, or for love of the game, depending on how you feel about it.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, we're gonna say that this Hunter's ally doesn't count towards progressive. It's also gonna get a little bit of bonus speed. It's also never mind gonna get canceled Batra. Oh, but once a card is sealed, surprising skill does get to
Force a commit.
Force a commit of all things. Interesting. He's gonna do it again. He's gonna stun him twice. Interesting. You know, there's two things. If there's anything I know about these two guys right here, it's that these guys ate lunch today. I'd be once I saw that state, I'd be like, you know what, man, you got it. You can have the tickets. I'm gonna go get some Texas barbecue.
Yeah.
But these guys, these are lunch eaters right here.
Yeah. They played much. They played much better than we did because we were not lunch eaters today. So
no, I've had like a bag of chips and a Subway sub since I landed in Dallas yesterday.
I am mostly being fueled by energy drinks,
Oh,
and then I think one protein bar.
okay, yeah. I try to avoid the energy drinks. I get my caffeine from soda, which is like the worst way, you know. And so doing the casting, if I just drink soda all day, like. Not only will my health go forever away, but the sugar crash is like super bad. But if I drink coffee while trying to cast, it's like 10 times worse.
Yeah.
So, and then energy drinks, I haven't had one in a long time, but they used to have energy drinks used to put me to sleep in high school. Like I would drink a Monster and I'd be so sleepy. It was crazy.
All right, we have a Black Abyss coming out. I think it's the first time we've seen this.
Yeah, Black
breed.
Abyss. This was a little all-star attack for a while there. This was a very big deal. They're like, was it 2023? I think 2023, maybe early 24. It's just a 5-low-5. If it hits your next check to play and attack, it's +1. But more importantly, when you add it to momentum with cards like Friend of Animals, it gets to do a really nice damage bonus once per turn, as long as you have, or speed and damage bonus, as long as you have multiple copies of it in your momentum. So I think that that's like really where Koji gets a lot of his stats.
Yep.
Is you add Black Abyss to your momentum, you get 3 of them, and then you have 3-3, which is huge. But the Batch Arrives have been preventing that game plan very beautifully.
This is going to be a 3-low-7.
Oh, sorry, it's a 5-low-6 printed, not 5. I think I said 5-5. It's a 5-6 printed, which, you know, a little bit better.
All right, further 2 less speed on that, so it's going to be a 1-low-4-7 at this point.
Okay, yeah, I think we were deciding between giving Breaker and reducing speed, and I don't think Breaker is going to slow Gavin down at all. Gavin checked about as bad as he could on that first turn and still had flush foundations left over, and he's checking about as bad as he can right now, you know, or at least he checked the 3 on the first one, and so I think he'll be all right. But now we see that Invincible Infiltration. Has this been in James's hands since
It has. Oh, we got another Black Abyss, checking a Black Abyss.
Okay. Now, this would be fantastic if we could add 1 to our momentum, maybe 2. Really, you got to add at least 2 to your momentum before they feel impactful.
Yeah, I mean, 1-1, we'll take that all day. But yes. I mean, we had Kevin Zahan earlier on stream playing the all-for-one deck, and he runs Black Abyss. I know he's in love with this card. He's ran it every single Chaos list he's ever played. And I've played against him enough in playtesting to know that when there are multiple in that momentum, it does get pretty out of hand pretty quickly.
It is pretty ridiculous. You ever get to play with Amajiki with this card? Insane.
When I started playing this game, with the My Hero cards. My local TO at the time, Kevin Coleman, he was playing Amajiki and just torturing the new players over and over and over again. So
I remember that name.
I hate not just that bird, all birds now.
All birds.
I hate all birds.
All birds.
It's all. Yep.
Dang. All the birds catching strays because of Tokoyami.
Yep. If they have a problem, they can take it up with Kevin.
Interesting. Yeah. No, I've been pretty lucky. I don't think I've ever actually gotten like destroyed by a Black Abyss. But I was always afraid of it because the Toga decks were abusing it really well. And the Toga decks always were really frustrating because they stun you out, and they don't necessarily like turn to you and get you all in one turn usually, or at least they didn't until Walk the Dog came around. But that was always the deck I was most afraid of with Black Abyss.
Is there a situation where we actually reach time in overtime before Gavin finishes his turn?
If they are doing time and overtime for side events, then yes, absolutely easily. I would say very easily at this pace of play. Not that they're playing slow. It's just we had a 30-minute round,
Yes.
And I believe we're already like 3 minutes into overtime. So
Also, credit to James on that last turn. Gavin threw 8 attacks, and James took minimal damage from that.
yeah, he really did manage to kind of suss out. For the most part, he sussed out the ones that mattered. He was very patient. Block early, make the opponent extend a bit, and then wait for the one that's really a killer, right? Block the first and the last is typically my motto, is you block the first attack, and then you take damage until it's lethal, and then you block what is hopefully the last one.
So, Gavin, looking through his discard and remove, I have to assume that he's looking to count how many attacks he has, seeing if that last one is a foundation. Because if it is, even if you don't have an attack in hand, you just play it, check that, and then pop.
Right.
All right. Now,
I mean, he's got James down to 8. There's also an equally good chance that Gavin just kills him in the next 2 attacks, or the next attack or something. Because at this point, James is mostly committed out. I think he has a reset and he has a flip for -2 speed. So if you can play around a reset, which we have one Black Abyss and momentum, so there is some wiggle room. We could still find 8 damage even after a reset, but you got to fight through Midoriya minus speed as well. So
I'm not sure if he drew another attack off of those 3 cards. It's hard for me to see. I think if he did, he would just be slamming it down, right? Oh, he did get one. There we go.
But it is a funny one. Okay, so this was on a 5. We checked a 6. This one is not lethal. I don't think there's a way to make it lethal. I think we give +2 damage. We can tight-lipped and we can self-sacrifice.
Although if it deals, he will get an opportunity to draw. Maybe pull that last attack he needs off the top.
True, and get another resource into play, which might be a foundation that adds a Black Abyss to momentum or something like that. So I do think James has to be, well, I guess the only foundation is discard pile. The only card in his discard pile right now is Inspiring Song, but there's a world where you check a Black Abyss, to play the 4th or the next attack. You check the 4th Black Abyss.
He does have the Armor of the Wolf, so he does have a high block for this attack.
Yeah, and it's only 1 speed, and there's nothing in the card pool. Yep, we're destroying the sealed Friend of Animals so that we can potentially rebuild it back later with maybe a Hunter's Ally or something. Armor is
Just
a
the block.
complete
Yeah, it
block.
shows no more attacks in hand. And this match will end in a draw.
After all that.
Listen, said it earlier. I think it's just, I don't know if it's the 2 of us together or if it's just, but we have to watch everything go to time.
Hey, they keep giving me the Izuku Midoriya Dekus. They keep giving me the Dekus. I'm casting 0 Dekus tomorrow, okay? No, don't give me this 630 Desperate Plea character anymore, please. He can't kill nobody. He's fun to play, but he can't kill nobody. Well, that's going to do it for today. Your day one for real this time. It's finally over. Our Hero 2 ends in a draw, which really that's like the canon ending for My Hero, right?
Yeah.
Like all the heroes just come together and agree not to fight each other. I think that's how it worked. I didn't watch the show.
Sure. Sure. We'll go with that.
Would you say the ending of My Hero felt like a draw?
No.
No? Okay, fair enough. But we have a draw here for the end of today. But tomorrow we've got a bunch of singles action for you, and then Sunday we'll of course have the top cuts and all the good fancy prizes and all that stuff. So we're gonna be back here tomorrow morning. You guys are not gonna want to miss a minute of the UniVersus action. I'm Sam Tate. I've been here with Tito. We'll see you tomorrow. Peace out, everybody.
Bye-bye.